What's happening? Benton here. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to break down this game film. My apologies for anyone who was in the last stream that ended abruptly. I hit the wrong button on my phone. I believe I had become disconnected. I was pontificating and discoursing about various aspects of pimping and macking, as it were. The game is to be sold, not to be told, they say, but I reckon I'll tell it. Shout out to Truther Cop for riding shotgun. If anybody needs to catch up, and if anybody's watching this later on replay, there's a previous live stream called Indomitable Volatile Loose Cannon that sort of is the lead-in to this stream. What I want to do is go over all of these panels and live streams that occurred while I was asleep, and I want to break down the game film, so thanks for joining me. I will say I'm befuddled. My brain is not working properly. I found it very difficult even to set up the equipment for this broadcast. Just trying to watch the live streams that were occurring after I had awakened really slowed me down with my morning routine of making coffee and preparing my meals for the day. And I take the lion's mane mushrooms and ginkgo biloba and ginseng and B vitamins first thing. I'm starting to wonder if that's not all turning on me. So perhaps I'll remove one of those items at a time and figure out if something's happening. I think I was actually sharper before I took all that stuff, if that makes any sense. Anyway, good day, Tranquil Vortex. Good to see you. We will ease right into this one. I think this one will probably go for quite some time. It's 3 a.m. where I'm at. I don't have anything at all to do till probably around 8 or 8:30. I need to try to get my tractor worked on. I'm just outside our company terminal. However, I've noticed that just because I'm a morning person doesn't mean other people are. So I like to give folks a chance to get awake and get their coffee and such before I just pounce on them, as it were. Shout outs all the way around. Truther Cop riding with us. I don't know if he just dropped off or if my internet died. I don't know what happened, Truther Cop. So I do know that I accidentally ended the live stream, though. So that did happen for sure. A little chilly here in Fort Worth, so turn on the heater and let folks come in. But I'm getting I'm preparing the clips. Did Drew go live at all? That's what I'm trying to check on right now. Trying to see if Drew went live. So let's get all of the streams. Get all the streams lined up. No, so Drew, okay, was not live on his channel. So it seems like, as far as the CBO universe, it seems like it actually started over on Truther Cop, and that would be this video. So this is a live stream from tonight over on Truther Cop's channel. Breaking free of cult leaders and occultic program. Oh, see, now I hadn't really had the time to analyze what Truther Cop was doing here, see. And Truther Cop was saying that he was attempting to get Paul to come into the live stream. So great success, by the way. Now, where I would like to start, since I've been watching Paul Enslaved just about every day over at his channel, Proper Instruction motivates people, which spells out pimp. I'd like to see what happened for Paul to end up over here. Yeah, let's go, brother. Got ABT riding. My apologies, Music Holds a Secret. Old man Benton pressed the wrong motherfucking button on his phone like a jackass. Actually, it was kind of a blessing in disguise because I was not ever going to focus on setting up my equipment. So I'd still be rambling 2.5 hours later without the equipment set up. So it had to happen, really, realistically. Yeah, we're going to start on Truther Cop, but I want to start with what was Paulie talking about before he jumped in. So that's where I'm going to start just to see. Now, my memory was I tuned into Paul's, his main stream, his 12-hour stream, and then I jumped over to Truther Cop. So let's start there with Paul's main broadcast. proper instruction. Yeah, this one, I think. No, it's the one with Talcott. There's too many streams, man. Yeah, it's this one here. It says streamed 1 day ago because it started. No, it's the ET one. Yes, streamed 2 hours ago. See how confusing this is already? Shout out to Rob Cleveland. All right, this has got to be near the end of the stream. I'm just looking for... Okay, this must be it. So I think he included this on this separate one that says Restream Broadcast. So it looks like he jumped in on you guys at the very end.
All right, folks, here we are. I'm losing my voice because I'm screaming on everyone lately.
Oh, shit.
Names in other chats. Get the fuck out of my face and stay out of my face. You'll still be here watching and listen. Act like I don't know how you hoes are. Well, he's the same shit. Oh, I'm not going. Oh, I'm going. Trust me, I won't be back. No one gives a fuck still. You're still typing down there. What don't you get? Get the fuck out and shut up. I don't care. No one cares.
And Angela, I'm not your white knight, and I saw you telling me how to speak when I was in OTW stream. So I saw what you were up to there.
Yeah, she's a fucking parasite that sits in the bed. Every post on her media is her in a bed or with the goofy clothes on, with dark circles around her eyes and yellow skin.
We'll just jump to that one then.
She ain't going nowhere, not doing nothing, and can't get a man or keep one. So she needs a fucking daddy. And
We'll jump to that one. And bear with me, folks. It's going to take me just a minute to get this all situated.
You know, that homoerotic shit that they got going on over there. But,
homoerotic.
You know,
we're all
that,
gay.
That
we're all gay over here.
That was a fluke, my friend. That's the conclusion I've come to after witnessing his post-incident behavior in streams over the last however long it's been now, 1.5 years, 2 years, whatever. That was a fluke. Okay, so I give it a shot. Maybe
like Lee says down there, he loves how they've adopted your rap. So they're all still stealing your game and learning from you.
Exactly. This is my point. Is like you're such a hater.
Well, and like he said, stealing the game. I want to get into this pimping and macking because I've studied game. I believe I can elucidate some of these concepts in real time.
Act like we didn't all just see it and hear it. It's the ultimate hater.
Oh, Jesus. EBT, what mod you wear? Good Lord, what do you need to do? Who do you want to moderate, EBT?
Biter, they used to call it. You're biting off my style and everything I do. You're a fucking biter and a hater.
Well, let me try this and see if it works, right? And then it did. He was so relieved. Because I guarantee you, if they went to go try to pull him out of that car, you would ask you. I'm like, okay, all right, my bad, sir. Who do you want to lick? Right? Can I get your personal cell phone number? The next time I talk shit to somebody, you want to fucking have a conversation with me?
Nah, bro. I'm on record already. I go, what's that, sir? Okay, you want me to get out because you're gonna arrest me? That's fine. I'm not gonna fight you. That's the point. Like it. It's called a venue. I'm on the metaverse talking to you bitches. No real motherfucker out there is gonna care about me talking to a bunch of bitches. I don't pipe up to real motherfuckers. I pipe up to bitches and hoes like you. I carry myself very honorably and respectably and calmly in the streets and in jail because I don't want no problems. I'm also not able to run from any either. So unless I can, unless I ascertain that, hey, this is a pride thing and an ego thing, if I can get away from this without getting myself harmed, then that's probably what I'm gonna do. All right. 6 of you come up on me, try to drop me, I get away.
Okay, I got you, EBT. I just wanted to know why, man.
You might not be an option.
I got you.
So
I think
I have to stay ready. I can't get ready. This guy wants to act like we're gonna do a prize fight.
And real quick, the main reason we're watching this is I want to see what, if anything, Paul said, before they chose to join the CBO stream, because presumably that would have been the time in which, Paul was last speaking without having any, direct one-on-one knowledge of Drew and EBT. So I'm curious to see, how he approached it, or if he said anything at all. I don't know. All right, EBT, hang on, give me a second, buddy. I got you. I got you for the links, man. All right. EBT is a moderator. What could possibly go wrong?
He's going to get ready for it. I don't live like that. So I'll pipe up to you, call you a bitch and a hoe because I know you ain't going to do shit. Right? And the bottom line is it's supposed to be that way. Real motherfuckers are not going to care about me checking other bitches and hoes when I'm a real motherfucker. You know what I live on. You know what I stand on. Rights, freedom, principles, and faith. I never go to anybody saying, oh, bro, hey, I'm so tough, I'm going to fuck you up. I've never done that with anybody. So don't act like I do that because I don't. Yous all do that and then send me emails.
Right, can I have your personal cell phone number so I can call you directly and file and press charges? Right, I'll write statements. I'll get 5 people write statements right now. Right, what do you want me to do?
Guys in like a mob movie now. You can't come back, sovereign citizen, for being a rat. I'm on record on Criminal Underworld, never ratting. So much so I had gang members say, we would rather just give you all the dope, Paulie, and you get it off, and we'll wait, because you get arrested and don't say nothing. So we got nothing to lose, because you don't lie, you don't steal from us, you know where your bread is buttered, you have a silver and gold tongue mouth, so you obviously...
So now I can't say whether what he's speaking on occurred or not. Now I will say that to many people that will sound like some made-up bullshit. I know that some of what I say with respect to my past sounds like made-up bullshit, so But I do see that how people would possibly construe that as sounding like something he's just making up. But I'm not asserting that. I'm merely pointing it out.
Obviously could do your thing, right? Now, I don't do none of that anymore. I'm already like on record for that, and that's done and over. So I can talk about it, right? I can talk about that. So these are gang members who have their whole life, and they're going to risk it on me. When you got other motherfuckers with money they don't want to deal with because they know they're going to rat. Like, it's laughable. You're telling my story. I'm being a dope fiend. I also...
Well, I mean, on a kind of human level, I do have, being demons. Is your life so empty?
Sure. I've been waiting for this day. I've been racking up so much hate credit, and I've been feeding off
His name is enslaved. Yeah.
eyes on me.
Oh, wait, here we go. They're talking about you
This day.
now.
I've been racking up so much hate credit, and I've been
We
feeding off...
couldn't wait for Truth or Cop to finish so he could start.
Oh, wait, let's go back.
You know, it's like, I don't know why, dude. It's just, I look at it, it's like, they're just little fucking minion demons. Is your life so empty? Is it your life really all that fucking so
Bro, so now we got another restreamer. We're up to 6 now. I love it. Promote me, motherfucker. I've been waiting for this day. I've been racking up so much hate credit, and I've been
We
feeding off...
couldn't wait for Truth or Cop to finish so he could start streaming.
Okay, so who is this person?
Well, real quick, I do have to point out I'm a huge fan of Paul's live streams. I'd just like to get that on record. I've been watching them a lot. I've been participating in the chat just in case there's any confusion on those points. And Paul did pop in over here briefly at one point, which was appreciated.
Again now?
The guy's name is enslaved. Yeah, enslaved by truth.
Okay, so let's go over now. This, I'm building up momentum, and I got everybody's eyes on me, and all they keep saying is that they're a bunch of hoes. So real motherfuckers are going to propel me to the next level. Thank you. You fell right into my trap again. This is what I say. You think that you're going to cast me out? I already cast you out, and I went to using you before you could use me.
Now, you heard Paul said you fell into my trap, but we heard Truther Cop on the previous live stream discussing the ways in which Truther Cop intentionally maneuvered things to try to get Paul to show up on Truther Cop's live stream while EBT and Chalk Body Outline were present on the panel.
I'm getting to where I'm going off of you as fuel because you ain't shit anyway and never going to be shit. And when you do decide...
Well, now, and who's he talking about here? See, I think Paul does something that I do, which is like sometimes I'll just shoot my mouth off. And only speaking for me, I'll shoot my mouth off playing the odds, but then later on, and I actually did that with Paul before I had seen his show. And then I had to backtrack and realize, okay, well, I actually was just playing the odds and shooting my mouth off, and it turns out it's not the case. Because I've interacted with EBT and Chalk Body Outline enough. Shout out to Drew World Order. To feel like, at least through the virtual, internet friend realm, I know they are real motherfuckers. Or at least they seem to be to me anyway, right? I guess they could be agents. I don't think they are.
Start streaming.
Okay, so who is this person again now?
The guy's name is enslaved. Yeah, enslaved by truth.
Okay, so let's go over now. This, I'm building up momentum, and I got everybody's eyes on me, and all they keep saying is that they're a bunch of hoes. So real motherfuckers are going to propel me to the next level. Thank you. You fell right into my trap again. This is what I say. You think that you're going to cast me out? I already cast you out. And I went to using you before you could use me. I'm getting to where I'm going off of you as fuel because you ain't shit anyway and never going to be shit. And when you do decide to become something, I'll be right here and you can ride with me like everybody else who's here.
So see, and I want to point this out because I've been observing Paul's habits and his characteristics. See, he's going to be the tone setter for whatever he's involved in. And he said, basically you can ride with me, right? Well, it's like, wait a minute. Me just speaking for myself, that's not necessarily the case. Now, I might, quote, ride with someone, for specific reasons and for specific purposes, but I'm personally not planning to just join up with somebody else's shit and just hang out. Not that there's anything wrong with that necessarily, but I'm only speaking for me. So, to pat myself on the back, to toot my own horn, see, I'm already strategizing and planning out, if I do interact with Paul, especially on his own channel, exactly how is that going to work? How's that going to come about? And then also, I'm always going to be prepared with an answer for these he likes to hit people with these gotcha questions. And what you'll see is that he's generally met with just deafening silence, which, for me, I'm not going to enter into that arena with someone if I can't immediately be ready to respond.
Stupid motherfuckers. So what's this person's name now? Because I'm going to lose my voice going in on this slave. Bet he won't have me up. What's his name?
Well, in EBT, what I'm doing, I'm actually, this is my mental game. Part of my, whatever I'm afflicted with is I'm going, if I'm just in my daily life and it doesn't really fucking matter, that's not the case. But I'm constantly strategizing these things. And I'm actually, this is going to sound bad, but like I'm inventing my personality in a lot of ways, if that makes sense. Like, and Tinfoil is onto something when he calls me duplicitous. Like, yeah, I do definitely show myself in different forms to different people in different contexts for to get what I need to get or what I think I need to get. Yeah, I absolutely do that. The way I interacted with the operations manager, it's completely different than how when he called me thinking he was going to bitch me out, and I literally chewed his ass out. But then when I interacted with him in person yesterday, it's completely different because now I'm on his turf now, right? And ultimately I'm trying to maneuver things the way that I want them, and I mean, isn't that what I'm supposed to do? I mean, that's the way I look at it. It's my job to do that.
Now.
The name is Enslaved by Truth. I just searched.
All right, we're going.
Fat camp.
Sorry, it's going to be a lot of pontificating, just so you know, EBT. A lot of
Like I don't
pontificating.
like I hide any of that or lie about that, right? That I'm like chubby. So
Yeah,
he needs
it's
more
a badge
attention.
of honor.
Oh, that's what he's saying. He's saying, oh, I get it. So I'm misinterpreting. He's saying I'm running a fat camp for him.
But I'm dad bod chubby, so I put it in a.
Okay, so this is before they jumped into EBTs. So what happened on the Truther Cop stream? See, I'm already lost, EBT. What is the progression here? Because I was under the impression that... So Paul never showed up on Truther Cop, or am I just completely confused? Can somebody help me out here? I'm assuming that I'm completely confused. Oh, okay. Well, all comments are directed towards me in my own mind, EBT. Come on, surely we know that. But yeah, you should have done that, actually. When he was like, cleared the room, and he was like, what's a man? Your answer, EBT, is probably something about raising his family and making sure they're provided for and supported and protected and all that. I'm assuming. I mean, I don't really know. I don't know anything about that, obviously. Having never experienced it. Okay, Truth or Cop. Okay, thank you. Yes. Apologies. Host failed. The host has failed. So I was trying to see what was Paul's lead into Truth or Cop. See, I may not actually even be able to do that right. That might be going too deep, but I'm going to try it real quick. If the audience will be patient with me, I would appreciate it. Thank you for your patience. It is a shame that I bungled the last stream because we had like 20 plus in here, and now it's... Not that there's anything wrong with the folks that are here, and I do appreciate it, obviously. And does the folks here know what actually is going on? It's a good question. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, EBT. Okay, so this was the one I was watching, and then I went to sleep, and I woke up, and you guys were on it.
And I'm not going to...
Because I tuned in to see what was going on. That was my memory of it. Now, was it actually, since I had just woken up, was I actually tuning into the restream? So maybe he ended this and then showed up on Truth or Cop. Maybe that's what happened. I bet that's what happened. Okay. That's it then. So now I can just close this and go to Truth or Cop. Which is right here.
I mean, feel free to go on forth, man. I'm trying to like get advanced, with these things because the raids are fun and are a good way to grow a channel. But
how's the audio on this clip, by the way?
I feel like Paul can take it.
Okay, let's go ahead. Good, thank you, Music Holds a Secret. Thank you for that. Okay, and Truth or Cop and I were... Oh, Jesus Christ. EBT, what are you doing to me? You're very demanding. Have you ever noticed that? Yeah, I didn't really want to mod you, but you said you wanted to make links, so... All right, you're no longer a moderator. Yeah, that's basically it. Music Holds a Secret. What happened is Truth or Cop did a live stream in which he attempted to bait in... well, he successfully got Paul to come over there, Paul Enslaved, while EBT and Chalk Body Outline were on the panel, I believe. And most of this occurred while I was still asleep. So I was watching Paul Enslaved. I went to sleep. I woke up. I clicked on whichever one of his videos said live, and it was Drew and EBT on the screen. And I was like, wow, what the fuck is this? Well, that's always touch and go, EBT, as far as that. I mean, let's be honest. That's touch and go. But we're doing good for now. I'd like to think we can stay here as virtual internet friends. So does that make sense? Musical's a secret, or did I not do a good job of explaining? Which I may not have. Okay, well, yes, you may not care, Tinsel TQ. Basically, for whatever reason, I must break down all of this game film for my own purposes. And part of this is that I'm observing people's habits, and I observe a lot of, do a lot of people watching, although that's generally been in IRL, but now it's transitioning over into these panels. I'm starting to watch, but only really where it has to interface with me somehow. It's hard for me to care when it's just Paul talking about random bozos. We're going to get there. We're going to get there, EBT. Okay, kind of. We're going to go with it because we got EBT in the chat being demanding. So let's give him what he demands here.
Yeah, Cam, that mayhem charge is hilarious. It's such a hilarious name.
Okay, so what it looks like happens is that on Truth or Cop's live stream, he starts restreaming Paul. But he's restreaming the end of Paul's 12-hour live stream.
The charge. It's pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you do? Mayhem.
I know. It's
Not a
always
big deal.
classic.
Just fucking mayhem. Not a problem.
Yes,
Once you
exactly,
click for
EBT.
mayhem, not a big deal. It's like some villain.
What's a give and take? I need to see all of
It
this.
really is. I mean, I laugh about it still. I'm like, yeah.
If I don't do this today, it's never going to happen.
It's funny. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
it's
seem to be
sad, but
getting- I seem to be getting different definitions of mayhem when I look it up. I guess it, as you were saying, I guess it depends on the state and how they feel towards it.
yeah,
California. I guess California's a little zero tolerance kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like everywhere's kind of like this, but they will charge.
This whole thing, but Jin, did you hear that dude's stream last? I think you were streaming, so you missed it.
Yeah, I guess. He didn't say anything. He
Okay.
just replayed what we said. It's like,
No,
okay.
EBT in rare form. I
Stream
think you're
yard,
spiraling,
down,
sir.
Talking about this dude, Bach Ray.
Daddy's home.
You're spiraling.
Oh, you got
No.
your Truth or Cop?
What's going on, slave?
What's going on, dude?
This is what you got to
Speak
do,
up.
huh? Nothing to do but sit around and play dress up with a fedora and
We're not stream sniping, Tinsel TQ. This is these are recently completed live streams from earlier. I guess this started yesterday, presumably, and continued into the. Yeah, it did, because when I woke up, it was still yesterday. So I got up at 11:22, holla, 11:22 p.m. Central.
talk about me and
Basically,
use
dude.
my name. Basically, dude. So you're a loser failure, huh?
Well, if you see Drew in the top right, Shock Buddy outline, shout out to.
Why is everybody else, dude?
If you look at the
Okay, now I don't. Who is the not you? Is that me? Let's see. This is where we run into problems with my narcissistic personality traits. I just assume the comments are about me. So apologies, folks. I'm frequently confused.
thumbnail, he's there.
Doing
and
the
you're
best
there.
I can.
You actually are matching the thumbnail right now. I can pull it up.
Right,
It's actually pretty
right.
magical.
Well, I'm here now, so I'm gonna restream you. I'm
Yeah, go
putting it
for
up
it,
for my
man. I ain't got no
people.
issue with
This
that.
way, this way you can get some attention that you need so badly.
Yeah, we all
Yeah,
need the
Our
attention.
boy Kem here was
Yeah, I know,
asking,
we all need it.
asking about your belief system.
So according to you, we all need attention, huh?
So what happened here is Drew attempts to put Paul on the spot, but what you'll notice is with the Pimp and the Mac game, Paul will just immediately turn this around, and with effortlessly, he just turns this around. So let's go back. I think this is important. So you hear what Drew says here.
Some attention that you need so badly.
Yeah, we all
Yeah,
need the
Our
attention.
boy Kem here was
Yeah,
asking,
Yeah, we
we
need
all
truth
need
or
it.
asking
cop.
about your belief system.
I
So
agree.
according to you, we all need attention, huh?
Wait, hold on, what's your belief system? Cam was pulling that out earlier. There's the thumbnail as best I can get it.
So this would be what is in a lot of this pimping and macking I learned because I read all the written material on pickup artists type of stuff back in around, I don't know, 2008, 2009, 2010. I literally read everything I could find on the internet. So this is what would be known as qualifying oneself. So they're asked, basically go ahead and tell us your belief system. If Paul then begins to go through his so-called belief system, that is what would be known as qualifying, and that would be seen as a disadvantage. So the person who's running the game would want to put the person that they're running game on in the position to qualify themselves. This is also known as controlling the frame. So basically what's happening here, essentially, this is we're trying to see who is going to dominate or control the frame. And of course that ends up being Paul, which is what you would expect. So whenever I go into an interaction with Paul, I recognize that a lot of what's going on will revolve around controlling the frame. And in fact, something like that occurred very briefly when he came on my channel, because and I'll get into that later. That's not even worth me trying to explain right now. But he pulled a little tactic, and I even said, "I see what you did there," and he laughed. Like, he knows, man, that there's actual fucking literal game that people have learned that's going on, and the people that don't know the game, they're not gonna be able to prevail. That's just how this is. This is how this is gonna go.
So you'll take any attention you can get, right? Even negative attention.
Oh, hold on, Talcot's coming on. His device.
Yeah, Talcot's coming on. Oh boy, riveting. It's always great when he comes on. So informative and insightful.
Yeah, I am very autistic, and this is actually what the audience likes. And the fact is, EBT, I learned all this through my autism, and you suck at this. The fact that you had no response ready, and you just sat there like a fucking moron, I would rather be autistic than to be challenged by somebody and just, I don't know. Because you didn't have no counter strategy for what to do after your Black's Law Dictionary thing, which was cute, by the way. That was very cute. It was very cute.
In here, right?
Yeah, here we go. EBT with the Black's Law Dictionary.
Let's just do it. What you reading, bro?
Let's put EBT where he is in the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Shout out to autism, by the way.
That's knowledge. He's getting that gnosis, bro. From that book. He be reading them books.
That's in Black's Law Dictionary.
Are you traveling, bro?
5001 right there.
Looking up the definition of mayhem is kind of weird. Not gonna lie.
I'm telling you.
Hey, can we go around the room and ask a question? It's an old favorite.
Yes.
So can we go around the room one at a time? What have you folks ever done, continue to do, or will do to secure your rights, property, in the future of man and woman?
Pass.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. So dead silence. Dead silence all around.
Niggas, I blasted these niggas in the streets.
Right. So pretty much dead silence all around.
What you done, boy? What you done, boy? Ain't done shit, boy.
Everyone concurs, right? All around the panel.
Are we at a court hearing right now?
Bunch of loser failures.
Am I being detained right now?
Well, no, I'm just curious. Because it tends to be the same themes. Anywhere Jack Talcott goes has a stench of failure all around it. So typically whoever's there, birds.
Says the guy living in the camper trailer down by the river. Okay,
Wait, so I'm a failure because I have a trailer?
What do you got, bro?
So I'm a failure because, like a hoe, you're all about material.
Why is everybody else
bitch, right?
Why is everybody else?
No, you're gonna talk over me. Why is everybody else? Okay, good job.
Yeah, you're just a moron like all of
Right,
that.
I'm just a moron. It always goes the same way. Big pudgy punk pussy coward who thinks that freedom and rights have to do with being in a trailer because he's like a bitch, right?
You can't take EBT like that.
Yeah, okay, exactly. You're like a bitch, and you think that being a man means having material things, right? Not standing for nothing. You said a lot there without saying nothing, huh?
Well, what is being a man, Paul?
Well, so, and this is something I've really been trying to examine, is because I know that this is what Paul does, and there's nothing wrong with this, by the way, but he's going to frame things, in relation to his, what I would refer to as almost like his cosmology. Right, this view of the world as through the lens of corporate slavery, and standing on rights and freedoms, but then correctly identifying that that can only really be done in the real world, through a person's actions in the real world, right? So if I allow him to, he will reframe my entire life and force me into viewing it. In the audience, everyone will view it through the lens of what he's propagating or putting forth. The thing is, I didn't, and this does kind of come back to the corporate slavery angle. I did not, as an individual, consent to that viewpoint. I did not subscribe to that viewpoint. But then, because of his aggression and his very forceful means, I've seen this tactic. I've seen him apply this tactic repeatedly. And again, it's certainly within the bounds of fair play. I'm not saying, well, he should not be this way. And in fact, I would say it's not for me to determine how he should or should not be. But I am definitely realizing that without counter tactics of my own, without realizing the dynamics and being prepared, because I'm not smart enough to figure this shit out in the moment. Maybe EBT is, right. EBT's got the big brain, so I don't have that luxury. I'm too fucking stupid to figure this out in the moment. I must do my research and preparation, or not engage. Those are my choices, right? But I think as a human, there is some desire to engage on these levels with someone who's not, by the way, he's obviously not, a stupid person, nor is EBT, right? But then I think both of these, and just speaking for myself, both of these guys have interfaced with enough dumbos over the internet. So Paul, it's easy for him to try to play the odds and be like, oh, you're just some fucking idiot. But it's like, well, wait a minute. What if this is the one time you run into the big brain? What then?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Why don't you reveal yourself? What is being a man?
Why don't you open your eyes?
Why am I in trouble?
Yeah, raising your raising your family, taking care of your wife as far as money, providing, busting your ass at work so that your family has what they need. Kids that literally have never been jabbed. These are all, we all have to respect these, or show ourselves as someone who's just not even to be listened to, if you ask me. I mean, if EBT responded like that, what choice would Paul have other than to accept that?
Trial here. I'm not.
There you go, because you don't have the answer. You don't know yourself. You don't understand masculinity. You don't understand principles and values, and you're a pathetic fat loser. Isn't that right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So no rebuttal. Got it. So next time when I come in here, keep your fucking mouth shut. It's better for all.
Or you could have just asked me, and I could have told you all this ahead of time, by the way.
Because then I don't have to go to acting like this, and you don't have to get embarrassed.
Dude, why are you so aggressive, man?
Why are you so... But see, and then this is where Tinfoil and I sort of run afoul of one another. Is like, yeah, I guess some people consider that a male, especially a man, should not behave aggressively, but me personally, I was socialized where not only was it okay to be aggressive, it was rewarded, and people liked my aggression, which is fine. I understand Tinfoil can feel like, oh, well, there's something somehow verboten about direct aggression, and it is, it's the closest thing we have to physical violence in this realm. Also, lest we forget.
What would you accept? What would you accept for a good
I just showed you what a man was. He piped up and acted like something. I checked his bitch ass, and he shut the fuck up like a hoe. I just showed you better than I could tell you.
I mean, you're bringing a lot of mom. You're bringing a lot of mom energy into this shit right now. You're the one acting like a bitch, sir. You're the one acting like a
Now you
bitch,
want to
sir.
pipe up again now because I mentioned you quieted up real quick like a hoe. Now you want to pipe up again?
Where does the aggression?
We're about the long game here, Paul.
What about the long game?
Talcott. It's called testosterone, Talcott.
Bunch of punk ass, weak ass cowards like your mama.
We're slaves.
You are. You're a bunch of punk ass cowards.
Why are you not a slave? Why are you not a slave?
Go check the channel. You'll find out.
Well, he's
Talk
not.
shit to a cop, you're not a slave.
Because he yells at other retards on the internet, calling them slaves, that makes him not a slave?
Look at
Okay.
this rugged out moron up here with green glasses on and an orange outfit with red lights. He's completely inept and insane. A drugged out loser freak who's never going anywhere. He has the nerve to even pipe up and say something. You're a joke, sir. You're a walking, living joke. Daddy's proud, sir. Daddy's proud of you. You're in a snuggie. You're in a snuggie with an orange hat and green glasses in a lit up room. You look like a little hoe. Girls just want to have fun, huh, sir?
Even
Girls
worse.
just want to have fun.
Is that a
Those are
transgender behind you,
Instagram
Dr.
glasses.
Zayas?
Who wants to pipe up next? I'm going to take you one at a time.
Who in the paper next? I'm Paul Slave. I'm the biggest
Exactly,
non-slave
and
in
you
the
ain't
whole
shit.
world.
And you ain't shit, going nowhere, never been nothing, never done nothing.
Where you at? Where you at, bro? Where you at, bro?
I'm gonna pull
Where
up.
you at,
We
bro?
hear this from all of you. You ain't getting your chubby ass.
I'm not pulling up.
The gas money to get
I'm not
mine.
pulling about threat. I'm not trying to pull up. I'm asking where you at in life. What do you got to show? You coming in here hot? What you got to show, brother?
I asked you a question, and everyone.
What you
went
got to
dead
show, brother?
I asked you a question.
That's fair.
Everyone went dead silent. Why would I have to prove myself to a bunch of silent punk powers who don't stand for nothing? Why would I have to do that?
Well, and this is an astute point. Music holds a secret. War, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And I think this does get into what I've talked about with the, and as much as I hate to reference Jordan Peterson, the hierarchies and the males, you know, jockeying for position in the hierarchy.
Shut your mouth, Paul. You'd learn.
Shut your mouth, brother. I live off government money and I'm about to lose my house
Hey,
and try to be a
Paul.
guru. Shut your mouth, brother.
I
This
can
is
at
true.
least
This
be
is true.
confident
This is
and-
true. So we're
and
gonna bond
polite.
listener up there if you just let it happen because Jack is an insane person, maybe even way more insane than you.
No, Paul.
And even me.
an honest
Oh
reflection.
well, you know, he's
of
definitely
According
way
to
more
some folks,
than
right
you.
on the record, according to some folks, I'm a crazy person.
There's plenty of facts. to
Right,
support
Jack,
that
but I'm
comment.
financially free and independent, and I speak and
Hey,
live truth,
Paul.
and I've secured my property and rights by knowing universal law and applying
Paul.
it to courts. You've
Right.
done little to nothing in your life. You're
Right.
begging me every day to work with you, you
No,
slave.
you're
Shut up.
not begging. You're
Shut up, you
confused.
slave. Sitting there talking about manifesting while you're losing everything and living
See,
off
the
government.
reality is, Paul.
You're a pathetic fucking cowardly slave. Shut the
No.
fuck up. I don't want to hear from you.
Yo,
Truth to cop, if you want to keep getting more subscribers and viewers, you're going to have to shut up this desperate freak. He goes anywhere where anyone will have him and run his guru bullshit, and no one ever listens. He can't figure out why.
Already. Shut up.
I wonder if you're helping me
It's
or
difficult to know. Hold on,
You're
Talcott. Hold
fucking
on.
insufferable, dude.
Oh, that's Dan. All right. I was wondering. I didn't know who the third voice in the whole.
By the way, shout out to Kim Before the Storm, who accepted criticism and has changed his approach as a result. By the way.
Rumble
Insufferable,
was-
dude.
Insufferable, bro.
Insufferable.
Paul, I'll answer your question.
Bro.
Gracious.
Why don't you pipe up next, bro?
I'll answer your
Hold on.
question,
He's
Paul.
a clown.
I'm gonna answer your
Yeah,
question.
this was the
Clown, dude.
this was the nigga that was stealing pogs in the playground when he was a kid.
Right, so sir, you use the word nigga over here? You do
Yo,
that?
He also used the word pogs.
You
bro.
can't do it? Is
Older
that-
than pogs.
Well, that's
You
it.
can't do it?
You walk around the streets calling people nigga?
Or nigger, whatever, whatever.
Oh,
don't
or
matter.
that-
Oh,
now,
shit.
You walk around the street
Based EBT. Look at Paul. That's great. Oh, I will say I don't think he's used to interacting with folks who will do that. Oh, I love it. Yeah, I never said you. Well, I haven't even seen this part yet, so why am I addressing it?
Well,
Sure,
I-
you're
I
calling
hate
people
you.
slaves. You call people slaves, sir.
Because you get knocked on your fat ass. You don't go around anywhere talking like that. Cut it out. Now you just got.
See, this is what I mean about I'm not smart enough. See, EBT very astutely dropped the word and then said you're the one going around talking about slaves. It's like, yeah, how can you can't really rebut that point now, can you?
Yourself in a whole other situation.
You
in front
call
of the
out
world.
people slaves, sir.
You just got yourself.
That's
it
worse
doesn't matter.
than them a
Slave
nigger.
ain't
That's
about
an
color.
excellent
Irish
point.
were the first slaves in America. I'm one of
Hold
them now.
on,
Why?
Paul.
That's
Paul,
worse than
wait.
calling somebody a nigger.
You just used the N-word on Truth.
Well, or in American parlance, it's kind of the same thing, right? Or at least the people that would presumably be the official fiction is the people who would be offended by the hard ER are the same people who are descended from the actual slaves. I mean, that's according to the official fiction.
Oh my God! Oh.
And now the whole world just saw you say it. So when you walk around the street, I hope you can stand on it. I hope you can stand.
Meanwhile, Paul has no idea that he said that EBT said it like 100 times with Sly Shy literally on the screen. Oh man.
Stand on it at your local 7-Eleven, fat boy.
Which is worse?
Damn,
Which
bro.
is worse?
I thought
I'm
you
not
were
even.
a
I'm
slave,
not even
Paul.
fat.
You a slave?
You're not even fat. You're
He's a
morbidly
skinny
obese. Your
collar
face
in
is
the
fat.
corner.
You have fat on your face.
To the
Fat on
English
your
language.
fat on every part of your body. Your wrists are fat. Hold your wrists up. Let's see your fat wrist.
Well, and you do see that Paul has also successfully figured out what EBT is self-conscious about, which would be his weight, and now he's attacking based on that.
Go ahead, pull the sleeve down. Let's see your fat wrist. You can't even pull the sleeve down. Your wrist is so fat. I've
You
seen
got a
enough.
jacket on, loser.
If the glove fit, you must have quit.
Guy's retarded.
Why are you so triggered by the English language?
I'm not triggered. I'm passionate and inspired. It's why I have viewers and you have nobody, and this guy's chasing my clout and energy.
Oh, I'm chasing all of them.
You say you're unslaved though, but then you say like there's certain words.
Bro, I wouldn't talk to you for 3 seconds. You look like a walking joke.
Gonna make you react a certain way.
I wouldn't talk to you for 3 seconds. You look like a walking silent
Look in the
case.
mirror. You look
That's
like
great.
Sinbad's illegitimate bastard son.
Why is Drew's mic fucked up?
40th time I've ever heard that I look albino. Good job.
What is with Drew and the audio problems? This is very disappointing.
So I wouldn't even engage you because you're in a snuggie and you look like an asylum case.
I'm in a
You need to be
snuggie.
medicated. You need to be medicated, sir. Are you on that lithium? Do you feel balanced and centered?
100% sober.
Right. Good job.
For years.
Great. Anyone else?
I got an answer.
Well, and also we see how the aggression brings out the aggression. And so you see Drew's beginning, who's normally calm, cool, and collected, becoming aggressive. And you may notice that I go from 0 to maximum aggression very quickly. That's just part of the program. Like, this is, again, part of the males jockeying for position within a hierarchy, or actually a series of hierarchies. It's dynamic and changing over time. By the way, a lot of that based on actual things like testosterone production.
I'm always.
But then, how does that translate to the virtual? That's where it becomes interesting to me. Because even as decrepit and ill as I am, I'm still producing enough hormone that I can do okay in real life. But then, the online realm is much different. It seems.
Oh, sir, that's why I have viewers and folks who back me, and you folks sit here talk to nobody and argue over nothing and go nowhere and do nothing and be nothing and change nothing, right? Talk about calling people N-word when you ain't gonna stand on that in the street. You're gonna get punked like a hoe.
Okay.
For the record, I'm pretty sure EBT would stand on that in the street. By the way, I don't think that would be a problem for him personally.
You know it and I know it. Stop it.
Is that all you got? That's all you got?
You fucked up. Is this it? We got your face and we're streaming you, and this is worldwide. So
your face is just as chubby as mine, bro. What the fuck?
That's great. Yeah. I didn't say I walk around calling African Americans.
Why is that so offensive to you? I call white people.
Well, they're probably not from Africa, so most of them are not from Africa. But I digress.
People are worse than black people.
I had an African American woman walk up to me at Target. You're on YouTube.
What the fuck do I care about?
You're worldwide, fat boy. With what you
just said. God! Wow, I'm worldwide, fat boy.
Cool. You can be accountable and responsible for your big fat mouth.
Okay. Fucking
able to respond to life's terms.
Please, here come the internet. Words.
And you see, tinfoil just has no place in any of this. It's just. It's kind of interesting to see that play out. He tried very lamely to chime in earlier. If he's even there, I mean, who knows what he's doing.
Paul, I'll go in on you about that.
You said words, and in certain neighborhoods, people punch people for words only. So I hope you're ready.
Again, I'm pretty sure EBT's ready. I don't think that's going to be a problem for him, just based on my read of the situation.
Where your camper trailer's parked, or no?
It might be. Do you look down on those people like me?
Hey, Paul.
Are you too good at leading?
Was this Berserker Bear?
Who might punch you in your fat fucking face for
oh my God! You gonna punch me, bro? You punch me, bro?
That boy RD looking ass.
Internet punch me, bro. Down.
Yeah, I don't think EBT has any fear of physical violence in the actual physical realm. That's just, again, pretty sure I'm on point with that one.
Paul,
this is like so low quality dumb shit. Like, what the
fuck? Low quality dumb shit. Yeah.
Well, it kind of is actually.
Hey, Dan Bongino.
Dan Bongino. That's funny.
You gonna calm down?
We don't need to.
Yo, hey Paul, you gonna calm down?
Can we communicate?
You're not punching anybody in the face, and you look like a chump.
I didn't say I was punching anyone. I said there's certain neighborhoods where Chubby finds himself with a flat tire, and they say, "Aren't you the guy on Paul Enslaved who said you go around calling people N-word? Call me that right now."
You come on this channel.
Hey, look, son. EBT run these streets. EBT run these streets. You don't have no idea.
Paul,
you have no idea, sir.
So Paul,
that's true. He doesn't. You better recognize.
You like to weaponize shit, like sending people from the internet. By
no idea.
I think Paul's smoking. What's he doing? I think he's about to blaze up a J, possibly.
At the N-word, you should go get him. You like that sort of behavior?
I didn't say that. I said in life, as a man.
Oh, right.
You're not a man, dude.
Oh, tinfoil.
You're a little boy.
Okay, so all this is what they all do.
You're a little boy. You're not a man.
Them gang up triggered like and never get down to the facts.
No, I came on just to talk to you, bro, directly. You're not.
I know you always come on every panel just to talk to me.
Yo, I hope this is restreaming.
Go ahead and tell me how you feel.
This is restreaming on your mom's channel too. You're
not
a man.
Go ahead
You're a
and
little
tell
boy.
me. Yeah, you're on my mom's channel. She's dead of cancer. Great job.
Yes, I hope that she hears it too. Yeah, you're a little boy.
She's dead of cancer. She can't hear it. Are you slow on the uptake?
So
come on, triggered little bitch, you little fuzzy bear hat.
You're the little boy.
Your little fuzzy bear hat. And tell me about all your feelings.
You're the one acting like a little boy.
Right, I'm a little boy.
Yeah, definitely. And
now what? Now what?
You're a little punk bitch for sure.
Describing yourself, dude.
Yeah, you are definitely.
Look at Kim.
Dan Bongino /
Okay, now what?
So patient.
Now what? You look like a chump.
Now what?
When someone calls you out in your face, like you don't act like this in real life.
Where do we go from here now?
Paul,
you're the one that came out acting like a gorilla.
I'll act however I want. Why do you have so many triggered feelings over how I act?
You just went at everybody in the panel.
Why do you have so many triggered feelings over what I say?
Facts. Yep. And if we all believe in freedom, doesn't Paul get to choose how to interact? See, that one of the things that I took immediate dislike. He seems like a cool person, Berserker Bear, but he seems to have this idea that that every person is somehow beholden to behave in specific prescribed ways depending on the situation, and I just reject that out. I reject that out of hand, as does Croco, clearly, if anybody remembers their recent interaction.
How I act. I'm not allowed to act like a fool, as you said.
Because you're popping your chest out like you're tough, but you're really not.
I didn't say that. I said when you're a man in this life, if you,
You're not a man.
Hi, Jack.
I can't even get a word out without you.
Later, EBT. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna autistically break this down probably for hours, so if anybody's into that, stick around. If not, I'm gonna do this anyway. I might as well do it live on the internet.
All talking over each other. Broadcast that. As always.
We'll work it out. I'm not used to two people talking at once.
Who do we got?
Who the fuck is this, by the way? I don't even know who that is. This in the red with the eye there, the all-seeing eye.
I totally get it. We got your boy Dave.
I don't know these people here. Who am I looking at?
Talcott, I'm gonna kick you out because you get so much time, man. I love you.
Yeah, fuck Talcott. Get him the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here, Talcott. Nobody wants to listen to your bullshit.
That's one thing I can for sure. Is Talcott is reviled
That's
everywhere
great.
because he's a fake ass motherfucker.
I love him, but he gets his time
Little boy.
everywhere, man.
At
Oh,
least
you're a
this
little
guy
boy.
down there, Dave, calls me a gorilla face, and you
Oh,
know,
you're a
who
little
is
boy.
this?
No, I called you a little boy.
well, I know you want my
I said
attention
you're-
too. You
I
want
said you're
daddy's FaceTime.
I said
Okay,
you're
I'll
acting like
focus
a
on
gorilla.
you then. I'll focus on you then. What do you need daddy's FaceTime for now? Tell me all about
You're nobody's daddy, dude. You're nobody's daddy, dude.
Right. Oh no,
Calm
he
down.
up there wants.
So, and what I do think is interesting about Berserker Bear is that, you know, he brought up this basketball analogy when he was talking to Croco, but like at some point, you know, Berserker Bear goes up for a shot and Benton blocks his shot, right? Like what then? You know, this is in this, you know, policing of other people's behavior online to me is a non-fucking starter, man. I don't get it. This well, you're the one puffing your chest out. You're the one doing this, as if everything Paul does then obligates him to behave in some specific way based on, you see what I'm saying? Like this is very low level to me. And I actually noticed this as soon as I saw Berserker Bear. And again, he seems like a cool person, but does he even know that this is how he interacts? Is this some sort of, you know, was he socialized, you know, on the streets in this way, in some sort of, you know, bizarre neighborhood type of culture that, yeah, it operates in that neighborhood. It doesn't then, you know, that doesn't then overlay onto the rest of you know, society, right? There are different cultures. Where I'm from, if somebody showed up trying to say like, well, you did this, so now you have to do that, we would just be like, what in the world are you talking about? Like, just get the fuck out of here, man. We wouldn't even know what he was saying.
Now hold on, he up there in the snug.
Then you're applying Andrew Tate's formula.
Hey, Paul, you have zero dad energy, dude. Zero dad energy.
They all want to talk to daddy about their feelings. What I said.
No, we don't. No, we don't. You have zero dad energy, dude.
Paul, do you?
Probably true, by the way, EBT. I think that's probably the case because EBT does. So EBT does and Drew does. So they know what they're talking about with the dad energy. This guy probably has kids too, I'm assuming. Although I don't know that for a fact.
Even have kids? Obviously, he doesn't.
Of course he doesn't.
Why don't you answer the question?
You're going to talk about what
You
are we
ain't
doing
acting
to
like
make
no
the
man.
world unslaved?
Man has no life experience. No
This is fair. He's like, yeah, quit acting like one. Yeah, absolutely. That's fair. Now, I could speak to why I think Paul has adopted that form recently. You know, your daddy. Now, a lot of that I think comes down to a lot of these bozos that I'm seeing on these panels that Paul and Slave ends up when they go the stream sniping and the raids and all that. A lot of those bozos clearly have actual daddy issues. And I know that because I don't have children and I don't view myself in a fatherly way for 1 second of my life. But I've detected that some people interact with me based on their own daddy issues because I do have like a strong voice and, you know, I do come across some type of way, especially in the real world. And so I've detected, oh, this person has daddy issues, and they don't realize that I'm basically I'm a fucking 18-year-old in my brain. Like, I don't know anything about it, don't really want to know anything about it, to be honest with you. Never had a desire to have children, you know, only speaking for myself. But I'm going to own that. Like, I own that. I don't see anything wrong with that. But at the same time, I personally respect what these guys are doing. Drew and EBT raising their kids, especially in this crazy fucked up world. I mean, just being able to do that is very impressive, and I'm assuming this guy's probably also doing the same thing.
No real, nothing real. Make yourself look like a fool. He's a guy that yells on the internet to other people. That's all he is.
Tranquil Vortex says, this was the strangest bonding session I've ever witnessed. Theses won't be written about these lives in the future. Yeah, this is it's all happening, y'all, and I'm excited to be a part of it. Oh, are you talking about Berserker Bear? Yeah, I know a little bit about Owen, and I'm pretty sensitive to the game in general and manipulation. So I believe I've detected some of what you're talking about. I've just never done a deep dive on Owen because, you know, there's so many things to get enmeshed with. There's so many topics, you know, for me to be interested in. That I'm not sure that one's ever gonna, you know, actually, you know, have enough of a draw for me personally.
I say shut the fuck up, boy. I go one-on-one with you, dude. 100%.
One-on-one doing what, sir?
But you can't though, Berserker Bear, because you don't have the horsepower, unfortunately. I mean, that's just how it is.
One-on-one doing what?
Street dancing or talking one-on-one, bro. Whatever you want, man.
Street dancing or talking one-on-one? What are you talking about?
Dan Bongino /
one-on-one.
Hey, I'm gonna go to because this is a panel of clowns who are going nowhere in life, and they want one-on-one means street dancing. I'm gonna one-on-one you in street dancing. What's next? Are we in Greece now?
You're out of here.
Is this a Greece series? We're
I
gonna
don't know
dance,
Sovereign's
do
energy.
dance
I don't know
off?
your energy, bro.
Hey, Paul. Here,
Real
deal,
shit,
boys.
Paul.
Stuck in your own business.
I'm the only one here that's been trying to answer your question. You want to hear the answer?
Berserker
To the
Bear.
question when you first came in, you asked everyone a
God.
question. You want to hear the answer?
And Drew, you know, I can't tell you how to run your shit, but like I know almost nothing about fucking audio production, but I am in love with the sound of my own voice, and by God, my mic is in my headphones right now. 100. So if the shit did switch up, I would know it. I'm listening to myself.
Or you don't get, or that's just some slick shit you say when you come in just to make a little scene. Or
Drew
you
doesn't
wanna
know
hear
that
an
he's
answer.
not on the right mic.
That's what I thought.
Lou Bass in the house, by the way.
Hello?
Hold on, Lubass. Don't talk. Hold on. We got too much trouble. Chalk's been trying to. Oh, and we froze him.
Oh damn.
Oh no. Oh, Chalk
fucked it up.
froze.
Polly going for cannabis.
You fucked it up.
I fucked it up. Lubass, you're out. Chalk body, you got to cut your camera. I'm trying to get the conversation going here, but there's too much talking over each other for sure.
There we go.
All right, you're back. You're back.
Okay,
All right.
Paul, let me just say one thing. Paul, you came in and you grandstanded, you asked a question. You want to know if anyone...
Well, we're trying to transition into Owen Benjamin, which I think it does bear fruit because what's his name, Berserker Bear, would presumably be an adherent to Owen Benjamin. But see, to me, that more or less, in my worldview, like based on my own personal code that I don't apply to other people, but based on how I view myself, see, Berserker Bear discredits himself solely by joining somebody else's shit in this way and like actually taking on, you know, he's choosing to identify himself at the level of how he refers to himself on the internet based on a culture created by another man, right? Now, that's fine, but that's fucking weird to me, but I'll still talk to him and be his friend potentially. But Mr. McGee says it is fascinating. Owen once explicitly spent time training his followers how to respond to his critics. Oh, I see. And dubbed them the gravy seals, laughing my ass off. I guarantee Berserker Bear is a gravy seal. Well, and I'm pretty sure that he exhibited some of those traits, although I had no idea that there was this was like a formalized thing. It's a little creepy. I got to be honest with you. It's a little creepy. And then, you know, for the times I've occasionally been accused of being a control freak, believe me, if I was a control freak, well, I have those aspects of my personality, but if I was playing into my control freakness, I mean, I would have some cringe-worthy version of this. That's really what would keep me out of those aspects of my personality online is how cringy, look how cringy it manifests, you know, in the culture, right? Create your own culture, but it's cringe. You know, fuck that. Yeah, raising their kids and arguing online. Well, yeah, I mean, that's at a certain point, yeah, absolutely.
Well, answer your question. I've been trying to answer the question the whole time you're in here. Do you want to hear the answer?
Yes, Mr. Beatty.
Oh, and real quick, and sorry for all the pauses. I know it's got to be maddening, but Mr. McGee, we can definitely get into some of that Owen stuff in the future because it is fascinating. I would be interested in learning more. Thank you. Now, music holds a secret, ties it all together. See, once you've been in a cult and escaped, you see how lost people are. Yeah, see, and on a certain level, for people like me and music holds a secret, some of this shit will just never work on us because we've already had certain experiences. Although mine was different than his because he was an adult and I was a child. But talking about the Jehovah's Witnesses, but I was given a great gift through this Jehovah's Witness thing in that they programmed my mind first, so I'm more or less inoculated to a lot of this. Like, a lot of this just can never work on me, but I also see it. Like, I very quickly recognize, like, what the fuck is going on when it comes to any sort of programming and some of these just weird dynamics. It's fucking strange. Yeah, exactly. This is my hobby at this point. That's right, EBT. You are correct. I mean, we can debunk and discredit pretty much any undertaking, right? I mean, what are we going to do with our time? It's I'm not working today and it's 4 a.m. Like, what the fuck? I got to do something.
Chuck, by that
All right,
outline.
But again, probably not talking to me, by the way. But you kind of are at the same time.
Typical child.
Right.
Total.
So you come and ask questions, you don't want an answer.
You kind of froze up with kids that question. There's blue screen right there.
Oh wait, hold up. He's rolling it out.
He's
rolling it up.
What was the question?
Hold on, Pat. Hold on, Tim.
Classy.
Hold on, Lou. Hold on. Chuck, ask it.
Classy.
He's definitely a backwoods dude, probably, is what I'm guessing.
Hey, do you notice that I have all the power in the room already?
Not really.
These are all
Yeah, I did notice that, actually.
focused on me. I must be the most powerful, valuable motherfucker.
Dude, 'cause you
You keep telling yourself that.
It was that easy. It was that easy to take all your power and all the power and inspiration out of
That's right. You are the clown. You are the clown. You are the clown in this room,
Watch
sir.
what happens when I leave and the energy change in the room and how you
You
go
are
back
the
to
clown in the
fumbling
room, sir.
and descending into nothingness.
You having an off night, Paul? You had a long day? You seem kind
That's
of a little
what
off.
you need to do. You act like you're fucking got the yard, dude. You're such a little bitch.
Where's the skin crawler?
You want to be on the yard. You get punked off real quick on the yard. You want to be on the playground. You want to be on the court. You want to be on the court.
To keep his mouth shut because he knew not to say nigger, so he knew if people around me personally, I got my sensei was a nigger. He'd beat any ass in here, including mine. And I did ask him, hey, why can't white people say it? Why can't white people say nigger is what I asked him. And we were talking, and I said it again. And he politely said, hey, man, look, I want to talk to you about this, but if you say nigger one more time, I'm going to give you the ass beating you deserve.
Because you're such a stupid, inept, egotistical motherfucker. You can't figure out why a black man wouldn't want to be called that. You're a dumbass.
No, it's a word.
Why would you even feel the need to want to call a black man that? Shows you're even more of a dumbass.
Says the guy that calls everyone a slave.
What a dumb.
Well, I mean, having grown up literally going to church that was half black, half white, I mean, Paul does kind of have a point there. Like, there's a reason why I don't say that word almost effectively never. I do occasionally say it, but I'm talking like once a year at the most.
No nigger.
Because you act like a slave.
Yeah, this guy's chipping out for sure.
And something, since we're on the topic, something I've noticed from my own life, here, let me go to the cam, is that if I'm not in my hometown and I'm around white guys, here's what they'll do when they want to me to co-sign their fucking racist talk. Here's what they do. They're about to say something racist, and they do this. They look over that way, and then they look over that way, and then they say the racist thing. And when they're done, I say, hey, man, where I'm from, if we're going to say something racist, we don't do that and then do that and then say something racist. Because when we do that, we're looking at them people we're about to talk about. And when we do that, they're over there too. So if we're going to say it, we just fucking say it, knowing that we're going to have to be able to go toe-to-toe with someone who might physically say, well, actually, I don't think I'm going to allow you to say that in my presence, right? And I guarantee you my fucking ancestors in my hometown said whatever the fuck they wanted because they could back it up. But when you're around a bunch of white boys all the time, see, it's a little bit different. You want to make sure, let me make sure they're not over there before I say this thing. Let me make sure they're over there, not over there. But what if literally everywhere you went except the swimming pool, they were there? Because that's the only place I never saw a black person in my hometown was literally the swimming pool, which I do find interesting.
Where do you want to
Jumping
measure
off for
success?
sure.
Where do you want to measure success, Paul? Because I've done everything. I ran a business. I sold it. It went international. I sold it every continent.
All right, let's go back to rights, freedom. Let's go
Drew's
back to
avatar
rights,
is
principles, and
hilarious.
freedom. What have you done to secure that?
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Straw man.
Today, I got arrested.
I haven't done anything. See, this is now Paul, back to Paul's cosmology here. We're all going to live our lives based on Paul's cosmology, right? Well, but what if I'm not? What if I've gone the other way? All my driving is in commerce. They're like, oh, you don't have to have a license. You don't have to have plates. The laws are written for commerce. Okay, that's great. All my driving is done in the course of commerce. Now what? Right? I identify as a U.S. citizen. I go through the fucking border patrol checkpoints. They say, are you a U.S. citizen? I say, yes, I am. And I know what that means. Own it is the way I look at it. Yeah, I am what Paul refers to as a corporate slave. But then now we get down to, do I have a duty to what I consider to be literal hell? I'm here in a literal hell realm. And by the way, we will get to that. Trust me. EBT trying to say, come on now, we're going to get to that, buddy. Yeah, it's everything's great and we're living in a utopia, but everybody's on fucking drugs every day to cope with just how nightmarish and horrible this is. The Bible itself says the whole world lieth in wickedness. Hey man, it may not be all of either heaven or hell, but it's way fucking closer to hell in this realm than it is heaven. And now I'm willing to accept that maybe, that humans experience heaven or hell, based on our actions and all of these things. What are we creating? That's the worst part of it in a lot of ways. We're creating the hell and living in it. Now you can say till you're blue in the face, well, if it was hell, it would be this and it would be that. No, it's a motherfucking de facto effect of hell. In the de facto in something that's effectively hell, you can still choose to get right with God. You can still choose to do all of these things, mind, body, and spirit, which maybe that is the actual Trinity. I don't know. Yeah, and in Jack Talcott's version of hell is there's a never-ending series of talking heads in boxes that will absolutely interact with him, but they will never fucking go along with this bullshit. Jack Talcott, that's literally his version of hell, and he's living in it. I mean, I don't think that can be debated. No matter what he does, he will never be, nobody will ever fucking join him where he lives in his false reality. So he's fucking stuck, man, because he can't just fuck off and not interact with people. He has to have human interaction. He has no choice, and there's nobody IRL that'll have anything to do with him.
Do you pay taxes?
No.
But yeah, like EBT pointed out, this guy paid tax. Somebody paid taxes on them backwoods.
I haven't paid him in 15 years. Fuck that.
Well, but then there's many forms of taxes. See, are we talking about income taxes? Then you got state and federal, right? They take my shit out of my check. I don't, unless I go 1099, I don't have a fucking choice, man. And, why wouldn't I give the government what they demand? Why wouldn't I pay Caesar? I'm doing that to keep Caesar off my ass, clearly. If it was up to me, I wouldn't give him a fucking dime. Which, by the way, is why they take it out of my check in the first place. They're smart enough to know, well, this bozo's clearly never going to just, at the end of the year, cut us a check, right? So we better go ahead and get it now while we can.
Why?
The host is muting my mic.
I muted everyone, motherfucker.
Truth or cop?
So I'll answer your questions, Paul.
I'm asking him a question.
Well, I'm just trying to get the conversation going in an ordinary
fashion. The conversation was just rolling.
Shout out Kim Before the Storm, by the way.
I came in and acted like an ass.
And then you wanted to picture about me muting.
And good job picking your spots, Kim Before the Storm. I believe me, I'm noticing.
Your mic.
So now this is going to become about you just because you're the host. The conversation was you're getting somewhere. You're so fucking inept. You're so inept. You don't even.
Hit it, Paul. Take us there, bro. Let's go.
So I came in and acted like an asshole.
Let's go. Lead it. Otherwise, I'd like to answer your conversation.
Good job, Truth or Cop.
The conversation just was moving, and you cut it off. Wherever you are.
Stupid, inept, egoic motherfucker playing dress up with a hat.
Hold on. All right, goodbye, Paul. For a moment.
Wow.
I didn't actually mean to remove you. I meant to mute you.
Oh, goodness.
Now somebody else is in the middle of the room. I don't know who that is. No, but seriously,
That's
I
Berserker Bear.
I would like to have some kind of a conversation and move forward. And I'm happy to have you take the realm of that, and take the handle and ask the question.
Thank you, AJ Lloyd, the voice of reason. Shout out to you, sir. Yes, everyone pays sales tax unless they just don't buy things. I guess hypothetically, I could live in the streets with nothing and just panhandle. But even the things that I'm using, somebody paid taxes, right? Yeah, it's pay to play, exactly. So, and this is, kind of where I'm at with Paul is that, some of these things, what he's asserting has merits, but people don't seem to be detecting the underlying game, which he's creating a scenario in which if I don't join his shit, that I'm somehow discredited as a human being. And I don't subscribe to that, me personally. But I don't need to defeat his logic to just say, well, yeah, I don't agree, and I'm not going to live based on those things. Or I might live based on some of those things, but that's for me to decide because I'm here in the realm with skin in the game. I'm, hypothetically, I'm the one that's got to answer for all this. So yeah, Paul can think about it however he wants to think about it. But then again, I feel like I can go out here and kind of stand on my own too, right? Also, not everybody can do that. Some people, and I think this is where we get down to like 85% of the masses, like they need that somebody with a strong personality to kind of hide behind and play off of, right? That's the catalyst. They're not able to, and I've talked about this before on this stream, that a lot of these people, they need that strong personality so now they can go out onto the world stage and act. When it's just a blank stage, it's too disorienting and uncomfortable for them to go out there and just start creating, right? Well, we're not all that way. Some of us can go out on the empty stage and just start creating, which doesn't really reflect on the people who are not able to do it. But that I'm not now obligated to join somebody else's shit just because they have constructed some, forms of logic in a specific kind of way, which again, he's absolutely entitled to that. I'm not saying he's bad or wrong for this. I'm saying there's no reason for me to engage with this except as I choose to engage with it. That's what a lot of these people seem to be missing. And I don't mean the people on the panel. I just mean people in general don't seem to realize, you don't have to just accept Paul's worldview. But some of that is based in the people themselves don't have their mind right. They don't have a strong worldview because everything he asks these people, I've got an answer to it. And it's something I'm willing to stand on, which some of that is, yeah, I'm what Paul refers to as a corporate slave. Absolutely. Now we can discuss, how that manifests and what are my opinions about it and how I feel about it. Right. But I'm not discredited now Paul might think I'm discredited as a human. That's his right to believe that. And I don't get to convince him otherwise. See, and that's a big part of what's so interesting about this experience as humans. As we all have our versions of this, but I'm not sure how many people are aware of these dynamics in real time. Yeah, I missed it too, AJ Lloyd. I slept through most of this myself. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's why is your petrol tax. Yeah, that's why I said back when Mitt Romney was running for president, he kept saying that, half the country doesn't pay taxes, meaning he said poor people don't pay taxes. The fact is poor people pay more in taxes relative to their income than any other group because they disproportionately purchase some of the most highly taxed items, cigarettes, alcohol, and gasoline. Anybody that spends half their income on alcohol, cigarettes, and gasoline pays more taxes relative to their income than anybody. And we know rich people, they obviously are able to get out of, they are able to utilize the system through, expert advice to pay less than their so-called fair share. That nobody pays more in taxes relative to their income than poor people. Oh, you're good, man. Kim before the storm. Like I said, I'm awake. I'm at full fucking strength right now, and I'm going to break all this down anyway, so I might as well do it live. And ultimately, I'm just giving opinions. I'm giving my view on things. I'm not, look, you feel free to disagree, In fact, I oftentimes prefer it when the people don't agree with me. I'm not trying to join I'm not trying to create a consensus. And in fact, back in my homeless days, I did a lot of street preaching and I gave a lot of speeches in the streets. And when I could detect that some of the audience members were starting to identify with me too strongly, I would intentionally change the topic and speak on things that I knew they would disagree with to actually break their attempt to connect with me as a human. If that makes sense. It was like, no, don't follow me, man. Why don't y'all have takes about this? Why Why don't the people in the streets have their own opinions? Well, because they're waiting for somebody to give them an opinion. Clearly. Yeah, there you go. Medical marijuana,
like to see answers.
big time. Yeah, in Arkansas, a lot of the poor folks are paying out the ass in taxes. I know some personally in Arkansas that are on very limited fixed incomes like disability, and a lot of their income is going to directly to taxes, directly to the state through medical marijuana tax. Absolutely.
Who the fuck's speaking?
Get it together, Berserker
where's
Bear.
The host? It's the black screen. Oh,
that's Lou Bass. Okay.
I have a freaking.
All right. Okay. I can
I don't have a fancy laptop or what you got.
Okay.
I got a webcam over here as close as I can get it.
All right.
Unmute Paul. Hold on. What's
There's
up,
another.
Sorry.
I'm probably the one guy you should never mute. So there's a punk ass coward down there in chat who's been following me around talking about me for weeks and months, and then gets mad when I restream him. So he's asking for a link. You can come up and give him some FaceTime too. But me and this gentleman here, this gentleman up there who says he hadn't paid taxes. Now I'm gonna take him on his word. I don't know what he done to, but I would hope he wouldn't lie for himself up here. So if that's true and he opted out on that, well then that's all I came in asking. Yes, I came in a bit grandiose. I have a way of coming in, making an entrance. But what I want to get to.
What up, John Kong? What up?
Great job. Just cut me right off to say what up, what up.
Hong Kong.
We love you guys.
We love you guys.
You good, bro? You can
Me?
continue.
Who is this, by the way? I don't know who this is in the lower right.
Man, I'm sorry. My apologies. It's like.
Thanks,
I can't
brother.
hear the guy who I was talking to. He's muted.
No, who's mean to me?
Yeah.
No, you want me to talk to you, but I was talking to him, and you're like desperately trying to mute him to get me to talk to you, and I just want to continue talking to him.
I don't care if you talk to me. I'm just trying to have a conversation with everyone here.
I'm Cam.
Right.
For what
He's not muted, Paul. He's good. You can hear him.
Greetings, Cam. How are you?
Evening. I'm doing well.
So when I came in, again, I find that these panels tend to be like gossip hour. And yes, I take a certain level of self-respect on what I do, have done, and will continue to do for what's true and what's right for this land and this fucking planet, whatever shape everyone wants to argue it is. So we get right down to the facts of the matter. Like you say, you opt out of the taxation. You opt out of the license registration. And why is he shaking his head and making a face up there, chubby? You got something to say? Making your face, cocking your neck, acting like a little girl, rolling your eyes, acting like a fool.
Oh.
Pipe up, fat slave, if you got something to say. If not, keep your fucking face like this, like how I keep mine. Stoic, like a man. Like a man.
Let's see those pics.
Fucking pathetic coward. See, at least this Cam gentleman is trained in martial arts. He might be able to whip my ass and might be able to stand next to me for rights and freedoms. He's already said he might already do it. So he might have some fucking promise for where we're going. You're a fat, pathetic slave with a big mouth.
What else, though? What else?
This is... Look, we both know you wouldn't be talking like this if you were in front of any of us. So that's
I would absolutely. I would if I was in the room. You could beat my ass from here to sundown. I'm gonna get right back up and do it again. So I would, sir.
You would.
I disagree with. I
No, I
disagree
would,
with you.
sir.
No, you.
No,
I don't
sir.
think you would.
All my videos are there. I do just like this.
The video
I
is
do
bullshit,
just-
dude. I don't think you would.
I can't talk because all the slaves are rattling on over me and Cameron.
You're a slave, dude.
Great. I'm a
You
slave.
wouldn't talk like this in front of someone's face, dude.
I just told.
Well, real quick, I've been running my fucking smart ass mouth my whole life, and nobody's shut it yet. So take that for what it's worth.
You I do it regularly.
You can tell me till the cows come.
Jennifer, did I not tell a room?
I don't
full
care
of
about
sta- did
Jennifer.
I-
How are you?
Oh, he doesn't care about life experience.
Not at
and
all.
the-
I don't
and
care
the-
what she
okay,
thinks at all.
so you're just gonna say stuff on the metaverse, and then we're gonna act
I'm not
like it's
saying
true.
you won't. Look, I'm not saying you won't hand a dude his ass, but I'm saying if you.
I
and
didn't
me met on
say
the
that.
street-
I didn't say that. All the chimpanzees think
talk to me
I
like
want to
this.
fight. All the chimpanzees who want to do violence think I'm talking about fighting. You think because
No,
I
I
get
don't.
loud? You think because
You
I
just-
get loud, you could put your fucking hands on me,
You're not
scumbag?
black. Are you black? Are you black?
It has nothing to do with it. Do you
Dan
believe
Bongino,
that?
Lance
Do
Anderson.
you
So would
believe
it
that?
explain how
Do
you're
you
acting?
believe
I'm not
that if
trying to
I
be
get loud, you're
a
going to
dick.
use your martial arts on me?
No, I'm saying that you're acting like someone who's black, and it would
Are you
make
playing
sense
charades?
to me culturally why you don't have an indoor.
I'm not acting anything. This is who and what I am. I grew up in New York around black folks. If you want to say that there's a
I'm
cultural
understanding
milieu
it.
that's
I
rubbed
get it.
off there.
I get it. It's probably why I can take it. Is I also part of my upbringing was around Oakland, a lot of black guys, and I don't.
Why are we
don't-
showing a little child holding up drawings? Why? Why are we showing the child holding up his weed drawings? What's the point of
Put
that?
him on the
It's
refrigerator.
calling
And I do want to point out real quick that the black guys in Oakland talk like Kim talks. Okay, that they speak properly. Have you met black people from Oakland. I have. They don't speak like black folks where I'm from speak, or white folks like I'm from speak. See that. See how the waters become. And I'm not saying Kim is muddying the waters. I'm saying, look how quickly the waters are muddied. There's a certain vernacular. There's colloquialisms. We've got different dialects. We've got different accents. Go to Oakland, California. The brothers there speak correctly. Yeah, exactly. Too short. Yeah, and I'm not even calling you out, Kim. I'm pointing out that this is these are it's a little more of an intellectual intelligent vibe from what I experienced in Oakland. Although I'm more of a Berkeley guy than an actual Oakland guy. But I've been to Oakland.
Death symbols, demonic symbols. What's the point?
And I've been to Oakland living out of a backpack as a homeless person, and I actually walked from what's that, Jack London Square to I walked all the way to El Cerrito's transit transit center. And I wanted to look at the street art, and I just walked right through Oakland. Nobody gave me any problems. It's middle of the day, but still. Lovely city, if you ask me. I like Oakland. Some of my favorite hip-hop's from Oakland also. Hieroglyphics from the Bay.
Interfere with the conversation you said you wanted to have?
I'm still with you, bro.
Yeah, you and I are still together.
Oh, yeah, East Oakland ain't no joke.
Rather than Lubass.
I don't know nothing about that,
boys
really.
got a lot to say, a lot of eye movements to make, and a lot of droids to hold up.
If you think I'm a man, for what it's worth, I don't have kids, and I think that is the pinnacle of being a man, and I kind of skimped out on life.
Absolutely
and
not,
that shit.
sir. You're
well,
falling
it is what it is.
No, can I prove it to you? Can I prove?
Well, every man hath not the same office, but I think it's very important. In fact, I'm here in large part because my dad, as fucked up as he can be, he did his job, and I definitely have a lot of gratitude based on that.
Prove it to you right now.
Go ahead.
You're selling yourself short. I meet men and women every day who've had children and they've destroyed their lives and continue to out of ego. Okay? There might be something in you where you don't bring in children into the world because you don't want to do what you see replicated everywhere. You might be more of a man than the rest of these people.
Well, I agree with what Paul's saying, but I don't think it makes me more of something. I don't think it's a competition, but yeah. What I tell my family is that, because I'm literally the only one in the family without children, I say I broke the cycle, because if I had had kids at the age of 20 like everybody else did, I would have just perpetuated the same cycle of abuse. Not that we were horribly abused or anything, but I definitely would have been way too hard on my kids. I would have been way too much of a strict disciplinarian, just like I watched my sisters do, by the way. But now as an older person with some life experience, I certainly wouldn't do that now, but I'm not trying to, it's not in my path anyway, right? But I don't think that makes me superior, the fact that I noticed this early on and was like, well, I don't want to continue to perpetuate that. And then once my sister had a son, now I'm off the hook, because now they really, ultimately, all they really want is a golden boy. These families, you just give them a golden boy and they're happy.
Popping out children and ain't caring for them.
Well, that is my point. Being a good parent is the pinnacle. Just popping out kids is not being a parent. That's just being no. I'm saying being a good parent, which you're right. I had enough. I did not want to repeat what I saw, and I knew I didn't have it in me to not transfer it to a kid. So I did make a conscious decision. But now that I'm almost 50, I'm like, yeah, now that's kind of why I'm here. It's because now I'm like, well, how do I give back? Because I didn't do it on a personal level to generationally, but maybe I can use some wisdom now that I've calmed down.
That's why I'm here. That's why the daddy.
Yeah,
that's why the daddy thing comes in. I was going to answer it before when he asked. I don't need children.
But I still think just my opinion, I think Paul's adopted this, and it's just recently from what I've observed, although it could have been predated my time, interfacing with the streams, was that I've detected a lot of these people on not this panel, but a lot of these people in the YouTube streets, so-called, they have daddy issues, seriously. And then I'm sure Paul is intuitive enough and perceptive enough to detect, because I've detected it. Oh, some of these people are interacting with me based on their daddy issues. It has nothing to do with me, by the way. I'm literally, I've said it before, I'm 18 in here. I'm like a really mature 18-year-old in my own head. But I don't look that way, obviously.
Biologically, to understand that cosmically we are all fathers and mothers. We are stewards of the next generation. We are here to exemplify values and principles and faith so we can lead.
I think that you should lead out with that instead of calling everybody a coward pussy.
Sir, I do that for effect sometimes, and because there's.
I get it, but it's a little abrasive.
You don't get it because if you did, you wouldn't have said nothing.
Yeah. Okay. That's where you're.
Well, but then see now, Berserker Bear he wants to prescribe behavior again. It's like what I do is when I realize that maybe I have a preference with somebody else's behavior. Well, that's a preference. We've all got preferences. So what? But here's another thing. I then realize, what if everybody actually was like me? Like that would suck to go out here and everybody I interact with has my fucking tendencies and my preferences. It'd be a fucking nightmare. You know, a big part of this whole, whatever this experience is being so interesting is a mix of people. And what I notice is where I really get uncomfortable sometimes is when there's not a good mix of people. Like if it's too many of one kind of person, it's like, wait a minute, no, we need a mixture of people. And by the way, with everything negative that comes with that, like I'm going to be super fucking annoyed some of the time. Well, so what? I'm going to be super fucking annoyed anyway. Who cares? Yeah. Good. Yeah, Jessica Jane, every man hath not the same office. Exactly. We don't all serve the same function. Thank God, by the way. And if it is intelligent design, I would think that's part of the intelligent design.
So why do you keep saying shit that you don't know or don't mean? You don't get it.
If you want to come out with some good advice, you should lead out with it.
No. If you want to learn to master yourself and be a war master, don't let other motherfuckers. Don't let other motherfuckers.
I don't need to take advice from.
See, I don't have either one. I don't have mommy or daddy issues, but mommy and daddy have issues, if that makes sense. Both mommy and daddy have issues.
You're talking over me, bitch boy. I'm talking.
You talked over everybody over here trying to give advice.
I'm giving you good game to level up. I may have to fight a war with you side by side.
I hear that, but you have to consider the source, and you literally come
off. The source is I'm a nobody. I came into a panel. I said a couple things, and you all got emotionally triggered and acted out. So I
didn't get emotionally triggered. We're just reacting to like a stimulus. We're reacting to a stimulus.
You know it all, bro. You know it all, bro. You're on the yard. You're running.
Well, see, Berserker Bear's he's not tracking because he's not able to follow all these points in real time. And it's nothing against him as a human, but he doesn't have the horsepower to track all of Paul's points in real time. He just doesn't. And I've said I'm kind of an idiot in the moment too, right? So it's like. Now, one thing I will say, a lot of the stuff I'm responding to on here, I've thought about ahead of time. I've already spent a lot of time, I lived out of a backpack and just watched people and thought. I just more or less just used my brain all day, every day for years to figure a lot of this bullshit out. Right? Not that that's any great undertaking, but you just, no offense, Berserker Bear, if you ever see this, you ain't got it between your ears, man. In this, you just don't. It's not there.
In the yard, you're the big bad boy.
And real quick, so Berserker Bear wants to take it into, you wouldn't do this in the streets. It's like, okay, but now Berserker Bear is trying to do something he's not equipped for. So maybe Paul would, I'm sure there are people who could, well, I can't say that. I would say there's definitely people who could intimidate me to where I would just, in a given scenario, I might be like, well, it's not worth it for me to continue running my mouth, right? Now, if I want to, I'm going to. Like, nobody's going to be able to stop me. But see, now we're in a realm where Berserker Bear, he does not have what it takes to make Paul be quiet. It's just, he doesn't have it.
Strings, you're gonna I've got it. And I'm going to wake right back the fuck up and tell you with a broken jaw, I'm going to write it down for you.
Actions speak louder than words, and you wouldn't break my jaw. You wouldn't even.
I said I'm going to wake up, shut up and listen.
See, you're not tracking, Berserker Bear. You're missing too much. You're not tracking. But why don't you know you're not tracking? I think that's the problem. It's not the not tracking is not the problem. It's the not knowing that you're not tracking.
Egoic motherfucking chimpanzee.
This guy has like
you're
zero
gonna break
self-control.
my jaw. You're gonna break my jaw. They're not listening
loser.
again because they need a daddy. It's not about.
You have zero dad energy, bro. Zero dad energy, bro.
I was raised by.
Hey, can I just say?
And I do agree with EBT there, as far as what actually is a dad. Yeah, an actual literal dad, IRL. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's probably plenty of people who are trying to get Paul to be their daddy. Their virtual daddy. So it's more like virtual dad energy. That's how sick things have gotten. But I still see it as more of a tongue-in-cheek reference than I do like a literal thing.
Say one quick thing. I want to answer what this man. Can I just say one thing about what you just said, that he has zero dad energy? Do you know why you believe that, in my opinion?
Because you were raised by your mama.
By all of us have been.
Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure EBT's like dad was in the military and was a strong dad and everything. So again, we're playing the odds. Yeah, the odds are that he wouldn't have had a strong, involved dad, but he did apparently.
Not really.
Totally pussified. Men are not afraid of conflict. Men welcome conflict, but we've been trained to be little girls. All of us. All of us.
I haven't. Nope. See, none of this applies to me, buddy. Absolutely fucking not. Nope. But yeah, that's the way things have gone. And that now seems to be the norm. But I'm 47. I'm still here, man. I grew up in a time warp in Southeast Arkansas. It's still not that way where I'm from. But yeah, now what he's speaking on exists in the larger culture, but that's not apply to all of us across the board.
And the minute we see a man speak up,
I don't know why you're trying to push that bullshit on all of us.
Because it's real. Because it's real.
Lewis, part of the program.
Paul didn't have a dad. Paul didn't have a fucking dad. Okay,
I did not have a dad. My dad is in my live chats every day. What do you say?
Fine. That's fine. I don't know you.
I didn't have a mama.
Exactly.
Shut the fuck up. I don't even want to
look like a cross between Chazmodo and Rosie O'Donnell. You fat pudgy cockneck freak with the spirit of your mama, feminine energy. You're a joke.
Okay.
Most of us are feminine.
Right. Ego away.
We've lost our masculinity.
Everybody. We can get loud, but let's put the ego away. We ain't beat nobody up on the metaverse.
Bro, look in the mirror. You want to talk about ego? You're the big elephant.
Well, and if you guys want to talk about losing masculinity, how about you go? People want to tell me to go to the doctor and get a diagnosis. How about go to the doctor and have your blood drawn and figure out what levels of hormones you're making? I'm thinking about going and doing mine just to be like, look, I'm sick as a dog, and I guarantee you I can crack 600, no fucking problem. Guarantee it.
In the room here with the
Who's
ego.
talking?
I mean, come on, bro.
Is that you? Oh, that's you. Okay. So I don't have ego just because I'm passionate and getting loud. That's a mistake on your
Step
part.
one,
You got your
produce
mom.
the hormones.
See, when your daddy used to get passionate and loud, she'd say, calm down. You're acting like too much of a man. You gotta like be more emotional like me.
Hold on, Tan, are you still speaking? Because I haven't heard you talk at all. I'm going to remove you because somebody else trying to get in. I like the 9 panel, not the 10.
Yeah, that's fine, man.
All right, you're welcome back. You're welcome back anytime.
I didn't even know he was in here.
Exactly.
Much love, man. I hate the 10. I hate the 10 panel thing. 10, you're welcome back anytime, man. Sorry.
I didn't even know he was in here. Got to cam up.
What's up, OTW?
Chalk says cam up.
Hey guys, peace, man. I'm just seeing you guys for the first time, so decided to come up and present myself and say hello and sit back and listen to the conversation.
What's up, dude?
Well, good luck keeping up.
No shit.
Don't worry, I've had my experiences so far.
I mean, do you guys not see it? Really?
See what, Lou?
I agree with what you're saying. I do think that there's programming. There's specific programming to be. Yeah.
No, the people have been programmed, Lou. Now we get into problems with the pronouns and who exactly are we talking about when we say we have been programmed. I haven't been programmed, not with this femininity and the all of this new bullshit. I didn't get any of that, thank God.
I do agree.
But yeah, I see it in the culture. Yeah, of course, I'm observing it. And that's where you get people like Tinfoil wanting to go, oh, why are you so aggressive, bro? It's like, what are you talking about? Like where I grew up, but this is not where I grew up. See, I recognize that things have changed, but I'm still the same in a lot of ways. So Lubass has a point there. I just don't know that he's applying it correctly.
That there's specific programming in culture and media to try to feminize masculine men. I definitely
and we have been.
All I can say is if you haven't had your motherfucking hormone levels checked, what are you talking about? How can you talk about feminizing men if you don't know what is your body producing? I mean, I'm being serious here. I lived, and I'm not saying people should be like me. I lived specifically based on my diet and my lifestyle for years to maximize my testosterone production. And I have naturally high testosterone. It runs in my family. And at about the age of 38 or so, I had mine tested. It was 1,106 nanograms per deciliter. That's a fucking lot. So I promise you I'm making 600 to maybe 700 right now. And I would say just about any man, if they're not at least in that zone, they need to figure their shit out. So I might literally have guys on here making 200 nanograms wanting to talk about being feminized, right? And I don't know what Lubass probably seems like he has a lot for his age. I think he's like 60. So he's probably doing okay for his age, right? Meanwhile, they say, oh, a man's testosterone declines with age. My dad's is still fucking sky high. He's 67. So I don't know what you're talking about. When he's living right, as long as he's getting rest and getting proper nutrition, because it goes up and it goes down, and then you got to know, like, okay, well, if I'm going to get it tested, I got to make sure I have a few good nights sleep, avoid alcohol, which, by the way, EBT, alcohol is the number one thing. Alcohol and lack of sleep are the two things that will bring down the testosterone. EBT's is probably sky high naturally, so he's probably still doing okay, even though he's not living in a way that'll maximize it. See, and it's up to each man. How can a so-called man, go on the internet and talk about all this stuff, but they haven't applied it to themselves first? See, but they haven't applied it to themselves first. Sometimes I can't sleep because I get woke up in the middle of the night with the fucking priapism. Look that word up, Priapism. Dude, there was times when I first started truck driving, before I got as sick as I am now, it was hard to fucking sleep because of that. And I don't want to get too specific. Priapism, it's a thing. Right? Imagine being in your fucking 40s and when I talk about having to operate the equipment, let's real talk, guys. Imagine if when I was homeless, if I forgot to operate the equipment, now we're having wet dreams at 40-something years old in a goddamn homeless shelter. I mean, for real, man. So, what are we even talking about? I've got guys with making 150 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone are gonna lecture us on potentially. And again, I don't know until any of these people figure it out for themselves. But we can all kind of tell who's got it and who doesn't have it, right? We can all kind of tell.
We have been.
But some have, yes, I agree, definitely.
We all have, my brother.
I can't agree with that. But I
and then sometimes
like
the
a
spirit, and then sometimes, okay, I can't say all.
Word, man. And see, I didn't look like this when I did a 300-pound farmer's carry. I didn't look like I look now. I was 195 pounds, and I'd been lifting weights for 4 years and eating 5,500 calories a day. Because I'm a sicko in my mind. I can set my mind to something, and I can just go to some sick place, right? But looking back on it, it wasn't an accomplishment, and I stopped because all I wanted to do was get to 190. I got to 190. All I wanted to do was get to 220. So obviously, and I would have made it to 220. Obviously, when I got to 220, I was just going to want to be 240 or 250. It never would have fucking stopped. It's like, well, I'm not actually trying to be a bodybuilder here, But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's up to each man. Shout out to What's Up, by the way. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, it's up to each man to manage his own hormone levels and his own testosterone. And I'm a different person now because when I was on the booze, I was not producing the hormones. And now, in spite of my illness, being off of the booze, but even then, just with me screwing up my sleep cycle through the 48 hours of live streaming, see, even that I could tell the difference. Like, it's up to each fellow to manage that shit for himself. And while realizing this world is doing everything it can to attack us at that level. I mean, there's no question about it. Yeah. And see, thank God, I was born in a time when I got the full shot of testosterone in utero. And that's another thing about, I don't think people have studied these topics. I've studied these topics. A big part of masculinity is the male child gets flooded with testosterone from the mom while in the womb. So part of the chemical attacks that the younger generations have been subjected to is that the system has literally attacked that within the woman. The males are no longer getting that huge shot of testosterone, like they used to. That has a lot to do with it. Right. And then you also get into genetic factors and then lifestyle, alcohol. Again, these guys, and if I know this from reading, I used to go to a lot of these like bodybuilding forums to get information about supplements and such back in the day. And when TRT, testosterone replacement therapy or hormone replacement therapy first became a thing, what people were doing is they wanted to get the legal steroids. So even though they probably had normal testosterone, they said, okay, we're going to go to the doctor, but we got to be able to give him a low blood sample. And literally, here's what they did. They just didn't eat like a lot. They stopped eating like a lot of dietary cholesterol and a lot of saturated fats. And then they drank alcohol and made sure not to get a good night's sleep. That's literally what these people did to have a low enough testosterone blood sample to get put on HRT. So all I got to do is be like, okay, dietary cholesterol, saturated fat, meaning AKA, and this is something Lubass believes in, AKA animal fats, and I got to make sure I get a good night's sleep, and I got to make sure and avoid alcohol, which I did for the most part back in the day. I did still binge drink. Awesome, man. Thanks, What's Up. I appreciate it. Yeah, and it's not so. I don't hear anything about this. I almost never hear anybody talking about testosterone. Almost never. And women respond to it. My mom, my whole life's been talking about my deep voice. Not that it's even really that deep, but it's deeper than my dad's, and she loves that. You know, my dad has high testosterone, but you know, she loves that deep voice. You know, and the mama wants the, whether she knows it or not, she wants me to go out and spread the seed, right? That's the whole, that's how it works for us at a genetic biological level. And again, do people know this? I don't know if they know it or not. It's not really my business, but I find it fascinating personally. But anyway, back to the male struggle for dominance and the hierarchy as it continues to shake itself out.
Okay, talk at once.
Stop
acting like your mama. Talking over men while they're talking. Stop talking over men.
Well, and then, sorry to pause again, but yeah, absolutely. And that's why, one of the reasons why, even though I drank a lot of beer in the past, I never would drink IPAs, because they have the most, they're the highest in the so-called phytoestrogens. Yep, absolutely. No question about it. Yep. Well, that's another, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying is we're already under attack. Even if I live right, I'm still under attack. It's like I got plastic, my water's in plastic bottles, because at a certain point it's like, you know, I can't just avoid everything. You know, I'm already bombarded with chemicals. You know, no matter what I do, there's literally there's estrogens in the fucking receipts at the store, you know, like for real. This is no joke, man, what they're doing to us.
And while they're talking, you're acting like your mama again with no respect.
Kid, go drink a juice box, bro. Calm down.
I don't need a juice box, bro.
Well, for the record, my mom is a bad bitch, and so is my grandma. So you're not necessarily going to insult me on that level, but I understand the point he's making.
There's probably a lag too. So I think
Real men should talk without fucking
chimping out like that.
We're gonna put the two that we're talking at the top.
What I'm realizing lately is I'm tough as motherfucking nails, which I've known for a long time. What I'm starting to realize is that did not come from my dad's side of the family.
You guys feel free to carry on the conversation. I understand.
All I'm saying is, we may not realize it, but we have been completely turned into little girls. We think we're men, but we're not. That's why when an energy like Paul's comes into the room, we get all confused and nervous, because we've been told.
Well, I don't, but yeah, Lou Bass is right generally. He's not necessarily right with these fellas, but he doesn't have any way of knowing that. And I'll include Kim in that as well.
All our lives that we have to be polite like our mama. Right? Don't bully. Don't be a bully.
Well, but I'm from the South, Lou Bass, and see, we were taught to be polite because it was very easy to become the victim of physical violence. That's what people who aren't from the South don't realize. The politeness is based on a culture of honor, and that is in the psychology textbooks. And the Deep South has 25% of the population of the country and 40% of the violent crime. A lot of this idea of Southerners being nice and polite is based on we don't want to get dealt with. We don't want to accidentally offend the wrong motherfucker at the wrong time.
Okay, so you don't want to hear what I have to say. Okay, fine. Keep talking.
No, I do. I'm going to ask you a direct question to what you're saying. I'm going to directly ask a question and rebuttal to what you're saying.
Oh, Jesus.
So what you're going off of is the assumption that no other man has had either a masculine father raise him, or an older brother, or has had a group of buddies that
he
grew
didn't
up
say that.
Maybe avoided the programming from the media and the screen. So you're saying, you're alleging that it's impossible.
It's very rare.
Okay, I disagree. From my view. Think that there's...
Yeah, but it does exist, Lou Bass, and that's where you're running into here is that you guys are playing the odds, and that's what I do also. But the thing about playing the odds is occasionally it doesn't work out. Anecdotally, it's not working out here. So might be time to realize that and backpedal, but that's just what I would do. Surrender is a valid tactic, by the way, just in case anybody was curious. That would be the yin. That would be the yin, the feminine, the passive, versus the yang being the aggressive male, assertive. Nobody's ever going to be able to master this experience without mastering both of those energies. Period. It's not possible.
I disagree with that. I do believe that there is programming for sure, specifically aimed at feminizing masculinity for sure.
Okay, so you agree with me then?
Not
Yeah.
that
Yeah. I agree with your general premise here, what's up, but the reality of the now I'm not saying he's intentionally the way he is because of YouTube, but the reality of the MK Ultra drama bonding platform is that it don't really respond to that. And if I don't know that Paul would have 150 in the live chat, based on that. But I agree with your general sentiment, and I'm working at getting better at that myself because that's not I tend to chimp out regularly. So in case you hadn't noticed, yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying here.
everybody has been feminized.
I didn't say everybody.
Yeah.
If I did, I apologize.
Okay, yeah,
I
cool,
mean,
no.
the majority of us have been, right?
No, well, not us though. I mean, I think the pronouns are what's tripping Lubass up here. No, well, the majority of the fucking present society, especially the younger generations, and in fact, real quick, and apologies for all the pauses, but this has happened to my father. What happened was that he recently broke up with his, I guess his third wife now. His second wife had passed away in an unfortunate accident. So what she had done is, over time, she had managed to separate him and isolate him from anything masculine or manly, right? And this is the guy who raised me. So when I got real fucking sick, he had been wanting to get away from her anyway, and he saw an opportunity to sort of use me as an excuse. Oh, well, my son's sick, so I got to get out of here, right? And, they were living together, and it was this whole thing with her family, and my dad was just completely isolated. And so when I started interacting with him, like, we ended up renting a motel room, and I was sick as a dog, and I was like, this is my dad who raised me to be masculine, by the way, but the culture I grew up in also, it was not willing, it would only accept me if I, through rites of passage and through how I behaved, I had to behave in certain ways or I would never be accepted as a man in my culture. But my dad had a big part to play in this, obviously. And so I just had to straight up tell him, I said, man, you're acting like a bitch. I said, this is like how a woman reacts. Like, these patterns. I said, man, I can see that you've developed these patterns over being around this woman, man. Like, she's got your head so fucked up, like, because I can't respect him as a man unless he behaves like a man. You see, now, and it's like, I don't want to talk to my dad that way, right? So, I mean, there's definitely something to this, but it's not like across the board now we're just all a bunch of bitches. Like, no, absolutely not. Yeah, Benton Social Sciences, exactly. Well, and then, like EBT said, this is my autism. I have unlimited energy to just pick apart every tiny little bit of this, right? When really I should just let it play because I still haven't even fucking seen it. And in fact, time at some point, time will become a factor. It's like, do I want to see it? So now I'm going to take a break and just listen.
So the minute,
you were raised that way, and you're trying to project that onto.
This is what your mama would tell you.
Okay.
And that's why you're telling me this.
See what they don't
because
get
our
is-
mothers fucked our brains up.
See what they don't get is
Yeah, but fuck. See, I said I was going to speak for yourself, Lubass, because I gave an example in the comments. When I was in, like, I don't know, 3rd grade, I'm guessing, I came home crying to my mom because these kids at school were bullying me. And see, I wanted sympathy from my mom. I got no sympathy. She said, well, wait till your dad gets home and talk to him about it. Literally, that's what the woman said. She didn't even, like, I don't think there was even like a there, it's all right. I don't think I got nothing from her. Again, culturally, it's in a cultural context. Dad comes home, now I'm like probably kind of confused because I still haven't gotten my sympathy. And Pops is like, well, you got to go tomorrow and you just got to march right up to them kids and you got to let them know what's up. You got to let them know that you're not going to be bullied. You're not going to put up with it. And I was scared of the bullies. I was way more scared of my big dad, my big, strong, terrifying father. So even though I was fucking terrified, I marched my happy ass back to school the next day. I stood up to those bullies, and I've had no problem with a bully ever since in my life. Because you bully the bully. See? But my mama, now I understand a lot of guys were raised that way, but that doesn't apply to all of us. But if Lubass would just make sure to make it known that he's speaking generally in a way that doesn't necessarily apply to the individuals present, I think that would be helpful. Yeah, it being a Paul Jr. Yeah, exactly. And like I tell people, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. You know, I might be just spouting off about some shit, and then people start taking it some kind of way, and I'm like, look, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Like, if the shit don't apply, it don't fucking apply. I guess maybe that applies to me. You know, I'm also protesting. Exactly, man. Look at that. What's up? Yes, sir. He said shout out to his mom. She didn't take any shit from him either. Put him in martial arts when he was 8. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Sly Shy. She bit the bully in the face. But I am going to try to be true to my word here and let this play. Although we all know me, I'll probably interject in 5 seconds. But let's see if I can discipline myself here.
There's certain men who immediately project. Look at the way he sits right down there with the finger on the chin. It's a feminine energy. The man Cameron has a masculine. The man Cameron has a masculine, stoic, calm, centered, balanced, response-able, account-able energy. You could just see it and feel it on the way he presents. He's competent. He's competent. The fat slob next to me is
incompetent. Exactly opposite of what you are then.
Earlier, I was on a stream and I was saying to them, it's
sad.
like
it really is sad. It really
Let me
is sad.
finish, Paul.
Can't get out of their own way.
Let me finish, Paul.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Earlier, I was saying about to a panel of all truthers, right? That I don't know what you guys are. If you're truthers, oh well, I guess yeah, it's truth or cop. I guess you're all truthers, right? But it's like Plato's cave, right? We get lost in this beautiful panel of pictures of walls, and then some motherfucker walks in the room and say, "Listen, you bunch of fuckers, there's a whole world out there." And what do people go to do? They kill them. Shut the fuck up. We're watching these shadows on the wall.
Yeah, there's a portion of that that's
right.
True. Yeah.
So Paul may or may not be overboard. May or may not be. I'm not making that judgment. But the energy is absolutely necessary in this world that we're living in today. And you guys know that if you have any discernment.
You can do that in other ways, though. I take the energy that I have and get with my truth.
That's what your mother would say.
I take my energy. I take my energy that you just cited, and I make videos about history. That's my passion, right? It's a hobby. I work full time. I'm a father. But like what you just said, you got to be able to channel it. I take my energy. I see what's going on in the world. What's going on.
You stand for rights and principles, sir.
And then, yeah, I'm a father, and I have a child. Of course,
you pay the taxes every year to the government.
You always got to pay the big to somebody. If it ain't gonna be
there, you go.
So you got to hear to your mama.
That's why.
You're wrong. I disagree. I disagree with your premise. Okay. I disagree with your premise. If you don't pay it to Uncle Sam, you're gonna have to pay it to Tony Soprano or Asher Benapal. And I'm telling you what, right now.
So that's what a man says. That's what a man says. Pay it to somebody. Be a punk slave the rest of your life.
What you think, though? You know what I mean?
I know you don't give a fuck about the truth because I'm saying it, right? You don't give a fuck about leveling.
You're not a father. You don't have a kid. You don't got to provide for somebody.
So a father is defined.
You never thought of it in that context other than your own dick. Like you're
I don't think of my dick. I don't think of my dick at all. I have a track record that shows that. I wasn't with a woman till I
tried to suck your own dick, bro.
So now I've tried to suck my
the way that you act. I guarantee you.
So you don't think that you're a little spiritual child on every level?
I don't have to answer to it.
Okay, you don't have to answer. So that proves it.
I'm content with my own.
So you don't have to answer. So not no, you don't have to answer. So you know you are. Great job. So as long as you and I know that you look like a spiritual child, live like one, act like one, talk like one, and you know it and I know it, then we have nothing else to talk about, right?
Yeah, you can whatever you say, homie.
Right.
Go drink a juice box.
Right. Does Mama get you a juice box when you come home from work after you pay the big to other men?
Have your girl behind you get you a juice box, bro.
Oh, my girl. See, I'm not with girls. See, you're a grown man who says you're a father and think I'm with a girl. Have your girl. Do you call your woman a girl, sir, little boy?
I call your woman a girl.
Right. For her I guarantee you show up with your little outfit on and say, "Here's my girl. Look at her." I guarantee you do.
You can keep thinking whatever you want.
You know it, and I do, because the way you just said it, you show up at the party and say, "Look, this is my girl," because you're a little boy, so you must be with a little girl,
if my
right?
aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. If this.
Right. Good job, sir. Great presentment. You're so clear and concise. You have so much self-knowledge. You're something everyone wants to be. Another cookie-cutter slave in an outfit you got from Burlington Coat Factory, and you've never done nothing, been nothing except pop the child out and pay tax and be a kept pet code policy follower.
You always got to pay it big. If you don't pay it to Uncle Sam, you're going to
I don't pay it. I don't pay it to anyone.
The quicker you learn that, the better, homie.
Oh, yeah, because you're so big and tough, you're going to fight me, but can't stand up to the big guy.
Can't stand up to the big guy. You're a
punk ass Gary. Get the fuck out of my face.
You're projecting, bro.
You're a pussy.
Hey, Mr. Paul, you're a very rude individual.
I'll wake right up and say,
rude.
Broken jaw. You're a pussy out the side of my mouth.
You want to talk about broken jaws? Yeah. You want to get within my arteries, bro. Get nowhere near me.
Yeah, light up the sick.
You seem to be very triggered there, Mr. Paul.
Is that what it seems to you?
Noises.
Because I'm sure whoever that is in your life, you're probably right a lot of the time. So whatever you seem to think is probably true, right?
What are you trying to convince us or yourself?
I have the results, sir. I have nothing to prove. You all sat here the whole time trying to prove you're big men and done nothing. You're a bunch of slaves, like I said in the beginning. Except for Cameron, who I spoke to for 5 seconds, and you all cut me off because 2 men were talking.
Do you need a hug? I mean, you look like a guy who needs a hug.
Demonic, Voldemort looking ass. Why would I hug you? You're demonic. I know you. You act like we don't have history, you and I. Stop pretending for everybody. You're a fake ass, smirking Voldemort.
with lupus over
You're
here.
demonic. You just did a video yesterday about murdering me. You're a sick freak.
Dude,
Look at
when did you get your subscription for Tate University or Tate
Right.
University?
Great job, because anybody who has any kind of power, inspiration, and words for success must be a
Oh,
toxic,
you're
masculine,
toxic
masculine. He talks about leaving the B system and not thinking like a slave. You ain't gonna do that. So get like your mama and rebuke him. You fucking feminine slave, little hoe.
All I hear is circus music. That's all I hear. You're a fucking
That's it.
carny, dude.
I'm buying a
You're
fucking camper. This guy's
carny.
convincing me. I'm buying a camper trailer tomorrow. I'm saying fuck it.
Bro, I started at 10.
I'm gonna get some Swisher Sweets, a bag of
Can I
mints,
tell you? Hey,
and
can I tell you my
fucking
story a little
webcam.
bit?
I'm gonna go on the internet, yell at other dudes.
I know you have a picture
Gonna
of
win.
you have a picture
Gonna
of the
win.
Mona Lisa over your back. You're so elitist, smoking camels. Can I give you a backstory on who I am, since you seem so interested on what I'm living in and how I got it, where I
don't
came
really.
from?
Honestly, I don't give a fuck.
Right, you
To be
don't
honest,
talk about any of the facts of the matter.
No one
Because
cares.
I keep bringing up. I mean, it's true. I don't hide it. I'm not ashamed of it.
You're nobody. You're
I'm
literally
proud of
nobody.
what I work
I don't really give a
I'm
fuck.
proud of what I work toward on my own with some
You're
help
some
from my
screaming
family.
little dude on the internet. What the fuck?
And
do I care?
and I'm doing better now than ever. Have you checked the stats?
No.
Of course not, because men lie, women lie, numbers don't. Except if when the men and women, except when the men and women who count the numbers are liars. So you'll see that on the
Okay,
stats.
sure.
So,
Yeah.
if you
Add
check
that
the
up.
stats-
Add that up. Yep.
Right.
Go ahead.
So like at one of these days, right? I don't want to do it because it's gonna make me seem not humble. Imagine that. I'm gonna put it in your slave's face what I'm making daily off voluntary contributions, and you're
I
gonna
don't care.
shit your fat underpants.
No one gives a
Okay?
fuck.
You're gonna shit your fat underpants with the
Those are-
get my
those are-
email that I
I hope you
don't
make a lot of money, bro.
You're gonna shit your pants with the offers you would take in a second to sell your soul that I turn down in my email every day.
I hope you're crushing it, dude. I hope you're killing it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, more to you, brother. Yeah.
Because this guy keeps saying I'm poor in the trailer, but you know,
I
he's a
didn't say.
big
I never
man.
said you're
That's
poor.
just busting balls.
I'd
bro.
love to know what you
You
do
set
for a
yourself up
living
for
and how
that,
much
bro.
slave
You
tax
make your
you
own
pay
bed
and
and
how
sleep in
you're a
it.
little
You set
pro
yourself
co
up
with
for
a
that.
boss every day that don't mind your own business.
Not going near as hard on you as if you
I mean, I don't feel like I need to
I
tell you
don't feel like
anything.
I need to like tell anyone anything about me because I just pretend to be
Because
someone
I'm
online.
secure about
I'm
myself.
I'm a
And apparently
World
you're
of
not.
Warcraft fat slob in real life who does nothing.
Yeah.
Right? I don't
Okay,
feel
sure.
the
You
need
got
to
me-
like.
you got me
I don't
pegged,
feel the
dude.
need to
You
like
got
put
me
my
pegged,
life
dude.
on record because I pretend to be someone online.
You got me pegged, dude.
I know I do. I could see it on you the moment I laid eyes on you.
Your-
I got your
your
energy.
clairvoyance is
If anybody's pretending to be
amazing,
somebody online, if anybody's pretending to be somebody
Just
online,
like
Paul,
the whole appeal to I'm an idiot because I'm talking loud. It doesn't work.
if anybody's pretending to be somebody
I'm not
online,
building
I would
nothing.
say-
I mean,
Yeah, the irony's thick.
Yeah.
Right. The
Clown-
ironies, they all chatter together. You notice that? I talk,
Yeah.
then they all chatter.
Yeah.
I talk, they all chatter like a bunch of hoes. Do you notice
You're not
Cameron hadn't
realizing
said nothing
we're-
up
Yeah.
there?
This
The
is
man
the-
that I identified.
man.
You notice
Interesting.
Lou
In the
hadn't
middle.
said nothing down there. The man
Only
I
people
identified.
that shut the
All
fuck
the
up, you
broken
probably are
hoes.
real fucking
They
man,
wait
then.
for daddy to talk.
Right.
Then they chatter the hoes. Talk.
Yo, does
chatter
your girl
the
behind you
hoes.
call you daddy?
Cameron don't say nothing. Lou
Does
don't
Jennifer
say
call you daddy?
That's
Jennifer,
how you identify
Jennifer,
a man
do you call
from
Paul
a
daddy?
broken little boy and a broken hoe.
Hey, Jennifer in the background, you call Paul daddy?
Jennifer, do you call me daddy?
Why don't you go get daddy?
Anyone has a fucking point. You guys
Why
just
don't
say,
you go
"Oh,
get
that's
daddy if you
your mom." That's like your get out of jail free card when you want to be in some fucking like debate mode or something.
Well, I call her mama,
Slap
so
down the mom
I call
card
her
when
mama,
it's
so I call
That's
her
just
mama.
weak.
Are you gonna keep chattering like a hoe? I
That's
call
just
her
weak, man.
mama. So, right, it's weak, man. It's weak, bro. It's lame, bro. No cap,
Bro, no cap, for real,
bro. No cap. It's lame and weak, bro.
For real,
For real, bro.
for real,
What's
bro.
with the
You gotta
sunglasses
say
and
that-
all the
that's mom
lights?
energy?
Go take some
Sure, too.
DMT, bro. We're going places, bro.
Yeah, bro, totally.
Give him
I
the
watch
axe.
Joe Rogan, bro.
Yeah.
I'm informed,
Oh
bro.
yeah.
You definitely watch Joe Rogan, bro. You definitely watch Joe Rogan and Tate.
So basically, your whole ideology is don't pay taxes and shut the fuck up and let you talk, and you're a real man then.
Right.
What's yours?
Well, it's clearly to put green glasses on, light up the room, and dress up in an orange Snuggie suit outfit.
It looks pink to me.
I'm doing my thing.
Doing his
I ain't
thing.
worried about what another man's wearing.
Chimping ain't easy. Am I right?
I don't know. It looks kind of girly to me.
You're the one that just said that blanketed all of males act like men. Yeah, that's the spirit of your
It
mama.
looks girly.
Oh, damn, I with you, bro.
Hey,
Said
hey,
you
Set yourself up to look like a girl.
Drew making some headway.
I'm here.
I like it.
Can you highlight the comment Roof Warrior Jacobs just made? I think it's very apropos.
Shout out to Obscenity, by the way.
Okay.
I don't think so. Paul, I think you're a little bit above your regular opponents here, and you might.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's probably why Paul's not just trying to blast everybody the whole time. And shout out to Kim Before the Storm, who's definitely representing himself well, as noticed. Yeah. Anyway,
Might be slightly mistaken about that take.
I don't want to be too critical, so yeah.
Might be slightly above your regular opponents here.
What happened before you came in, real quick, Paul, is Cam was asking.
Freudian slip, by the way. And anyone wants to know what a Freudian slip is, he just did it. Go ahead.
Our boy Cam, who's got 30,000 YouTube, he's the heavyweight in the room.
So that's why we and him are able to talk, because I already told you.
That's why.
You're gonna keep. It has to be.
Yeah, I'm gonna
right?
keep talking.
You need a daddy, right, little hoe?
No. Hold on. By the way, Drew is my daddy. Chalk by the outline up there. That's my daddy, Paul. See, so don't be taking on my daddy in my chat here.
Well, I take on all comers, sir.
No, hey,
that sounds pretty
didn't come on to you.
Sounds pretty gay, dude. That's why I said it like that, because I knew I'd trigger your homoerotic fantasy. Got you again. That's pretty gay, dude. Wow, you want to come with me? You want to come with me? You little homo?
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
There goes your tape coming out.
All right, go ahead. Continue to babble incessantly about nonsense. Go ahead. We're getting somewhere here, folks. All the girls.
What I was
All
gonna
the little
say,
girls are getting somewhere.
we're gonna have a real conversation.
We're gonna have a breakthrough soon.
Before we started, Kim over here was asking about like what's your ideology and your philosophy.
Right, and you all like kept interrupting, and we'll let two men talk.
So that's what whenever anyone went in there and said they were talking shit about Paul over here, that's what we were saying. No one. And so, what you want?
Well, and then see what I think's interesting is now Drew's bringing it to what's your ideology and your philosophy, but those are two of my big areas that I like to talk about. Anthropology, sociology, psychology, and the people who watch me on a regular basis, I would like to think that's a big part of what they tune in for, and then some philosophy and some ideology, right? Although even the idea of ideology, I would have a lot to say. I would want to talk about ideology before we could even get into what is a person's ideology, or is that even a thing? But as far as philosophy, where I would start from is correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. So for me personally, it's removing all of the false philosophy, and then whatever remains is my so-called philosophy. Well, guess what? That changes over time. It's not like, oh, I'm going to decide on this one thing, and now like my identity, now I identify in relation to the philosophy. By the way, that is ideology as far as I'm concerned. I'm not interested in ideology with respect to me. I'm interested in ideology as far as being able to detect it in other people and in movements. By the way, it's my assertion that America has become, has covertly subscribed to to an ideology, but America's not aware of it, communism. I believe that America now practices the ideology of communism in our daily lives, but at a covert level. It's not an in-your-face communist revolution, but then it's debatable, and those are my opinions, right? So now we get to, are people going to go headlong into complication and sophistication, what I refer to as smart idiots, or are they autistically, like me, going to start out, let's examine the basic foundations of all of these aspects in excruciating detail before we proceed? And I believe Paul has most likely done that based on what I've observed.
You want to lay?
I don't know. EBT's a bit of a wild card in that realm. Drew, I don't know that he's done that or hasn't done it. I can't really say either way. It's in some ways it seems like he hasn't. He's talking about ideology and philosophy. I don't know how much he's examined those actual topics. And I'm obviously trying to call him out without calling him out, but I want to do so accurately. So I think that probably as close as I can get to that, if that makes sense.
Like your whole shit out, because all I'm hearing is don't pay taxes and shut the fuck up when Paul talks. And
yeah, no, I'd rather not at this point.
Well, and I do, JG, by the way, shout out to JG. I do want to point out, JG, there had to be autistic people where I grew up, but there were 0 people diagnosed with autism. Where and when I grew up, there were 0 people diagnosed. So I have to think statistically there had to have been more than 0. So it does seem within the realm of possibility. I never heard the term one time. I don't know that I ever read it, and I read a lot back then.
Also, you've
I
been
thought
led
you're here
on.
to save us. I thought you're here to unslave people.
No, I'm not
Daddy,
here to.
Daddy, true. Hold on, Paul. You've been led on by some trolls in your chat, from my understanding. I didn't send them intentionally, but the fact that they report back to me about what they've been doing entertains me. But
sir,
yeah.
that was a nice try with a power game. It doesn't work with me. These
No,
folks,
I'm just saying, like,
you just tried to play a power game like you're.
The issue is. I don't know what the issue is.
No, but that's a different thing, right? You just try to. No. Sir, let me speak, please.
Yes, sir.
I've
been quiet the whole time. I've been quiet the whole time.
You're validating.
I'll shut up again.
Validating what I'm saying to be true because you're obfuscating it. If it wasn't true, you wouldn't try to hide it.
I'm not trying to hide it. I sent you
Nobody's reporting about me to you and giving you kicks because they misinformed me because they're your troll. I have folks who regularly hear you slaves talking about me or bringing me up, and I already have history with. You've never.
Right. Well.
Are we talking?
Well, what?
There's also some free radicals out here.
No. You said you have informants who misinformed me, and you're getting a kick out of how they're playing me against you.
No. I have trolls. I have trolls that troll me. Hold on, I can't hear you.
Right. Get it right.
I can't hear
you have folks from the community who watch your slave ass and then report back to me.
Is what's happening, right? They're trolling us both, and they're playing us against each other.
No, they're not trolling.
I can't hear you. I literally can't hear you. My headphones are out.
Yeah,
but I do have an article.
You're a fraud.
To report on to you with Paul. I
already know.
I can't hear you.
You're a fraud. I don't need them to report back to me. They do that anyway.
We do have a history.
They can't trick me out of position just like you can. Yeah, get in your
file.
You can't hear me, bro. I know. Get in your file.
That is interesting that you're asking that, Tinsel TQ. My research indicates that, especially when I was born, that the most likely factor would have been the mother being exposed to high levels of environmental pollution when the child was in utero. And in fact, I did grow up as the crow flies. I grew up 5 miles from the Pine Bluff Arsenal, which is a federal installation where the government claims to be storing chemical weapons left over from wars, from past wars. So, and it's just my hometown is it's a very economically depressed area. And there's a lot of so-called NIMBYs there, not in my backyard. There's a lot of things going on in the general area, just because people want jobs. There's lots of prisons. There's lots of, like chicken plants and paper mills and just a lot of very undesirable things going on. So, definitely some pollution going on in the area. So I would think if I have it. And again, and I do want to reiterate, autism is literally a collection of behaviors that are all within the normal range for humans at a level of behavior, collected together and given a name and put on a so-called spectrum. I mean, ultimately that's all we're talking about, right? So.
Get deep in there.
I'm sure you're saying fascinating things, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sure I am too. I usually do. That's why my results are better than
Truth or cop on one.
Wait, hold on. Well, you're also a couple months older than me.
That's not the only way. Yeah, maybe it was a couple months in my mother's uterus that did it.
It could be. Here's the OG article, right? We got that going on. I did happen to discover from the future a new article.
Oh.
I did. I've been trying to publish it.
You're making it up right now as we go.
Yeah, well, and then, so that's a good point about the autism. Well, yeah, it is overused. Now, what I like to tell people is sometimes if I start in real life, if I start talking about autism or kind of put that on myself, a lot of people say, well, I guess we're all a little autistic, to which I respond, yeah, but how come when the ambulance goes by, I'm the only one with his fingers in his ears? I have a lot of the sensory, like a woman's loud, like hard shoes on a, loud shoes on a hard floor drives me fucking nuts. I go fucking crazy. I got these weird sensory things that just drive me crazy. Like literally the ambulance goes by and if I'm walking, I stop whatever I'm doing. I'll take the headphones off if I have to. And I cover my ears. Meanwhile, everybody else just lives their normal life. Yeah, Paul is on point more often than not. That's for sure.
Go along. Well, let's hear it.
No, I'm not. This is weeks ago.
Something about you being a punk ass bitch and needing to apologize. Did you find it under a rock again?
No.
Dude, why are you so aggressive, man?
Because I got a bunch of people who shut down a channel and took $4,000
what's wrong with being aggressive?
false claims. You want to know more?
Not us.
You see that luscious beard?
I didn't say you, sir. Why are you piping up for another motherfucker who did something because you're a bitch? Stay out of it. Mind your own. Stay out of it. Oh, and mind your own business.
Yeah. See, Berserker Bear, if he is in this Owen Benjamin community where Owen seems to police, the culture polices behavior. Like, I just notice a lot of attempts at policing people's behavior that I find strange from Berserker Bear. But again, I'm not. He legitimately seems like a good dude. This is probably my autism talking, and I think that's what he ran into trying to talk to Croco. It's like, yeah, when you try to police Croco's behavior, you're just talking to autism at that point. Like, it's never gonna get anywhere. Like, he doesn't care. He can't be ridiculed. He just thinks you're strange when you talk to him that way. I mean, I can't speak for him. I'm just assuming. He's just like, what are you talking about?
Stay out of it and mind your own business. You never heard that on the streets? You're such a tough guy. Mind your own business.
This is a panel.
You don't know the facts. You don't know the shot. Mind your business.
I know that you're unbelievably aggressive for no reason.
I know that you're aggressive and it's triggering.
Well, but I'm sure he has a reason. That's the thing. Yeah, he's aggressive, but certainly I'm sure he has a reason for being aggressive.
Me?
And
look at EBT.
The facts or the record of the history. Mind your fucking business.
No one in this room did that.
I'm minding my business right now.
Well, and then like when we talk about what's a man and these masculine codes of behavior, if it's not his business and somebody's like, hey, man, mind your business, shouldn't he just be like, yeah, you're right, and mind it? That's what I would do. I would be like, yeah, man, you're right, my bad. Like, I notice a lot of people, they can go forward, but once they're in that forward gear, they can't shift to neutral and then go to reverse. They just, no matter what happens, again, surrender's a valid tactic. It's like, oh, yeah, you're right. I am not minding my fucking business. Like, 2 rules of business. Number 1, mind your own. Number 2, stay out of mine. Like, I try to live by that. Now, there is a certain element, I would say, with the online panels and some of the online, communication where it's not really the same as real life necessarily, but it's like, dude, what are you talking about? It's none of your fucking business in some ways, right? But, it's a panel, so yeah, I understand that, but at a certain point, can we just accept, yeah, you're right, I probably shouldn't have butted it in. But it's the internet, so it's okay that I did, I don't know. It's interesting because I'm actually learning a lot about this on the fly. So, Paul's wide open mouth is hilarious, though.
Money and food out of my mouth.
So obviously that's why you're acting like that.
Living on here.
You
so
can't
mind your
direct it at
fucking
the people who.
Well, and then final word on aggression. Hopefully, the women are aggressive. Have you not observed the women out? They're aggressive in real life. So I would say that if Lubass's assertions about men being feminized is a thing, that definitely applies to we're just expected to never behave aggressively. Well, I'm like, well, fuck that. I'm aggressive by nature, and the fact is, it's not because I'm a male. I've got 2 sisters. They're every bit as aggressive as me. The only reason I can outdo them at the level of aggression is because my body makes testosterone at a higher level than theirs. If you just went by strength of personality, they're just as aggressive as I am. So I was able to observe, at a certain point, I was able to observe my own personality and my own aggressiveness and then be like, well, people are saying that I shouldn't be aggressive in some context it's actually sexism because it's based on what's between my legs. Because nobody ever tells my sisters that they're too aggressive. But in the right circumstances, people will try to, if I let them, they will try to put me in a box where now you're going to take away one of my strongest weapons. Well, if I'm more aggressive by nature than the vast majority of people, isn't that one of my biggest advantages? But now if I let the culture tie one of my arms behind my back, but then my sisters, they get to use their full aggression, it's completely fine. Solely based on what's between their legs, by the way. Although that's changing with all the reverso stuff, but I don't even want to get into that. But you see how it's easy to just accept these concepts without ever actually going deep down to the foundation and let's examine these concepts, right? And then once I examine the concept, I'm like, well, yeah, of course I should be aggressive because that's consistent with my nature, Mr. Bill.
who are responsible for it. So you
You're
act like this to your
business.
family.
I don't give a fuck about what you feel, bitch boy.
You act like this to your family because somebody robbed you.
I do. Ask my daddy and the rest.
Well, see, what I would say is, well, it's not an act. I'm not acting. Like, what are you talking about? Do I act this way? Again, the policing of the behavior police are here. Oh, you're acting some type of way. I'm like, no, it's not an act, bro. This is what it is. I'm not putting on a performance. When I went in and talked to the operations manager, that was a performance. Yeah. When I'm being aggressive, that's not an act.
I'm all about it. I'm a problem. Been a problem since day one.
Clearly.
Don't plan on changing for your bitch ass.
Amen.
Your car, and it's going to be in your face.
Whole state of Colorado and all of.
You're not going to have the keyboard in front of you, bro.
Look, some low life in the streets gonna do it.
I hope it's not the wrong dude, man. Honestly, for your sake, I hope it's not the wrong dude, for real.
Don't have to get ready. Do it and stop talking.
Yeah, okay. Well,
and let's face the reality that this whole idea of physical violence it's basically off the table. I mean, seriously, can we just stop pretending like there's someday I'm just going to be in the wrong fucking place at the wrong time and somebody's going to go upside my head? Yeah, they might. But it hasn't happened yet. And I might just be la walking down the street and it might happen. Like this idea that I have to do something and I might be the victim of violence. Meanwhile, I literally lived in the streets for 6 straight years. I was actually subject to people who would become violent, and I have been violently attacked. It did not make me close my mouth. I will run the fuck away though. If I can escape on foot, I will escape on foot. I promise you. Why? Well, part of that is being homeless, and I don't really live there. Like they're like, oh, your reputation. Yeah, I'm gonna leave here. Like I show up in Austin, and then something occurs on the street, and people try to be like, oh, well, now you have to respond some kind of way, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm gonna come back here this time next year, and it's gonna be all different people on the street. Nobody's going to know who the fuck I am, and nobody's going to remember this. See, that's a strategy. Now, if I was involved in a community where I had to concern myself with my ongoing reputation, that's different, see. Different tactics for different contexts. But somebody like Berserker Bear wants to put me off in a box where now I must always behave, and Tinfoil does some of this, where now I must behave the same way in every context across the board. Well, I'm a dynamic human being. That's not going to ever happen. Unless, actually, that will cause me to be a fake motherfucker. But it will be to other people's advantage strategically if I'm dumb enough to let them do that to me. And I'm not, thank God.
Take the advice or don't, but I hope it's not the wrong dude.
Okay, veiled threats, do it and stop talking.
They're not veiled threats.
Yeah, still homeless. Thanks, JJ. I appreciate it.
You ain't going to do it, so stop talking about what someone may do sometime.
You're right, though.
You ain't the someone.
Your pattern of behavior is going to lead to it no matter what.
Right. Tell me all about it. Tell me all about how to be me better than how to be you. Because I'd rather be me than be you, so keep talking.
Cool. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a good question. Yeah, absolutely I can be assertive rather than aggressive. Definitely. What happens with me is it's something wrong with my personality. When somebody directs aggression at me, I immediately become very aggressive. Now, I think that runs in my family. I think on my dad's side, a lot of people are that way, to our own detriment, by the way. I've seen it, in other people's lives in my family on my dad's side, where to our own detriment, if someone is aggressive with us, we will just be aggressive to them. But yeah, absolutely, I can be assertive. In fact, I had to be when I was like doing things like going to truck driving school, and especially living in the Salvation Army, working at the airport, going to truck driving school. That involved a lot of assertiveness, but if I couldn't become too aggressive. But at a certain point, my Goodwill caseworker had some kind of personal problem. I think he was suffering from like severe depression, PTSD. And at a certain point, I just had to become directly aggressive, but it was assertiveness in that I didn't insult him. I wasn't shouting him down. I just said, look, man, I said, I don't know what your problem is. It's really none of my business, but there's clearly something wrong with you. And like, I need you to do your job and get me in this truck driving school, or I'm going to have to go to your boss and your boss's boss. And I don't want to do that. So pretty please, with sugar on motherfucking top, will you do your job? And this was after like months of him hawing around and having excuses. And in the business world, and I did used to be in the office business world, that's what's known as standing on somebody's desk. I went into his office and I stood on his desk and was like, hey man, are you going to fucking do your job? But I did it respectfully in an assertive manner, right? But to me, it's not even really any difference. It's just I'm aggressive, but I'm controlling myself is the way I view it. But that's an interesting topic. So I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, and here's one thing, Slasha. I remember, but imagine if you had testosterone coming out of your ears. It's a little bit different of a thing, but yeah, I appreciate what you're putting down there.
It's advice, dude, for real.
I don't need your advice. Advice, when you break the word down, means toward
Just
advice.
remember
You're in vice in slavery. I don't need help back. I came from there already.
You're gonna remember it one day.
Advice.
Yeah.
Call karma. Someone's gonna pull your card.
Talk karma. He keeps rattling and rambling because he's emotionally.
But he can't, because he can't shift into neutral. He can't shift into park, or he can't shift into reverse and just be like, "You're right, man. My bad." Now and then, see, some of this is predicated on, we're all going to have some sort of honest discussion. But in an honest discussion, I might make a point, and then this guy, if he has integrity at the level of ideas, he might be like, "Oh, you're right. My bad." Because I do that sometimes. I step in it, and I'm like, "Oh shit, my bad," and then I fucking shift into neutral, and I either put it in park or I might actually go in reverse. This guy will not do that. Once he's going forward, he's just going to keep going forward until the fucking car crashes, by the way.
Figured it won't shut the fuck up and let men talk. He's a bitch.
Take the advice, bro.
I don't need your advice.
You're welcome.
And I'm not taking it, you passive-aggressive hoe. Shut up and leave if you don't like it.
You'll remember it.
I'll remember it. When I'm dying and bleeding out or in my prison cell, I'll remember your bitch boy face among all the rest. Great.
It's gonna happen real quickly. Yeah,
Shut your fucking mouth, hoe.
Little boy.
Right. Last word. Gotta get the last word like a bitch. Gotta get
Wow.
the last word like a bitch.
Juice box.
Right? Get the last word. Juice box. Last word. Juice box. Last word. Bitch.
Jennifer, get the juice box.
Last word, bitch. Yeah,
Okay, he's a little funny here, I will say. That is a little humorous.
I'm gonna go wash the dishes.
223 or 308?
You're asking me?
716.
308, clearly. Well, both, I mean.
I have to say 308.
Well, I do like what he's saying. If you make me pick, it's 308, but clearly both. But then why did the military go to 223 in the first place? Well, it weighs less, and the troops can carry more. So I personally have a decent amount of 308, and I no longer have any 9 milli. I only have 45, and I'll tell you this. It's, especially in my depleted physical state, it's no fun carrying that shit around. But at the time I bought all of it, I still thought I was rootin' tootin' fucking, 150 pounds in each hand farmer's walks, right? But them days is long gone. So, but yeah, 308 I think is the superior round, but 223 has obvious advantages with respect to how much ammo can a human being physically carry.
Personal. Next. Of
308.
Yeah, it's a show.
See, both, because he doesn't know what it is, so now he's going to play the psychological game of both to avoid liability.
Well, then I do have both, by the way, but I'll talk about it. I'm on YouTube, but I don't know that YouTube censors this kind of content. But Galil Ace 308, baby, how about you? And then I used to have two ARs, but I got rid of one of them. I had a Smith & Wesson. What was that? A Sport 2. I think that's what they called that. M&P Sport 2. It was a nice rifle. But I've got a Palmetto State Armory. 223 Wild, the hybrid chambering. That's what I've got. 18-inch, by the way, because, it's a fucking rifle, after all. 18-inch. It's nice, man. What the advantage of the 223 Wild is it will shoot, actual 223 ammo as accurately as 5.56 ammo. So a lot of people don't realize that when you put 223, which is typically, most of your steel case ammo is going to be 223, not 5.56. That your 5.56 chambered rifle would typically shoot 223 Winchester will be less accurate.
No, explain.
Anyway,
more,
enough
please.
of that.
We'd like to know your thinking, your line of thinking.
The reason why 223 because
Well,
you
got
got
a long gun.
He's going to say because you can carry more of it.
Got a battle rifle in 223.
Thank you. So where is what applicable and what's your reasoning?
Well, technically a battle rifle would be a 30 cal, I believe, but we know what he means.
Your line of thinking. I want to hear it.
Are we talking ballistics now? Where are we?
Whatever your reasoning is, why would you say both? He asked for one or the other, not both.
Oh, if it's one or the other, it's 308. I don't think that's any dispute there. But I guess the real answer is probably 30-06, if you're going to go that far, because hypothetically you used to be able to get actual armor piercing rounds.
Why couldn't you carry both? Yeah.
So now he's Rambo. He's walking around with 223s and 308s over his back. I love the nonsense.
Cobra.
He's in a movie again. He's in a movie again with 80 pounds of equipment.
Cobra.
Yep.
Everything else. He's in a movie.
Well, now I could carry 80 pounds. That was the thing is, yeah, at one time I could carry 80 pounds. I could probably carry 150, but not no mo, partner. Now I'm limited to probably around 40, and that's with all my other gear. Well, probably closer to 30, actually. That's humbling. You want to talk about humility. The guy who used to do farmer's walks with 150 in each hand, and now I'm like, shit, what can I actually carry if it came down to it? That's humbling.
John Wayne is here to save the day. Go back to Call of Duty. Go back to Call of Duty. Flashbang out.
Nice. Shout out to Mike
You didn't ask for
Polento.
both.
You want the
You
size?
asked which one and why.
Size matters.
I didn't even say why, but
Well, which one? But you didn't ask for both.
So
You said choose one.
Drew, you're the only one that hasn't answered.
Oh, man, that sucks.
Pocket knife.
Well, at least it wasn't a boating accident.
There you go. Butterfly
All right,
knife. You
he's
got
the
one of those old
medic.
school butterfly knives?
Drew's obviously the medic.
Chalk, you seem like a butterfly
right.
knife dude to me, man. You know how to do a butterfly
And
knife.
so yeah, 308, we're not talking
He kind of does, though,
hunting
actually.
rifle or AR-10?
I got you.
Throwing stars.
Sorry, what was the question?
What's up?
Bolt action or AR-10?
I don't know. Rifle talk.
Now he's going bolt action or AR-10. If you could only pick one, I think probably bolt action, like a scout style rifle. Probably, if you could only have one. That's a tough choice, though. Actually, definitely not a full length fucking sniper rifle, though, for carrying it around.
I mean, what's the scenario?
It's a fun exercise.
Hunting? Like hunt for hunting? Like hunting or like how?
Okay, guy. Okay, guy.
Hold on, hold on. Let me give him the scenario. You're on Call of Duty. You're about to throw a flashbang and rush in, and you're 80 pounds overweight. You can't get out of the chair.
No, it's power. Shit, power went out, and it's day
Hold up.
3, and bullets
Hold
are
up.
flying, and you're on the move, and you can take one.
Grab them.
I'm going with the Galil Ace. I'm going with the Galil Ace 308 in that scenario.
Or shot off, allegedly.
Why would you talk to Lou Bass like that, Paul?
Oh.
Nice.
Why not?
Music holds a secret. Yeah, those are nice rifles.
I
You
mean,
didn't
at
want
least
me
they
to
calmed the panel.
You didn't want me to
But-
spew the answer.
I like 308 because it can stop a vehicle and get through armor. That's my answer.
Heavy max.
Which scenario?
It can get through some armor. If you want to go full armor piercing, you got to go 30-06 steel jacketed, I believe. I mean, that's my understanding of the matter anyway, which became almost impossible to became virtually impossible to find once the Floyd stuff kicked off. That all just immediately disappeared.
On Call of Duty.
And take one
That
any
is
game
funny.
that you need.
That's funny. Yeah, making fun of the gamers.
I'm not
That's
sure
a
what
good
that
one. I'm a
is,
gamer.
Mike. I'm
Can I
not
give
I'm
you
not an
guys a
expert.
scenario for a
No,
second?
I don't play games.
In
Can I
spite
give
of my
you guys a
accent, I was
scenario
never
for a
really a
second?
gun guy until
In World
the
War
last
II,
several years.
there was a school that was a bunch of like students, military students, and they were being taken over by the Germans. Right? They held the Germans off for 3 weeks, a full battalion, just a bunch of students. Do you know what they were holding? 22s. They were holding 22s.
Well,
You know why they could hold them off? You know, from that battle, the U.S. government downgraded their bullet.
Probably because of they had access to large amounts of ammo, I'm guessing.
bullets to 223s from 308 because they realized that the smaller the bullet, the more of them you can throw into your pocket because you can stick 1,022 bullets in your pocket, and it don't matter what's whizzing by you. You can't tell if it's a 308 going
And placement and
or if
accuracy.
it's a 22. If a 22 is whizzing by your ears, you don't know what caliber that
Well,
is.
Lou,
All
they
you
said
know
the
is-
32.
I can see that. I can see that militaristically. You're
said the
giving.
30.
Yeah, that is literally why they went to
Right. All you
223,
need
by
is
the
those
way.
bullets to
30
keep
caliber.
moving.
With a 30 caliber, you can harvest whatever else you need: weapons, game, shelter, food. That's my philosophy. I'm just saying.
So you
223
can
is
with the
great.
223 as well.
My philosophy is not to talk to feds about guns on the internet.
What caliber is that?
Hunting and guns, man. We're having a revolution.
So now we
I need
can't
to
talk
see that
about
angle.
guns because the feds are watching.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there is-
EBT, I didn't even see that angle. That's
Aren't you
hilarious.
guys in
There is a
America?
Nah, you
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
play
yeah.
like this guy. You can't talk
Feel
about
free to change
God,
the
You're
that's
the,
right.
you're the dude that
That's a
got
good
mad
point,
about me
EBT.
saying a
EBT,
word
that's a
at the
good
beginning
point.
of this. So what the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about, bro?
all
What are you
day.
talking about, bro?
I told you.
I actually like this guy.
All right, guys, I'm gonna dip out. It was good talking to you.
Have a good night,
appreciate being truth or
All
content.
right, even spirit your mama, spirit your mama. Hey, bro, I can tell him I love him. I don't have to like him. He don't have to like me either.
Take care, buddy.
All right, catch you later.
Have a good night, brother. Be well.
Rage quit.
Facts.
What a loser little bitch.
Flashbang out.
Real shit, Paul. Oh, you want to talk some real shit or what?
Yeah, real shit.
I want to hear you and Kem, because he was wanting to know your philosophy. Because we don't really, I can't speak for these guys, but I've caught you a few times. We don't know, like,
Oh, nice.
you know, what you're
Mike
all about.
Palento.
If you can
Nice.
kind of just break it down. I think that's what Kem was looking for.
It's hard to pay attention to the way you look. I'm sorry to say.
Sorry,
It's
a
really
blue
hard.
light must be redder than a red light. Sorry, I'll switch the color next time.
I don't have any lights on, but
This
it's
is
hard
you
to pay
need
attention.
to have muscles to wear a muscle shirt, dog.
No, Luke, sorry, I'll take off your red nose and wig.
Well, if Lou's actually 60, he's doing pretty good, I have to say, for his age.
He looks like an extra on the set of Trailer Park Boys or something down here.
Sorry,
Have
I'm
you guys ever
big
had
funny
a friend
shit.
that dressed out better than everybody else when you went out to the clubs? That was Drew. Like, Drew is the dude that knew who was getting us in the door.
You know,
You
they
know
have
who
a
he
term
is.
for that nowadays.
He always had his high heels on, always.
Fuck
Never
boy.
fuck with the club. I don't
You
fuck
need
with
someone
that
with
scene.
style.
Never did. I don't fuck with drugs.
Hey, Truth or Cop, are you there? Are you there?
You
never-
see what Lou
Well,
does?
I
He
actually
teases
don't.
you and he gets me started up. But there's some good in it, I think. Maybe. I think we all need to grow up more.
Hit
I'll
us
speak
with
for
that,
me.
Paul,
I'll speak for me.
Hit us with that too long didn't read philosophy of yours.
What now?
The too long didn't read, bro.
I don't know what that means.
The TLDR, baby.
Right, all right. Like, what's your 5 minute
Cliff
philosophy
notes.
about what
Yeah,
you're
hit
doing
us with
over
like just like a short 3-minute slam poetry. Like
Yeah,
that.
so it's like spiritual faith-based practice to come to know yourself. It's what they would call true self, knowledge of self.
Well, and sorry to interrupt, guys, but this is what I know of Paul's, what I might refer to as his cosmology, or I might be misappropriating that term, but I believe something that Paul has pointed out, and this I actually learned this by listening to one of Paul's appearances on the Crow 777 podcast, which I was a big fan of at the time, is that it does seem like it seems like the actual courts in America, they have no choice but to adhere to universal or spiritual law at some level. And that's when they talk about, oh, does this bullshit work, so-called work? It's like I'm convinced there's certain spiritual principles and laws that the legal court system has no choice but to adhere to, but it's always because it's rooted in, if you want to call it Satan. I know Paul refers to it as Shaitan, but whatever that evil force is involved. It understands human psychology, and it's involved in a lot of trickery and what Paul might refer to as tricking someone out of their position. So it seems like Paul's deal comes down to understanding spiritually what's going on, and in which case the system can't really do much to him other than incarcerate him and seize his property. But it seems like at the end of the day, he ends up not convicted of crimes and ends up, back on the streets, right? And the fact is, in America, they decided long ago, anytime they want to, they can scoop any of us up and detain us. And a lot of people don't realize that in most U.S. states, the police can just show up, arrest you, and hold you for up to 48 hours. And as long as they release you within that time, they don't have to do anything. Don't have to charge you. Nothing. Like the fucking state has arrest powers. Just period, end of story. They are able to do that.
Self. I believe that, as they say, again, I'm wholly cliche, they'll say, knowledge of self is knowledge of the universe. The only truest form of knowledge is knowledge of self, right? Knowledge is power. That's the truest form of knowledge, is knowledge of self. So through the knowledge of self, we go from fear, right, the worldly system, in the world and of it, ruled by fear, into a faith-based system, in the world but not of it. So this is nothing new. This is not my philosophy. This is my perspective of the Christed consciousness, which we all need to embody if we want to, I guess, go to the next level, you could say. If we want to not be enslaved and genocided.
Yeah, I would agree with most of that.
Space. We have to master ourselves, and we have to be honor able and present able.
Well, that we don't have to. I mean, that's the thing. That's where the autism kicks in. No, it's if I do those things, I believe that's something worthy to dedicate myself to, and I have my own opinions about how is that accomplished for each individual. That's where we can get into some discussions. But I agree with with what he's generally asserting here. But I already agreed with those things before I ever heard of this guy. I didn't hear him say it and then be like, okay, that makes sense. I'll do that. This was actually things I already held. Now, some of the things he verbalizes, maybe some stuff I personally understood and didn't really have the words for necessarily. But it's good stuff, I think.
And respect able and trustworthy. Principles and values. See, I break the words up like that. So
well, and sorry to interrupt, Paul, but this comes back to something I've talked about, which is at a certain point through my introspection and me just what I had to do for me to be effective in the world is I had to get control of my own shit. And part of that was, being able to come to enough humility to be humbled enough to realize, and I mean humbled by things outside of me, to realize, wow, I just assumed I was a good person. And I know I spoke on this on the last stream, or the stream before last, that I was actually able to accept, wow, not only am I not a good person like I had assumed, and good meaning based on my reviewing my past actions. I said, well, actually, based on what I've done in the world the last several years, I'm actually a bad person. But then in that moment, I realized the empowerment of, okay, now I have power because if I'm able to get especially through this self-realization or whatever he's talking about here, if I'm able to actually master myself enough over time through my actions, I can actually become a good person. So that's my personal motivation. It's actually very selfish. It's for me because I need to look myself in the mirror and say, okay, and now I've established this track record of being a good person, even as I do err at times, even as I do make mistakes, because I can't of course I'm going to be a hypocrite some of the times. I'm a human being. I think I've said for a long time, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. But that's, I'm trying to do that. But I think where I divert from Paul a little bit is now some people may need to follow somebody else until they sort of get to some base level. For me, I don't see any reason why I would, follow somebody else's leadership in that arena. But, some of that is that I've done a lot of this work already, but it's clearly not completed. But anybody that's observed me can recognize I still have a ways to go yet. And I may not live long enough, but that's a big part of what gets me out of bed every morning is that I get to keep working towards my goals. And my path is progress. And again, every man hath not the same office. It's for each individual. I firmly believe it's for each individual to go in within themselves, figure out who in the fuck is this? Who is this person? What motivates this person? What is this person's function? My life's purpose is to be of service, literally. That's what I'm here for. But then I don't necessarily know how is that going to express? How is that going to look? Because if I start to imagine, okay, if I'm willing to accept that my life's purpose, but just for me, this doesn't extend to other people. But if my purpose is to be of service, now I could use my imagination and imagine what is that going to look like. But then now I can imitate what my imagine created at the level of a visual, or I can get into trust and faith. And then this is where my personal belief of God or the creator or whatever you want to call it is like, okay, it's me trusting and recognizing that when I'm useful, I'm used as a vessel, and whatever needs to flow through me flows through me. It's not originating with me. It came from somewhere. It came through me. It came out my mouth. Whatever happens after that, and I am a preacher, by the way, that's what I am. After I let it out of my mouth, whatever happens is literally none of my business. But that's just for me. That does not extend to anybody else.
So we can get a different perspective of what they really need.
And if people don't know that, if they don't know themselves on those levels, what are we even talking about, right? And let's face the reality that a lot of people don't. And I think that is knowledge of self, by the way. A lot of people don't have that. They haven't explored that well enough, which is why Paul can in my opinion, why Paul can so easily put people back on their heels. They don't really know themselves, a lot of them. Now, I don't mean these guys right here. I just mean in general.
Response able, respond to life on life's terms. Account able, be able to account for your responses to life on life's terms. The War Master says if somebody owns your inner space, they own you. You already
Good to see you, Andrew K. Mack. It is off hours. It's 5:30 here, so it seems like about the right number for what we're doing here. I know if this was like 3 p.m., I think it'd be 40 in here. So and that regularly we've had this many in here. What's up, Layla? Good to see you. Just preaching over here. Try not to preach too much. See, my thing is I'm a preacher. For me, it's not about the preaching. It's about the not preaching. That's for me, the practice. And again, now we get into the yin and the yang. See how it comes back to that? The yang is the masculine or the assertive. Oh, he's a preacher, so preach, 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 preach. No, no, no. That comes naturally to me. The practice of the preaching is through the yin or the feminine or the passive. The so-called spirit of my mama, by the way. It comes to, oh, we got JG coming, self-declared. All right, but do you see what I'm saying? Like for me, it's the actually going to the passive part of it and understanding when to actually let that loose, if that makes sense. But now I'm preaching too much. Let's get back to the stream.
Lost before you started the battle. That's why I present that way oftentimes, because I want to get everybody triggered to prove a point. The same way the beast system masters run our whole life day to day with our inner space fear is the same way I trigger folks with a loud voice. They don't even listen to what I'm saying if it's a truth or a lie. And then I go to the next level. If you go into court and the administrator starts yelling at you, are you going to get in your feelings and start cycling and not be able to present? Keep yourself out of slavery and genocide. So I emulate a courtroom scenario. I elevate my voice, I speak truth, and I challenge folks. Folks who can't stay centered and balanced and can't be presentable and honor-able have proven to me to be untrustworthy. They cannot hold their ground in battle. They cannot even hold their ground in a loud talking match. That's why I do what I do. I come in everywhere like that. I prove a point because future proves past. I do what QAnon couldn't do. I do what QAnon wouldn't do. I prove how we're all I prove how we're all disempowered and how we're all being genocide and enslaved because we're all our own worst enemies.
I was with you for everything but Q. Q is a Jew psyop. That's the same thing.
Sir. It didn't work well for Kanye. It's not going to work well for me on a restream.
It worked well in communist Russia when they
right, but what I'm telling you is it doesn't matter who you or anyone believes run the world. I'm going to ask you who gave it to him, and the answer is go get a mirror. Go ask your friends and family.
Yeah, who's going to take it from him? Go get a mirror.
This is not about taking. Exactly. We gave it away. We gave it away. We're giving it away. You tell me you don't pay taxes. If you don't contract with them, then you're not giving it away. Everyone's contracted with them on paper, so they've given it away.
All right, I'm gonna need a break before we get into this. I'll just put it out there. It's based on nothing other than me. I just don't like Wizard. He's got a lot of great information. I agree with a lot of what he says. I just don't like the guy. It's just you know how some people you just take an immediate dislike to. What's happening out there? It's a beautiful sky there. I can't quite read your whole name. Self-declared what? Telepathic? Have you teleported?
Just look at it.
Hang on, let me get back to the. Yeah, shut up and look at the sun or the sky rather. Oh, self-declared telepathy.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at the bird. It doesn't really translate
on the screen, but yeah, it looks quite alluring there.
Here comes a slave. Let's say hi to the slave. He was a nice slave.
Yeah, and what I've learned about this streaming, Layla, is that I must pace myself. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Actually, let's just play it because I'm not even going to be able to respond to Wizard. And he does know a lot about this shit. So I probably don't know enough to even... If he's just going to go straight legal, court stuff, I'm not even really going to be able to respond to it anyway. Shout out to Jimbo Khan, by the way. Thanks for being here, sir.
God-given rights. It's not about who's running the system. It's about who's complying and filing and reporting themselves to be part of a system without their own knowledge. They've been tricked and pimped and macked out of their own position legally.
Yeah, so, well, I don't think anyone in here disagrees, but that to us is more like level 1, man. Like that's, yeah. I looked at my birth. That was 10 years ago. I looked at my birth certificate. It's a bond. It was a $50,000 bond. I looked it up on the bond website. It was an EE bond from the 70s. And I was like, damn, okay, this is 100% bullshit. Like, and I even tried to cash it. I went so far as to do the whole make a business in my name. And I mean, I didn't actually cash it, to be honest, but I did make a business in my name, all caps, thinking I could then take that all caps bond and put it in my bank account and say, fucking come and get me. Let's go to court and put it in front of a jury why I shouldn't be able to cash this bond. And to be honest, I ended up starting a business and making way more money, and now I don't give a fuck. And I didn't even take the COVID money. I'm so against the system because I don't fucking. I saw it as a buyout. I saw it as a what am I trying to say? It was basically it's a payoff, a way to get people so they couldn't bitch about it. And ethically, it's hard for people to take that money and then turn around and hold the people responsible. But yeah, that's just where I stand on that stuff.
Again, folks are now on the train with what you just said down there in chat, saying this is stuff we learned years ago. I didn't ask if you learned it. You got a lot of awake folks. I asked to what level is everyone applying it and what results are you getting? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was asking before.
Sir, I'm laying it out. I have experiences documented where folks came and took my AR-15 and my AK and pistols and thousands of rounds, and through paperwork, it was restored back to trust. So you little slave down there in chat, come the fuck on up, because I want to hear from you. And if you ain't a slave, it shouldn't trigger you. It's just words and mouth noises. So the one who gets triggered verifies what I say is true. So I want to know to what level you're applying, which everyone already knows and has learned years ago, because this motherfucker down there has 93 cases. He might not be done yet. So tell me all about what you know and learn. And tell me all about what you know and learn, and don't have no jacket and no case numbers, because I believe in it.
I mean, I was a jailhouse lawyer. I learned from really good jailhouse lawyers. Got my feet wet. I got a story that I told about Tom Maniscalco, but my story, what I'm doing is I am taking jurisdictionary and I'm becoming a pro se litigant, and I'm going to fucking drown the government in paper. That's what I'm doing.
And shout out to anyone who wants to shop for jurisdictionary. The way that I raise money primarily is through winincourt.org, which is jurisdictionary. Shout out to my hyperlink there. That's my referral.
And that sounds like it goes against the Paperwork Reduction Act.
Can I ask a question, Wizard, before you give them some good game?
Sure.
Truth or Cop, what was the name of that site?
Winincourt.org is my referral link.
Do you think that it's ironic that the one link you have is a feminine spirit link? Womencourt.org?
No, win.
I thought he was saying women. I was going to say, bro, that it couldn't be that synchronistic for me.
I thought that too.
Because I got a theory. I was going to say, bro, because I got a theory I've been running over there, and it seems to check
I
out.
have many links.
And just so y'all know,
I was going to say, don't make it that easy for me, bro. I want to work here. They pay me now to do this bullshit.
I win out of court.
Women court.
I was like, bro, I was about to say, please, because if you watch the panel and the synchronicities, you'd be surprised. They say Paulie's doing a rap and he's trying to do cult Andrew Tate stuff. You'd be surprised how many folks reveal, and you find out it's everything I say it is and more. And then you get shocked.
I'm laughing because I would have said that with that straight of a fucking face if it really was that, like trying to pitch that shit.
Bro, on the panels I've been going on to lately,
dude, that shit's the bomb. I'm like,
again, not that I'm against
the perspective of the people watching. That's hilarious. No,
not that I'm against either women court either. If it
I get it, but it's not the end of the game.
With the panels I've been on lately, nothing would surprise me, is what I'm telling you.
I mean, I think we're getting to a little bit of a more common understanding, but I do agree with the women energy, and I 100%. That was part of my coming to Christ, was expelling that part of that demon energy out of me. Like I told my buddies, I'm like, dude, I know it's fucking probably too much, but dude, I used to tell my buddies that I felt like a woman, like the way I thought. I'm like, dude, they used to tell me, oh man, you're like the manliest dude we know. I'm like, no man, you don't get it. I feel like I think like a woman, and I
feel like a woman. He's like dancing around. He just kicks some guy's ass at a Krav Maga fight. Then he goes home and he feels like a woman.
But it is a plague. Like, dude, none of us could have stood 100 or 200 years ago against any man, and we would all look feminine. I don't care who the fuck's alive today.
It's not a plague. It's a plan.
Water, air, and the hormones that they're affecting. Like, we have all been feminized.
All of it. We're estrogenated.
But there are still real men out there, but you know what I'm saying. 100%. There's an energy that you have to overcome before you can be free.
Yes, and it is the feminine energy in all of
One
us
of
men.
them. I think there's several. I mean,
well, again, a man has feminine energy, and the fact is, it's a balance. And the fact is, we live in a culture, and especially in Western society, where it's presuppose that anything I want to go out here and achieve can only be done through a masculine, a yang, or an assertive means. And that's simply not true. And in fact, some things that I have achieved in my life have only come through mastering the yin or the passive or the feminine, aka getting out of my own way. So-called law of attraction, but I'm not talking about the secret. I'm talking about actually getting out of one's own way enough to allow the things to come to me that I am attracting versus this idea. It's a very unbalanced idea of, well, let's just go out here and achieve and achieve and achieve and achieve and go and go and go and go. It's a fucking hamster wheel, right? Versus some of the time, no, it's time to sit back. It's time to observe. It's time to be passive. You can't go where we're trying to go. I can't go everywhere I need to go only through that assertive masculine means. And then as far as the estrogen and the feminization, that does not apply across the board, like I've said. Again, that's back to my earlier speech about each individual male, I would say, taking ownership of whatever hormones their body is producing. And when I am homeless, thank you, JG. But when I was living in the streets, I had the natural high some of the time. I would tell people, look, I'm on the best drugs known to man and my body produces them. It's called testosterone and serotonin. And that shit was pegged for years. And it feels great. And there's something about living some type of way. But then what's the opposite of that? So when I talk about there's something about living some type of way, what's the opposite of that? The opposite of that is living in a house. It's too comfortable. Now, if somebody, again, Drew, EBT, they're raising kids, they're with their wives, that's not what I'm talking about. Let's go live in an apartment and play video games. Let's live in an apartment and watch movies. I did that, man. I was fucking miserable. I lived with my first wife. We had a mortgage. We had a nice house. We both had jobs. I was miserable because why? Because my body was not producing the right chemicals solely based on how I was living in concert with the things I was putting into my mouth. Surprise, surprise, we broke up. I said, well, shit, I got to lose some weight. I'd become pretty fucking fat. And then, bam, here come the hormones. Changed my whole fucking life, right? There you go. Shout out to Sly Shy. Hey, good to see you, Snicker Pie. So many gatekeepers of thought and behavior in live chats. Exactly. That's what I see. See, she's seeing exactly what I'm seeing, putting pressure on others. And with the lack of people using the logic and reason. Well, yeah, it's not, and then people, and I don't know if you were around for this earlier, people not knowing who and what they are and not knowing what do they believe. I realized at a certain point, I didn't even really know what I believed and didn't know why I believed it. Is Toilet Bowl here? Well, he's welcome. He's welcome anytime. I do wish I had been able to see his live stream from the other night, but some of mine end up getting privated also, so I get it. Yeah. Anyway, back to this.
To be honest, I think Paul, I'm not trying to.
It's not again. Okay, because we're gonna.
Comeback is, are you trying to date me? So I already know the fucking comeback. Can you tell me how old you are?
No, I'm not gonna do all that with you. I'm 33, and I know that's when they go. I'm a I got all that.
I did think. Yeah, I'm 48.
But can we bring some clarity here? Can we bring some clarity? Left and right brain, mind and heart. Masculine and feminine is a part of creation. Mother and father. We have that all in us. You have to unite that and align that with purpose. It's not about extinguishing the divine feminine. It's about using your care properly and appropriating it and harnessing it and directing it with the masculine principle of action space, right? Thoughts, emotions, and actions. Mother, Father, Holy Spirit. It's not Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It's thoughts, which is a masculine, the builder. It's feminine, which is heart-based care. And it gives birth to the Christed Son, which is a free action space. It's a masculine principle. So Mother, Father, Mother, Holy Spirit, and then action space give birth to the Christed Son, which is the kingdom of heaven.
I like it.
So this is an internal, external, as above, so below, as within, so without. I don't demean the divine feminine. It's about bringing it into harmony and order within the vessel and directing it correctly.
When you talk about spiritual, are you like in a spiritual?
Well, I would say the last thing, especially a man who's in charge with his masculine spirit, the last thing that man should do, in my opinion, the last thing I would want to do is to reject or suppress or attempt to drive out the feminine. I don't. That just doesn't seem like an effective strategy for life, as far as I'm concerned. Now, some of these guys who are not in touch with their masculinity, it's not about, to me, it's not about turning away from the feminine behaviors and thoughts in a, fake it till you make it kind of way. It's about tapping into that masculine spirit. And I think we saw it recently with Soul Read Analytics when Paul came on my channel and, wanted to talk about astrological signs in a very feminine way. And then Paul took it and turned it around on him. He said, well, if you're a lion, let's hear you roar. And, he wasn't able to do that because he's not in touch with his masculine spirit, which is lying dormant. That's the problem. Femininity don't have nothing to do with the fact that he, for whatever reason, is allowing his masculine spirit to lie dormant. That, to me, that's where to start, and then work on the rest of it. You get in touch with that for him, and I'm not giving him advice. I'm sizing up a situation, but I can't tell him how to do that. That's his deal there. That's for him to get in touch with. It's not for me to dictate, well, here's how you go about that. Well, I don't really know how to go about that. I've been in touch with mine for a very long time. I don't know how to go about that. I know my dad, when I challenged him and he got away from that broad who he had allowed to, subvert his very manhood masculinity, he didn't have any problem getting back into his. He didn't have any problem tapping back into his. And he's a completely different person now. Totally different person.
War with you, is it 100% interpersonal, or do you believe that there's a spiritual war in the
Absolutely.
heavens?
There's an energetic, cosmic program simulation type component from all my.
But you don't believe in individual entities or Nephilim or anything along those lines, like unseen things that are that have evil intent for humanity?
I can't prove that. I can't prove.
Well, now Kim's going straight demonology, which I do believe in, but I believe in that based on my own personal experiences, which, by the way, which I've said is evidence, but it's only evidence to me. It's not evidence that I can then present to someone else.
Prove that.
I can't either. I'm just saying,
I suspect, and here's why. Because the main three religions, from what I've seen on the earth, venerate Saturn. Saturn is Shaitan. If you go to your internet browser, it's Saturn. You talk about Lord.
Oh, JG, I promise you I could get an autism diagnosis. Y'all think because I can convey my ideas and because I can make eye contact. Look, I was raised in a motherfucking cult that made me this way. Right. And that, by the way, that's why the cult did much more damage to me than my sisters. They're not autistic. So, yeah, I promise you I could go to a doctor. But see, here's the thing is, I won't go to a mental health doctor because I don't want to. I'm not going to have a mental health diagnosis. Why? Because I'm perfect on paper, other than my credit score. I can pass a background check. I don't have a criminal record. Right? There's advantages to that. Membership has its privileges, other than what I assume to be my horrible credit score, which I've never gave a fuck about anyway. But that does make it hard to rent an apartment. I can tell you that from personal experience. And that may have something to do with why I have no desire to quit driving a truck, even though I do have a desire. Because all that's going to do is I'm just going to spend my savings and then I'm going to go back to driving a truck. Might as well if I'm going to go back to it, I might as well keep doing it. But we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. I'm certainly not motivated to go back to work right now. I'm right outside the terminal here on the side of the road. And here in a few hours, I should go and talk to the mechanics. Need to get this tractor worked on, but I live in it, so it's like, okay, what am I going to go do while they're working on the truck, They really need to just switch me into a different truck, but I might wait till next week for that. But at some point, I'm going to want to get a paycheck. I don't think I'm even going to get a paycheck next week now, so anyway, enough about me. Yeah, I'm not interested. Well, in fact, a big part of why I initially chose to live in the streets was that I realized, okay, if I don't get these issues under control, I'm going to have to go to the mental health system. And I had enough knowledge of that to realize all they're going to do is diagnose me with something so they can put me on meds. And if you've ever met anybody that's on meds, it's generally not a good time, especially a fucking wild man such as myself. The last thing I want to do is go on fucking Depakote or whatever the fuck they would put me on. I mean, there's no telling. No, I know Slash. I have a storage. But I appreciate the push in the right direction. But yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, and then I've met numerous people who have ended up, they get put on one medication, and then the side effects of that medication necessitates another medication, and before you know it, they're literally on 7 medications. And then I've met people who finally realize this is crazy. They get off the 7 medications, and even though they still have struggles and issues and problems, they're way better off than they were when they were on the 7 medications. Like, way more. Well, and then we get into renting a room, Sly, which I don't disagree with you. But, the truck is not really an issue. The main problem with the truck is that I live in it. If my possessions, but yeah, I could absolutely just go today and rent a storage and throw my. Well, although could I? Because I don't know if you rented a storage recently, Sly. Because they don't necessarily have one to rent for you, by the way. But I am here in DFW. I'm sure I could find one. But I know some places I've tried to, and it's like, no, we're full. And in fact, I think I got one of the last ones. I got lucky, the one I've got now, but it's in Arkansas. Yeah. And people don't, from a truck driving perspective, there's no truck driving and being on these medications. I have a DOT medical card. There's no like, oh, you can just drive a fucking big rig and be on medications. Like, literally, a driver on blood pressure medication has to go to a doctor every 6 months and get a waiver. And the doctor has to say, okay, it's okay for him to take this medication and drive a truck, but then he's got to come back in 6 months, and we got to check him up. Yeah. No, I'm with you, Sly. You're making good points. I just I'm very stubborn and hard headed, as you may realize. So, but I appreciate the general sentiment of where you're coming from. Well, and they're just scum. Yeah, they're dumb, but they're. And then I was talking to the operations manager, and I can only hint around about how sick I am without eventually just having to come out with it, and then. Him and his underlings, in logistics, him and his 2 logistics, whatever they're called, back there in the dispatch area, they're, I guess they're the bosses of the actual dispatchers, presumably, but they're, why don't you go to the doctor? And I'm just like, doctors are fucking trash. I've still got a quality of life here, Like, what they're going to do is they're going to ruin my quality of life to make some corporations richer. Some rich corporations are going to get richer, and they're going to put me on meds that are not going to fix my problems, by the way, because they can't. Meanwhile, literally every pill you take, every pharmaceutical you put in your mouth is liver toxic across the board. Like, my liver actually fucking works. I'm not going to start popping pills here. So I can eat candy bars and McDonald's like the other people with pancreatitis, chronic pancreatitis. They put them on pain meds because the doctors know, well, these people have no self-discipline. They can't just eat actual fucking food for the rest of their life like Benton can. Exactly, yeah. You're right. You're right, Sly. But I'm getting bleary-eyed again, so I have to play this and try to not look at the screen for a minute. Shout out to the chat, though. Good comments as always. Well, and that's what the insurance is for, right? The malpractice insurance. That's for when they really fuck up. Some insurance company will pay out and send these people on their way. But they're really good. Like when, if you break a bone, they're really good. My doctor knew, somehow he knew, like, hey, this guy's got a broken heel, and fucking 80% of the time somebody breaks their heel, they need surgery. And this doctor realized he was a smart, good doctor in this way, and he said, okay, this guy not only does he not need surgery, he doesn't even need a cast. And I can feel it a little bit in my heel sometimes, like I can feel that it's a little bit off, but I have full use of my foot. That's all I care about, and it doesn't hurt at all. And in fact, it didn't even hurt that much when it happened, but yeah, they're really good at that type of shit if you get a good doctor anyway. But as far as like what I've got with my digestive system and my organs, no, they can't. They can do almost nothing about that. Yeah. Well, it's different, yeah, and not everybody can just go fucking, go hardcore like me. And I'm an ascetic by nature. Like I enjoy these harsh realities. Like, part of me likes it. as sick as that sounds. And, you know, I can work 7 days a week for months on end. It's pretty much easy until it's not, right? Until a couple of things go wrong. Oh yeah, it's a whole mess. Yeah, it's a mess. But let me play this. I gotta not look at this screen for about 10 minutes. Yeah, there you go, Tranquil Vortex.
Lord of the Rings, Saturn. You talk about pedophile rings, drug rings. Maxwell does a rap on this. Right?
I mean, we're at like 6 years ago for me, for what it's worth. Like, I'm not trying to diss you, but I did, like, dude, you got to get over, like, yeah, I mean, is this? Yeah, man. I mean, this
people
is pretty.
People can be taken over by a dark spirit.
Interesting, Paul. So I'm not knocking you, but I am saying, I do think you do not realize where this group of people are at. Like, we get the.
I don't know why you keep saying that. You're doing this thing of like I'm still.
Because the Saturnalia control vocabulary, while being true, is still a layer of the onion. And
so what? Now just mention me how this all beyond like
it's in the consensus of us, not a source of the core. You don't get triggered because I've like.
No. I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in your take on what you can't prove to me. I'm who runs all this. I'm interested in what we're doing to break free of whoever it is that's running this, because we have a free choice to observe creator and creation will over the will of some demons, aliens, and our ego. Okay.
Yeah, I guess I have found late in life.
Well, and real quick, I guess I'll try to do this without actually looking at the screen to try to save my eyes. But Kim seems to have this thing where he wants to get on the same page and sort of have these and like relate to somebody. But when Paul says like, yeah, I'm not interested in that, like Paul's entitled to that, to just be like, yeah, man, that's not my thing. Like I'm not. Maybe that's your thing. Go for it. You know, that's wonderful. But like, and I'm not speaking for Paul, and this is what I'm taking out of what Paul's saying is, but it's like, yeah. Like, that's not for me. Like, that, okay, that's fine. But Kim's seen, and this is probably just has something to do with his nature or maybe his PTSD or whatever. He seems to try to have to do another lap around to try to see, you know, can we find common ground? But it's like, you're not going to find common ground with another human being, like, across the board. Sometimes it's just like, yeah, man, I'm not into that. Okay. And then that's where you know, you can call that autism. Whatever I'm afflicted with, that's a benefit because I don't have to concern myself with my feelings or their feelings around. He said he doesn't want to. He said he's not interested. Like that should be enough in my world. That is enough. Okay, good, man. I'm surely we can find other topics to talk about, but that's just me being overly critical. I'm sure.
Jesus Christ, the truth of the Bible, setting me free and putting me down the road that I've explained to you I'm on. So, and that book explains all of the spiritual war, the truth of history, what you're talking about, but not as direct, and who runs everything.
Okay,
but so are you doing what Jesus said? Sorry, Paul.
Well, and the interesting part is that Wizard down here, he is a big Bible believer, so he does subscribe to these beliefs that Kim is speaking on. But he's just sitting there not saying anything. But yeah, it's like, yeah, that's for the people who believe that. Yeah, that's great. For the people that don't, it's neither here nor there, or parts of it are relevant, parts of it are not relevant. And I think that gets back to these very basic concepts of free will and creative ability. You know, we all have, in my view, you know, created in the image of the Most High, as endowed with creative ability and, you know, free will. It's for me to determine those things. It's not for me to get on the same page with somebody else and now kumbaya, you know, let's all try to find some consensus amongst humanity. Like, it's just not going to happen in my view. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
Are you doing what Jesus said? Because Jesus didn't say comply.
I'm trying.
Jesus didn't say, you know, go ahead and, you know, be part of the system.
No, he didn't. I'm not part of the system.
He flipped the
100%.
No, sir, you're a product of the system, whether you like it or not. That's a fact. It's not debatable. We're all products of this system. Now, whether or not we're in the world and not of the world, that's a different thing. But we're all products of this system, whether we like it or not.
He beat the money changers, and he let them hang him.
Yeah,
right.
And I agree. And the same people that killed him are the people in control today.
They've always been in control. Dark forces have always taken control of this earth.
And I agree
and the
with
only
you.
power we have, and if you follow Jesus, that's fine. If you follow something else, that's fine. But like Jesus would have said, the only power we have is ourselves. Like he said, you greater things than you will do.
Or take the lumber out of your own eye before you mess with anyone else. Basically, clean up your own house, and then you can focus on the world.
But very few of us are doing it, right?
And when I tell you it, dude, it's huge just to conceive it in my mind, and even like.
Here's how I know you're not where you think you are.
Tell me.
Because the Christed Spirit stands tall and walks alone, and you speak French. We. I don't think you understand where we are. How can you speak for these other motherfuckers here? You don't even know yourself completely. You want to talk for them.
Well, we have. I mean, we spend a lot of time online together. We probably shouldn't spend as much.
So, because you spend a lot of time online together, you think you know these motherfuckers, and you could start saying we, as if we got locked up together, and they said you're going to do 20 years if you don't wrap it at 3.
Well, and I do want to say real quick what Paul's saying. This is more or less what I said to Kim, I believe, but I just didn't say it in quite as, I said it probably more harshly. But it's like, I'm not into all this we either, But yeah, I like to talk to people online, of course, because I certainly can't talk to these bozos in real life. Obviously.
3/4 of these motherfuckers ain't gonna fold. Come on, bro. I live more than that.
Yeah. I've heard at least Drew speak on what I said about Drew. You're in here. If he's a man, trust me. I'm sure if he's like, Cam, what are you saying? That's not what I fucking believe. Jesus Christ isn't it. But like that's where I'm at as far as we don't want to talk about what.
Well, and since I see the medical stuff going, here's reality. Let me give y'all some, and forgive my tone, but this is just how I get. Not that many months ago, I was literally, now we can say, oh, he's self-diagnosing, he's this. Look, the fact is I had symptoms to where a doctor would have agreed, yes, Benton, you are experiencing metabolic acidosis. That's a specific thing from medicine, right? And if I went to the doctor, now maybe they would reverse my metabolic acidosis. The fact is, most likely, one of the things I was experiencing simultaneously was stage 4 kidney failure. There's a very high likelihood they would have attempted to put me on dialysis. Well, I already know, I'm not going on dialysis. What's the point of going to the doctor when they're going to try to say, hey, man, you need to go on dialysis? It was like, well, yeah, but I'm not going on dialysis. And then they'd say, well, if you don't, you're going to die very soon. Yeah, but that's not, the doctor doesn't determine that, right? So what Benton knew from Benton's own research, metabolic acidosis. Well, what will reverse this in about a week? I started drinking baking soda mixed in water and also lemon juice. But by the way, I drink lemon juice anyway. And then I experimented and I actually finally figured out it's a bit of an art to getting the right amount of lemon juice to the right amount of baking soda and water. And in fact, I haven't even done that today. I usually do it every day. But the baking soda, you can't really do it every day over time. It's a balance of knowing like when to take it and when not to take it. But I started doing I think I did a half a teaspoon to a teaspoon twice a day in water, right? And then also lemon juice in water. And I reversed my metabolic acidosis within about a week. The medical system will never prescribe you baking soda under any circumstances. The fact that baking soda in many people will absolutely reverse metabolic acidosis, which, by the way, can and often does lead to physical death. The fact that we can give them baking soda in water, well, wait a minute, how do we bill that? How is that prescribed? See, it's a business first and foremost. Now, the doctor, if he's a good person, might say, well, actually, we're not going to give you baking soda, but just when you get home, mix half a teaspoon to a teaspoon of baking soda in water and drink it. Right. But it literally reversed the metabolic acidosis, which until that happened, I couldn't heal. I couldn't recover to where I am now to have a quality of life. I was just literally in bed. I was sleeping. You want to talk about sleeping? I ain't never got such restful sleep. I was fighting for my life, right? Well, big deal, it's like breathing to me. I mean, okay, fight for my life here. But I knew these motherfucking doctors will make a profit and put me on meds and hook me up to machines, and so they can do a bunch of medical coding and billing, and they won't just say, hey man, drink the baking soda, which I usually do every day. I haven't done yet, so maybe I'll. Actually, I don't even know where the baking soda is because I've been trying to reorganize in here, because I thought I might be moving out. But at least I'll at least go for the lemon here shortly. And I would say anybody that thinks they care about themselves, if you're not juicing at least half of one of these every day and drinking the juice with water, I don't know what you're doing. But that's your life. That's your body. That's your business. All right, back to it.
We don't want to nuke Truth or Cop stream, right? So we're not going to use terms and words more than we have.
You bring me into the matter. Benton J.A. would say, who is we? And
yeah,
Benton,
agree.
You know, so
that's all I'm saying.
Let's get when we start saying we, it is actually an important thing to focus on. Why are we saying that?
Right, because Truth or Cop, whether you know it or not, I thought we knew this. Like,
Good
wants
point.
my attention, wants the viewership, wants the buzz.
You know what?
Desperate for any kind of attention and buzz.
Who's we, Paul?
I was looking for consensus.
Me
I was
and you?
trying to put a we behind me to make my point of consensus. So you're right. Who the fuck is we? I don't have a mouse in my pocket.
Sometimes
that's why I did a broadcast. I called it "The Christed Spirit Stands Tall and Walks Alone." A motherfucker who says we, I already start questioning.
I make that mistake sometimes too, using the word we, and I do my very best now to try and refocus myself and direct myself back to myself. And I don't always succeed, but I'm getting better and better at it. And yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry to interrupt, but I do feel like we have limited time. This isn't going to be every night with Paul, and we were kind of on a good point, and I definitely got us derailed with the spiritual question. So don't pay taxes, spiritual inner work, stand on your own word.
And stop doubting yourself, because you just said you got us derailed when you may have provided some of the best content for someone out there, is what I felt. So stop doubting yourself.
Yeah, the best tonight so far.
The spiritual component is the most important component of this. Everything else is worldly information and understanding.
I mean, yeah, I agree. That's where my life has made the most progress, is when I realize, when I've shed the spiritual influences that I open the doors to, that, they're just very, it's powerful, man. You can't do anything for yourself till you realize that, and can start standing on your own, really in the spiritual fight. And then once you get back up on your feet and know what you're doing there, you can turn your forces back on the world. That's where I'm at, is like, okay, I get the spiritual war. Me doing it by myself isn't fucking helping anybody anymore. You know, where I'm going when I die, I'm good. What am I going to do now? I thought I'd already be dead. So now where do I go? And that's just the part of where I've decided to do the legal aspect. But I still say parenting and kids takes more effort and is a more of an impact. Now, maybe I might have a Supreme Court case that changes the world, but people think,
dude, that's an ego bodily identification. There's children in this world right now who don't have parents. Why don't you go fucking parent them?
I could, and I might, but I'm saying parenting in the bigger sense, like the way we've allowed women to get to where they're at is destroying society. And your real men, not having real men, being real fathers, raising children, being an example for the women, literally is the foundation. It's why they destroyed the nuclear family, is because it's the foundation of a strong society.
They didn't destroy anything.
Yeah, we destroyed ourselves.
Oh man, I mean,
we destroyed Come on, man. We're not going to go down the list of all the things you think you know. You said we already all know it.
That's bro.
We already all know it. We're doing we and they again. We're doing we and they again. We'll speak in the eye, and we'll be a lot better like they do at NA. They say keep it in the eye.
When you go talk to the zombies on the street, you don't think.
Could you put up that last comment?
What?
They and them and all of this stuff is just shadows on the wall, right? They're just shadows on the wall. We have to step out of the cave. We have to step out of the cave to see the world for ourselves. Or we're just watching the shadows on the wall.
This guy is still thrashing, like the Dhammapada says, like a fish on the shore, thrashing. Funny thing is, we probably see eye on a lot of things, but just self-righteous self-importance. The Dhammapada also says, again, I could cite all these texts. You either accept the I am presence in all the texts or you don't. Do not belittle your virtues. A drug fills drop by drop. Do not belittle your wrongdoings. A drug fills drop by drop. It's not self-importance. I know who and what I am and what I've done and continue to do. I know what I'm not. So I come in and ask everybody the same question. If you can't answer it, we're going to have a problem unless you humble yourself before the creative force. Not me. I'm saying about my ego. I don't get no benefit out of you humbling yourself to me. I lose power that way. That's ego bullshit. So I come in checking motherfuckers on what we're all going to do for ourselves and each other, the we, to be free of the beast system. If you don't like that energy, then maybe this ain't for you because it's going to get a lot harder and a lot worse. I got news for you.
No,
Hey, sorry guys, I got to get going. I just wanted to say something. Hey, Paul, I started writing another poem. I'm just going to give you the first verse. No.
Can you kick the thought respecter out of here because he's a low life troll who's detracting from anything positive? He comes to all of our.
Your name is Lube Ass.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, whoever the thought respect. These are all folks who they reveal.
He's my professional troll.
Please read the poem. Please read the poem.
Yeah, I agree. I want to hear.
But they come over to my.
I'm not.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I would love to talk to you about that actually.
Go ahead.
I gotta go because it's fucking late. I gotta get some sleep.
Read it,
I'm just
Lou.
gonna give you
Read
the first. I'm not gonna read the whole thing. I'm just giving you the first part.
Read the
I'm not
damn
finished yet.
poem. Read
I'm
the
not
poem,
gonna give you the title either.
Lube Ass.
Lush green, towering forests. The valley thick with flora and fauna. The river rushing clear and cold. The white gorilla lives there, free and bold. That's all you're getting right now. I'm gonna finish it later.
Gorilla.
Good night.
Good job, Lou. We're gonna put that on the fridge soon.
Okay.
For everyone to
see
see
you
it.
guys.
They're all gonna see
Lube
it.
Ass.
See you later.
We love you, Lewis.
He's also Canadian, so man, deal with that one, y'all.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
I banned all those thought slaves because they revealed themselves. They say they call. Oh, come on.
They
bro.
come from a Kiwi farm or something like this.
Right, the Kiwi slave farm. They go everywhere to troll men, and they're.
Well, it's funny because I heard, I was off in space, deep in my thoughts, and I heard Paul say that he banned all those thoughts. What he meant was THOT, respecter, destroyer. There's these different ones. By the way, shout out to Thought Respecter, who's now a made man around these parts. But that reminded me of something that I did in my life, I don't know, 20 years ago now, probably my late 20s, early 30s, probably late 20s. I eliminated negative self-talk. I never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, talk bad about myself in my own head. Now, every once in a while, I'll pull a boner and I'll be like, man, you fucking idiot. But then I correct myself immediately. No, you're not an idiot. And what I noticed is when I first started doing this, there was a lot of negative self-talk to correct. But now that I've trained my mind over such a long period of time, it doesn't happen anymore. Almost never does something happen in this brain that's negative towards me, the human being. And I think most people have that going on. So it just reminded me of that when I heard him say that he banned those thoughts, but he meant actually trolls in the chat is what he meant. But yeah, Paul's got a high level of doing this. And I've been trying to convey some of this to some of the other content creators, but unfortunately I'm limited in my ability to convey, the production skills, there's just a whole thing to it that Paul, I can't say he's mastered it, but he's very good at it. He's very good at it. But I've been hazed by trolling, by text trolling to the degree that I actually like it. I actually like the trolling. As long as they're good, as long as they're skilled, as long as it's a skilled trolling, I actually enjoy it. Me personally. But anyway, play the clip.
Their masculinity because they got the feminine spirit of their hoe ass mama. That's why they call themselves dot respecter. Why would you respect a hoe? Hoes don't respect other hoes. Why would you as a man respect a hoe who accept less for herself? She not respect Abel. So you call yourself and reveal yourself dot respecter, dot protector, because you're a bunch of little boys who want to pay for pussy. Of course you want hoes running around. Men don't want hoes running around. Their daughter might be one. So I don't need to have children to know how to think like a fucking man and present myself properly and give good game for men and women out there. You're a hoe respecter and a thought protector and a thought whatever the fuck else. I'm not. I don't respect hoes because other hoes don't respect hoes. Get it. Get with the pimping. Proper instruction motivates people.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thought respecter, I flipped him. Dude, I've never flipped a troll so hard as this guy.
Well, and something else, if you listen to Paul, he will tell you, it's literally pimping. He's not, that's not hyperbole when he talks about pimping. That's literal pimping. It's pimp game. Yeah. And look, there's nothing wrong with it. but I think not everybody understands it. And he's not being hyperbolic when he says that. It's literal pimp game.
I'm because here's his mom.
I'm not bitching out a screen. I'm talking into your soul. Fuck not.
No, yeah, you getting them. Shoot,
I'm behind the
we've
screen.
been tearing them apart, dude. I'm telling you what.
Sir, let daddy work a little bit. I'm giving you some.
I already flipped this motherfucker. Don't worry about it.
Let me see him. Bring him up. What?
He ain't coming up here. I got a video he made for me because he was so concerned about my well-being.
Right.
Thought respect. The first video he ever made.
He goes everywhere I go and scrolls the chat and interferes with all the other people talking. That's the reason that I take him out, because he's a little boy and they reveal themselves by scrolling the chat like children. So then I just blocked him because I want my community to be able to commune and have a conversation. We could disagree all day, but the nonsense specifically here to just clog up the chat, no, fuck you, got to go. So they haven't come back.
Right. Well, Paul, you're speaking from a privileged position with you actually have a channel that's watched by people. I need the trolls. Right. I need the trolls to fill in the spaces in between. I got to deal with them.
That sounds like censorship to me.
Yeah,
censorship. So if I open my home and a bunch of low life
scum, home, it's the internet. You just said you don't know these people online, so that there's no way they're your friend.
I don't understand. So you're a thought ho respecter too.
He's not. I would assume.
Okay, so you want uncontrolled disorder. So you want uncontrolled disorder in your house that you create with a bunch of men and women.
It's not a house, dude. It's an internet. It's a YouTube channel. Okay. So you said yourself you don't know these people online, so you can't possibly be friends with them because you only know them from online. So it's now it's not all of a sudden your home, dude.
What is he saying? Does anyone know what he's saying? Any little girls out there can interpret his bitch logic?
Again, that's my daddy's talk about
Let me slow it down.
Yeah, you got to get rid of this loser, Truth or Cop. I'm gonna tell you now. This guy's dragging it down. He can't get out of his own way. I know. Well, it goes to show you make a bitch boy your daddy, so it says a lot about you, then, doesn't it? You might want to make Cameron up there your new daddy.
So you're a censor. So basically, you're a censor.
A censor. So I'm gonna let trolls who don't contribute anything. They come here to call me Paulie the Piggy and scroll up the whole chat, and that's supposed to be. Who gives a shit? So you don't care. So you don't care about your community and the interaction and the interference.
Just ignore it.
Just ignore it. So that's how you handle these interactions. You just act like it don't exist.
It's not real.
Then you promote non-censorship to try to seem self-righteous and free to stop slaves from being a bunch of slaves. I guess you're not for government or policy enforcement either, who are there for some reason because these slaves can't even conduct their own affairs. You didn't see
how we go from chat trolls to government?
Because you'll be one of these fanarchists who lives like a slave, opposite of me, but then turn around and say you're not for government and certain levels of policy enforcement for legal slaves. See the fat slave up there now cocking his neck? He doesn't know what I'm saying.
You're trying to equate a chat room.
But instead of the fat slave up there ask me what I'm talking about, he's going to jump out the window and make goofy faces because he thinks he knows but doesn't. There's two kind of persons, legal person and natural person under federal code. Most beings are legal persons. I thought this panel knew everything. You said this was all information.
We definitely know.
I support government for folks who can't govern themselves in their own affairs. They're called slaves. They're willing slaves. I also support a jurisdiction of free men and women on the land. That's why federal code has two. You think they're in a function? You think they're in a function in this realm for what you call evil beast system to keep a bunch of slaves in order and get them to kill themselves and each other because they refuse to walk the path in the way? Shaitan is your best teacher and tester. I got news for you.
No shit.
People in the chat are like
until you get to a certain point, though.
Until you get to a certain point, and you're there, Truth or Cop. I smell it all over you.
That beat that motherfucker years ago.
Right, I could tell. It's that ego again. You got it all figured out and all beaten, right, Truth or Cop?
Nigga, we 33.
Yeah, I know. I got it.
It's better than these blinds in between us. I look at them blinds in between us. Why can't we see each other's perspective? What's up with that? Must be these blinds in between us.
Yeah, that must be it. It's not that you're blinded by the false light.
It's not that you are either, I suppose.
No, I'm not.
Neither am I.
Right. Truth or Cop.
Right. Paul enslaved.
Right.
Right.
And I have a mission statement and I live that. You are not a truther. You don't stand for truth. You don't live it. And you're not a cop. You're a punk ass wannabe in a fedora who does clickbait gossip material of fictional characterizations of you traveling through time.
And back to the pimp game, what I've noticed with a lot of these people that interact with Paul is that I don't think they realize that they are allowing Paul to set the tone, especially with respect to, what exactly determines whether or not one is, involved in slavery versus what did he just say? Let's back that up. He worded this a very specific way.
Right. And I have a mission.
Right. Paul enslaved.
Right.
Right.
And I have a mission statement and I live that. You are not a truther. You don't stand for truth. You don't live it. And you're not a cop. You're a punk ass wannabe in a fedora who does clickbait gossip material of fictional characterizations of you traveling through time. You're a drama school dropout. Let's go.
So what I don't think people realize is that Paul he's actually able to set the tone, through his own, defining of these terms, and then he's actually becomes at some point the arbiter of, through his previous challenges that he lays down, he's actually able to then make a valid claim that, well, actually you're not doing these things, right? But it's based on not doing these things in very specific ways through the lens of Paul, what I would refer to as his cosmology. And again, I'm probably using that term incorrectly. But here's the thing is, just like this beast system works, we talk about the corporate slavery and a lot of these things working, by consent, whether people understand what they're consenting to or not, and then possibly through assent. I guess I would have to look that word up to find out for sure. But that's also happening with Paul here. People don't realize they're co-signing this bullshit. Yeah. What's up, Croco? Well, I mean, and some of it is a little rambling, but what I'm noticing like specific, or do you mean me? I'm noticing specific, because Paul does seem to be fairly on point here. I'm noticing very specific maneuverings because I've studied this type of game over a period of time, right? And I practiced some of it in my own personal life to some extent, the pimping and the macking. So I don't know that a lot of these folks are aware that they're being pimped and macked while they're being pimped and macked. Well, I mean, see, that's a complicated topic. Snickerpie said this guy's delivery is absolutely terrible. Do you mean Paul, I guess? He's a roller coaster of emotions and belittling and condescending in a way that no one wants to listen to him. I'm assuming you don't mean Truther Cop, right? Although I guess you could. I frequently get confused on here, so, I mean, I'm not just trying to be facetious, but I see some of that. I see some of that. But then it gets down to Paul's channel is proper instruction motivates people. Proper instruction motivates people. It was Paul enslaved, but something happened to it. Oh, okay, bottom left. Oh, yeah, that's Paul enslaved. Yeah. And I don't disagree with you, Snickerpie. I think that also comes down to likability. But then I don't know how much of his streams you've watched. I've watched a lot of his live streams, and the people who go to his live streams and participate, and a lot of whom give him money, presumably behind the scenes, they do seem to, and just based on my own observations, they do seem to involve themselves in this pimping and macking to some extent. And it does become sycophantic at some level that I've observed. But then I do see some real conversation there. I do see some, actual so-called truth. And, I talk about truth as manifest, but, but I also see a lot of actual entertainment, which, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not here to change the world. I'm not here to, now I'm here to serve my purpose. If this is a way in which I may be useful, in understanding my own role in the game or whatever. But my major purpose, I would say, is entertainment, right? So I think we're already at the level of a false premise when people, and this is something I've talked about on these streams, when people, especially Dick is really bad about this. Oh, is this Croco? Croco, give me just a second to finish this point, and then we'll get into this. What's up, Croco? Well, I already forgot what I was going to say. So what's happening, man? How you doing? I like your haircut there.
What up,
Very
man?
nice.
What up? Just get ready for work. Yeah, I don't like this fucking Paul guy, man. Just from the 5 seconds I've seen of him, I just don't like him.
Hang on, for some reason you're coming through my laptop speakers. Let me fix this. Something ain't right somewhere. God dang it. All right, please continue.
I said just from like the you're getting an echo or something?
No, are you getting an echo?
Yeah, but I can deal with it.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, man.
No, it's cool. I can put my headphones on if I need to.
Jesus.
I'm not going to be here too long. I got to leave in a second.
Well, thanks for joining us, by the way. Much
if
appreciated.
the audience is getting an echo, then that's an issue.
All right, well, let me know.
All right. Yeah, I didn't like the way this guy Paul came off, man. I just don't. I don't like the I'm a truther, like this holding on to I'm a truther thing. I think it's just kind of gay at this point.
Hmm. Well, I think he's coming from a more specifically like a, we're all corporate slaves and free yourselves and don't pay taxes.
Is he a birth certificate guy?
He doesn't talk about that. I think this is just my opinion. He seems to be an evolution of those teachings where he seems to actually be able to practice it in his real life based on what I can see anyway. But who knows, right? You get into what's actually real and what's not real.
Because I'm thinking he has a license and I'm thinking he abides by the laws.
Well, his claim is that he doesn't, and there is a famous video of him getting pulled over without a license or tags or anything and being able to, effectively deal with the police, at least on that scenario. But he has talked about the police, seizing his vehicles and his firearms and taking him off to jail. So, obviously somebody who practices this in their real life, they're going to get pulled over, they're going to get ticketed, they're going to go to jail. I'm not willing to do those things. I'll just be honest with you. I'm going to have a driver's license.
Yeah, I mean,
me personally.
And you're gonna need you need that special license too for some of the things that you have to do sometimes too.
Well, yeah, and I've gone the other way with it. I only drive for commerce 99.9999% of the time. So I sort of went the other way.
I
drive this thing to the grocery store, like literally. Go ahead.
That's your truck now, man.
Hell yeah. Yeah, they don't know what they're dealing with.
I think they're just so fucking inept that you're gonna end up with that truck.
That is possible. They're dropping the ball, man. And when I was there yesterday,
like if you don't,
like people are depressed. Go ahead. What?
If you don't call them,
yeah. Well, I mean, they do have tracking on board. Like they can find it, but yeah.
What I don't know funny about tracking is what happened in Ohio, the spill.
Yeah.
The train.
Yeah.
So now what they're doing is they're giving every resident a tracking bracelet.
Oh, the locals?
All the locals are getting a medical tracking bracelet.
Why? In case they were encountered pollution or what?
I mean, I'm sure health is the reason they're telling them, but it's just very odd. Yeah.
I've gotten out of the news cycle, so I was not aware. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I just catch these little things on forums.
That's crazy, man.
But other than that, I was streaming. I missed the stream last night because I was streaming.
Oh, okay. I woke up to all of this craziness.
I would have loved to jump into that because fucking EBT looked like he was about to laugh. I like when Drew gets fired up.
It's the gremlins, Drew.
It's working. What are you talking about?
No, that was on my end, Drew. That was on my end.
He's always got a comment.
Yeah, it's
No, but I like to see his
stream. Well, since Drew's here, Drew, do I need to actually watch the rest of that, or should I just go ahead and go over to EBT stream, or do I need to because that looks like it goes on for a while? Is there any need for me to finish that, or what? Oh, our Chernobyl, great. But we had 3 Mile Island. I guess that was before any of our times, right? Yeah, I'm still ironing out I'm not sure what the echo is all about. I'm still ironing out my issues over here.
I don't think there was any issues.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but I was just popping on to kind of give my take on that.
Oh yeah, man. No, and we've talked about before. I don't believe in sacred cows. Nobody's above a little bit of criticism here and there. And I'm observing these dynamics that you're speaking on. But I do respect the game as far as he is pulling it off at a certain level on YouTube that I'm impressed by, and I do enjoy the show. It is an entertaining show. So.
Yeah, I went to his channel, 2,000 subs.
It's a new channel, though. His other channel got banned or whatever.
7-hour videos.
Yeah. 150 in the live chat. on average. That to me, that's the relevant factor.
No, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good, and he does like it's crazy, like 12 hours almost every day. It's nuts. Sometimes longer.
Yeah,
they finally realized YouTube cuts it off at 12 hours. The stream keeps going, but it just truncates whatever comes after 12 hours. So they've started stopping, at 12 hours, and then sometimes they fire up a new stream. And then he seems to be the master of like going to other people's live streams and then restreaming them and doing these raids and all this. He ended up over here at one point. I don't know if you saw that.
No, that was my first time seeing this guy.
Yeah.
And
like I say, I'm a fan, so but he's certainly open to. And I've been critical of some aspects of.
I could be
already.
being gay right now and just like being defensive.
Well, I'm glad that you recognize that. And then I also had sort of a negative reaction because I don't know if you know that Yurt had this big deal where Yurt did like this narcissism masterclass using Paul as like the test subject, and they had a big fucking verbal battle over a period of many hours. And I was involved in that in the live chat, and I didn't really understand Paul's shtick yet, or his show, I should say, not even his shtick. So I've come around on him, I was making a lot of presuppositions. So I initially had sort of a somewhat negative reaction like you did.
I don't know what that word means.
Presupposition?
Yeah, just ignore it.
Okay.
I know what it means. It's just people use it a lot now.
Too big? Okay.
No,
sometimes it's like I'm reading books in my head, so please forgive me.
I've seen too many religious Jim Bob debates.
See, I'm not even involved in that. I forget that word has that connotation. They've ruined one of my words.
Yeah.
My 1,000 books, man. They've taken away my terms. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. You're right. Thank you for reminding me. Definitely. What's up? Pointing out that people on the ground may not be agreeing with the MSM, but Croco seems to be pretty astute at following the mainstream narratives and then sort of figuring it out over time, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Anything you want to cover while you're here, brother? By the way.
Yeah,
I'll probably share your screen if you want to.
I gotta leave in like 2 minutes to go to work.
Well, yeah, do whatever you want and then bounce. As far as I'm concerned.
This is the thing about Owen and other people. They just come out and say something's fake. No research, no nothing done. It's like calling the woman a tranny without any evidence. It's the easiest thing to do.
I got you.
So he thinks the train derailment is fake.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't provide any evidence other than I talked to someone that believes with everything that I say told me.
Sure. But, I guess he probably thinks the train derailed. I think it's the environmental part of it is what people seem to be doubting. But I don't necessarily doubt it, but I don't necessarily give it credence either. But, I don't know. I'm starting not to care. I mean, maybe that's not good, but.
I put it more in the category of just not let a crisis go to waste.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's 100%. That's every time. They just straight up say that. Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah, it didn't have to be like a prepared thing or they set it on fire.
Mm-hmm. They're going to take advantage of it no matter what.
They're going to take advantage of it.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
I would say the only thing I'm covering is, you heard of Project Veritas?
Yes.
Okay, so James O'Keefe has been on paid leave for 3 weeks.
Yes.
And they're saying it's because he's a mean boss. But that's not really the case.
So what's going on? But that's not the real reason, or he's just not really a mean boss?
He's probably a mean boss, but they wouldn't get rid of him for that. From what I'm getting in the documents I saw is he's really involved in New Hampshire. They actually brought like 20,000 what they call libertarians down there. and it was an attempt to take over the governments of New Hampshire, and it's kind of a cartel. And I got the whistleblower coming on Tuesday.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And he's pretty fucking. He seems pretty legit. I mean, he's got all the documents, video recordings, tape recordings. They offered him $50 million to stay quiet.
Sounds like journalism, Croco.
It just was an interesting story, so I wanted to.
No, I like
dig
journalism.
into it.
I like journalism.
Yeah. Give it a try every once in a while. But I gotta go get my slave wages.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm hiding out from my slave job, so get your
I'm
money,
part of the
partner.
I'm part of the system. I'm a slave to the system.
Well, yeah, exactly. As am I.
Don't tell Paul though.
I think he has an idea.
All right.
But yeah, thanks for stopping by, brother. Have a good day.
Good seeing you.
Right back at you.
Peace.
Mm-hmm. That was nice of Croco to stop by. I still don't know if I need to watch the rest of the stream or not. Oh well, we'll see. What else? I mean, really, what else am I gonna do? In a perfect world, I could live in the big rig and just have an unlimited supply of diesel, right? So at a certain point, even if the company somehow forgets about me for long enough, at a certain point, I'm going to have to be, if I want to keep driving this thing, I'm going to have to purchase expensive diesel. Since these fuckers won't activate my, have to call and have my card activated. It didn't used to be like that in truck driving, but the fuel's gotten too expensive.
Hey, Paul, you think this is my main character?
I think you have a multiple personality disorder like most of you with your mama's spirit. Don't know who and what the fuck you are yet.
Hold on. Do I need
You'll
to
be a man one day.
Well, and see, I think this is where Paul is a little bit out of bounds, because there is some truth to this when Drew says it's the internet. I mean, these alter egos, these multiple screen names, Truth or Cop playing multiple characters. Like, I understand that people like myself or Paul are not going to engage in this behavior. Typically someone with a strong personality wouldn't want to anyway, but that doesn't mean that these are not valid. It's still valid for people to do that. Like, I immediately saw that, Truth or Cop, when I first encountered him, he was presenting himself as if he's, like, the guy emails me from, he's Truth or Cop, but then he's emailing me from some other name. Like, I immediately realized, okay, this is one person who's playing multiple roles and has no problem. He's not trying to hide it, right? So my opinion is this is a thing that a person can do on the internet, and that's just, might as well accept it. That's just my opinion.
Sonny boy, don't worry.
Hold on. Do I need to reschool you?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
help me out. Get in your file cabinet. In your
Oh,
dark squared file cabinet.
I hate to say it, I don't have it, Snicker Pie, but he's on Odyssey. Let's see if we can go find him on Odyssey. How about that? Let's all discover this together, because I used to know where to find him. He used to be on D Live, and I was actually a big fan of his. I was in his live chats like every day for a while. Let's see, Davey Croco. Why does he not have a website? Maybe he does. At least Drew has a website. Davey Croco. And Odyssey's this weird spelling. I think that's it. How did we get... Oh, wait a minute. Control-Shift-. Okay. I think I was zooming in on some... Must have been zooming. There we go. He's got multiples, though. I don't know which one is... Let's go to this one. I think you can probably just go to Odyssey, Odyssee. I should probably go to Odyssey more. This is starting to look better than it used to. I probably should go on there. Davey Croco. Yeah, I guess you can just search for him. It looks like it's just Davey Croco on... What is this? Is that views? See, I don't even... What does that represent? 197.51? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Anyway, there's Dr. Croco. Wait a minute. I'm going to have to speed this up a little bit. It's just taking forever. Shout out to the chat.
This is the golden folder. This is the golden folder.
Right.
Let me pull this down for you. Pull you down to my level.
Your camera doesn't even work, just so you know.
All right, all right. The dot respecter. You're right, sir. We shouldn't have censored him. You said something.
Did you not know that, Truth or Cop?
Dot respecter. You said something funny. We triggered his time traveling. So finally, you're right, sir. Up there in the snuggie, we shouldn't censor because the trolls once in a while say funny.
I don't know why you call it. It's a polo, bro. I don't know why you say it.
I can't tell because on the screen it looks like a big unitard, much like
This
you,
is
a
the old-
unitard.
this is the old-
Yeah. I'm not wearing pants, so
looks like one big.
Yeah. Drew dress is pretty sharp from what I can tell, so it is just kind of hard to tell in the little panel.
I don't want you to get too fucking excited.
All right, Paul, you remember this article?
There he is. The Truth or Cop Black Square.
Oh shit, what happened?
Go ahead, disembodied. Go ahead, disembodied voice.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Go ahead, disembodied voice.
Saturn, bro. It's Saturn worship, bro. Saturn worship.
Straight up Saturn.
How you guys are seeing, you motherfuckers?
Hit a black screen. Nothing.
I don't know what you're seeing. I do a broadcast.
You're
I do a
literally
broadcast
dead air
where I
right
can't
now.
be seen.
All you have is black. One
Bullshit.
big dead air black
This is
screen.
hilarious.
This is gonna
Shout
go
out
the
to
whole
Truth or
thing.
Cop, by the way.
It's all black. Your camera
I'm
is
trying to
not
make you
plugged
interesting.
in.
I'm trying to make you interesting, entertaining.
Truth or Cop can produce over here anytime he wants. I do owe.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Truth or Cop's black screen. I do owe Truth or Cop an apology. I got him over here earlier hours ago to produce, and then my internet crapped out, and I accidentally ended the stream on my phone like a boomer bozo. Just old man things.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna double check y'all because y'all could be government trolls. I don't know.
This is good shit.
There you go. There's you with the little collar up and the fedora. It's so
That's right, my motherfucker.
Your
Shit.
audio only screen shows now with your picture, but we cannot see what you're presenting.
Well, I
and
see
we
that.
cannot
Hold
see
on,
that.
I'm double checking this whole claim you guys are laying out. I don't believe any of you. I'm sorry about the sound reverb. All right, let's see. Let me fact check my own chat here.
You guys
You
banned
guys can't
Timmy?
see that.
You guys banned Timmy? It's censorship. What's that about?
Who banned? Nobody banned Timmy.
Damn.
Wow, yeah, it's so weird that you can't see my camera. I can see myself. All right, I'll drop out, I guess.
All right, he's gone. Rage quit.
Great stuff. You know, oftentimes you want, what you want is dead silence on a live broadcast. That takes it to the next level.
All right. Now, can you see it? Can you see it now?
There we go.
The wizard likes that.
You guys don't like the dead
Oh,
silence?
he found an article. There it is.
Yeah, this is the old article.
I can't believe this idiot went through the time. What did you spend on that, sir? What did you spend for that prop? This guy's the metaversal carrot top. He's got props now. I can't believe you have the balls to spend your stimulus. Spend your stimulus money on that.
I didn't get a stimulus check, sir.
You love me. I am your daddy. You printed out articles.
Are you ready? Are you ready to how you solve the issue? Are you ready?
Tell me from your keyboard.
Are you ready?
Time traveler.
Paul and Shave, world famous commenters platform, blossoms alongside his beard.
Wow. World
All you
renowned
gotta do-
commentator. Can I read that? World renowned commentator Paul Enslave shows up to his channel sporting a full beard and mustache, but his facial hair is not the only thing that grew. So did his audience. Paul's had to upgrade his stream Yard's account. It's StreamYard, sir. That's a typo. You have to reprint that. It's going to be $3. Paul has had.
You know what it takes to find out with the document, man.
Did you print that on printer paper? I just realized you printed that on paper and cut it out. You cut out the edges. You son of a bitch. It looks so real, man. This is why you are. This is why you get the big bucks. I thought that was real newspaper. Newspaper. I don't know.
Well, obviously they're not going to have newspapers in the future, so I mean, it was pretty obvious.
True. That's true. I am. I'm a little slow on the uptake. So Paul's had to upgrade his StreamYard's account to keep up with the massive size of his audience and genitalia. It says in parentheses. I added that, of course. He also invested for his camera in order to fit his full beard in the frame of the camera. All right, I see what you did there. You made a subtle fat joke. He had to invest in a wide angle lens.
No, it's the size of your beard.
On the beard. All right, sir. I see what you're doing. It's always a subtle dig, but I'll take that as a recanting of the former article, which made me look like even more of a gorilla creature than I do normally. So thank you, sir. I love the beard.
I did my best. That was weeks ago. I did that.
I think we're getting somewhere.
I never got around to publishing it.
We're getting somewhere here.
I mean, it's a little creepy, dude. Like it's
a little bit, yeah. Okay. The whole Truth or Cop persona in general is just a little creepy, and more than a little, to be honest.
You corny, Truth or Cop.
You corny.
You corny.
You're gonna get JG up in here.
Dude, imagine spending all that time printing out fucking fake newspaper articles for this guy in the corner. I mean,
right. And I'm living in a trailer. What's his problem?
Paul really is winning. He is really winning the internet right now.
Sir, okay. Imagine a world where we get out of our ego and we do the Unslave show and everyone here's a character, because I think we're getting somewhere. Chubby up in the corner has a good voice and he's pretty quick.
I'm not fucking chubby.
Morbidly obese, okay? See that energy? You feel that? Everyone's laughing out there. They're vibing.
Okay, well, hold it.
Somewhere here. Holy shit, I'm feeling some magic. Whoa!
Okay, now
there you go.
There you go.
This real quick is just about where I woke up and looked at my phone and found this live stream. Well, actually, that's not true. Now that I think about it, I had found Paul. Okay, I saw this, but it was on Paul was restreaming this. That's what it is. And then eventually I ended up over on Truth or Cop's actual broadcast, which is what we're watching here. Gets too deep. Oh, good, Jimbo. I'm glad. I think at this point I'm actually recapping for my own edification.
I salute you. I'm not.
If we're really gonna bond, we're gonna need to see some feet pics.
The what?
Feet
Feet
pics.
pics.
Oh, no, that's beyond the paywall. That's Patreon only
I got great feet except for the toenail fungus,
stuff. Come on now.
which sort of ruins the whole thing, I suppose. But if anybody ever questions if I'm homeless, I can just show them my toes, and then that ends the debate there.
Now we're getting into the truth. You know, dude, Paul, I've literally had this for like a month. I just never got to make the video.
Dude, I'm gonna bring you all to a space where we're all gonna win together if you let it be. I'm gonna bring you all to a space where you're gonna destroy each other if you let it be.
Well, see, and this is kind of the come on here, right? Like, this is like where my spidey sense kind of starts tingling because I'm just not involved in any. Now, I'll let somebody say these kind of things, but when I act. Why am I stuttering? When I act in the real world, it's going to be based on what I choose to do or not to do. It's not going to be based on somebody's. They're offering to bring me to some place, And again, this is more pimp game, in my view. But it's all fair play. But I'm very sensitive to this sort of talk for whatever reason.
I'm gonna keep moving. That's the kind of ego I got. If you can handle that. Whatever you call that.
We've been in these streets for a minute.
I know. I'm not devaluing. I don't know none of you. I'm just saying.
It's almost like a sales
the energy I'm
job.
cultivating over there and
It
what
is
I'm
a little
seeing working
corny.
with me, I think, hey, I'll put it to you like this. You might be the next piece to my puzzle that I need. How about that? Some of you here.
Sounds kind of gay. Sounds kind of gay.
All right.
Well, this is like you're the street lingo. You're the best player on my team type of thing. Or like, oh, I'm not the player, I'm the coach or whatever. Yeah, these guys are, I'm sure, very sensitive to any sort of a sales job. Kim probably likes it. Just guessing. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And by the way, I might be on your team, but I don't work in concert with others generally. I'm the guy you just send him off on a mission. Like, oh, something needs to be done. I'll just go off on my own and do it and come back. I'm not necessarily going to be, it's like know your role, get in where you fit in. But I'm just not a huge fan of this sort of sales job. It's a little too used car salesman-y to me.
Only if you want it to be, and bisexual's not gay. I say that all the time. Bisexual's gay.
Oh, yes, it is.
What I'm saying is, again, if we want to flip it so that folks aren't feeling like they got to prove something, I'll take the lower position because I don't mind. It might be some truth to that.
Oh, 100%. 100%, Snicker Pie. Well, and then, of course, I think there's ladies could do it too. But, yeah, I could not agree more. It's like, I believe I have the skills to do this. But what I've realized is that, whatever little bit of pimp game I have developed and demonstrated in my real life, through all this introspection and getting to know myself and all this happy horse shit, what I've realized is that it drains off a lot of my mental energies that I just don't have enough of. I have a strong mentality and a strong will, but my mental energies, even before my illnesses and whatever, the alcoholism and I shouldn't even say alcoholism, the heavy drinking. Like, what I realized is that at a certain point, I had run all this game on my second wife, and I was really feeding my own ego through having an attractive woman, and more or less, I'm the boss and all this, but I was before anyway, like with my first wife, but this was like overt, which, I mean, who cares, right? But then it's like a overt fucking pimp game at a certain level. So what I became aware of once I started to become humble, which I think is a process that actually starts from outside of me, right? I don't think a person can, if a person sets a goal, says, I want to try to be humble, it makes it impossible to be humble. It's actually, what I've experienced is I no matter what happens, I am humbled, such as when I went on Chalk Body Outline recently. That was like maximum ego in this form, and then of course I'm going to be humbled, right? That's just the fucking process. No, Paul is cool, man. And like I say, I've been watching his live streams every day, dude. I'm a fan. Like, I'm a legit fan of his show. Like, for real. I went to sleep watching it, turned the phone off, woke up, said, I wonder if Paul's still alive, because I was looking at the time, and I know I sleep about 6 hours. And then I found this, not through Truther Cop's channel. For some reason, YouTube will not give me the notifications, by the way, for Truther Cop. I have to manually go and find his channel, even though I'm subscribed. But back to real quick to finish up on this, because I know I'm getting a little scatterbrained here. Like, for me personally, I have some of these skills. What I've recognized is it drains off too much of my mental energy that I would actually rather selfishly use for myself. So that's kind of where I got at a certain point with ex-wife number 2. I was intentionally running a lot of game on her to keep her interest in me sky high, which was feeding my ego. So as soon as the more I got to not really caring about having my ego fed, and in fact didn't really want to, then at a certain point it's like, oh, I'm literally devoting 25% of my mental energies to managing this broad's affairs. But then, like Paul talks about, that he's with a woman and all this, on some level I was with an actual little girl just on that level who wanted a daddy to run her fucking shit. And I'm very disciplined. I notice details. I can do like a written budget and fucking manage the finances and be very disciplined, right? Because she's the type, whatever money she leaves the house with that day, she spends. So, we had a pack of cigarettes for in the refrigerator, and then here's your $10. Have a nice day, like literally, But that wasn't benefiting me once I got over the ego part of it. So then it's like I could be studying and reading and learning shit, but I'm basically this bitch's manager at a certain point. What's pimping exactly? Well, it's not easy apparently, Andrew. Actually, I guess that's what I'm describing. This is the it ain't easy of the pimping ain't. Yeah, pimping ain't. This is the easy from the pimping ain't, right? So maybe I would have an ability to do this, what he's doing. I don't want to, right? And then we've seen me, although not across the board, because Tinfoil handled me pretty. He managed to handle me this last time, although I was not at my full capacity, but that's my fault for in an Art of War, read the Art of War, it would say, well, okay, this is not your time to go into battle, sir, but I did, and whatever. But if you see me piecing up Talcott or Ben Thorpe or whatever, yeah, I can do that. I don't really want to be honest with you. I'm just not interested. Yeah. Anyway, let's go.
For certain broadcast or cross.
No, it's great till it wasn't.
I don't know, but that's the point. We're here to go somewhere. We're here to win. We're not here to fight and argue with each other. The facts speak for themselves. Motherfuckers are triggered. You better check the facts.
And you're right. I do need to lose some weight, though.
Well, so do I, sir. We're bonding, right? I'm grotesque. I'm grotesque at a certain level. Okay. I don't know why Jennifer's still with me. It's all coming out. I got daddy issues. Can I cry on you? I'm right here.
You just lean your head right against mine, and I'll lean mine against yours. That way we ain't got to sleep with our heads in the
The guy keeps yelling gay in the background. It's like, what? All of a sudden, it goes from toxic masculinity because we can't show love to each other as men without being called gay. That ain't right. Why are you silencing male voices? It's hateful. All right.
I mean, yeah. I'm gonna need my $20 though when this is all over.
All right, and I'll wipe up. Go ahead, Mr. Truther Cop. You got any more of that smashing material yours? That fucking riveting. You got any other articles back there, files or any?
Bro, you've been waiting desperately for this for months.
Oh, 100%.
Foil you got wrapped up in.
Yeah, 100%.
This is the very material they sent the Moonlander up with.
100%. Yeah.
Surrounding the folder with these articles. You got to appreciate that on top of the layout. I mean, come on.
The golden foil.
Well, and real quick, just because we're talking about it, and I do say some things that could be construed as women bashing at some times, even though I don't believe in that. I've got such awesome women in my family. Like, yeah, definitely. Like, I see that they're, on some level they're kind of tolerating us males, right? But there is something to us, right? My sister, I've got 2 younger sisters. My older sister, she had the boy, right? She had the male, and ultimately that's what the women want. Whether, we can talk about this stuff till we're blue in the face. Women, they want that golden boy. They want to have, and I was the golden boy, and they literally call, this kid's like 20 now, and they call him my name more often than they call him his name. And I know it drives him fucking nuts. Because see, in their mind, he's the golden boy, and I was the golden boy, so I'm the golden boy. So when they see him, they're thinking of me. Like, this is not, it happens all the fucking time, right? And they all do it. My grandmother does it. My mom does it. I guess my sister doesn't because that's her son. But yeah, my grandmother and my mom both do it, like, on a regular basis. there's something to that. Have a good night. Get some rest. You can always watch the replay. But thank you all for being here. I do appreciate it. But anyway, hopefully I made. But yeah, I give a lot of respect to women based on, I see what they're doing. I see y'all working.
Presentation.
Well, we would have to jump out the toilet bowl earth for the VCR.
That was some fire. That was some fire. Shout out to TBE. That was some fire earlier.
Yeah, about how the VCR recording panel is about the Twin Towers and how they were
It's
struck.
very simple. Very simple.
That was.
All right, let me get the hell out of here. I've been going for almost 11 hours. I'm pretty much partially an insane person at this point. So, yeah, appreciate the interaction. It was definitely a roller coaster of emotions as the person down there.
Well, and shout out to Wizard, because thankfully now I'm not the only one on the panels. Not that I'm on the panels, but I'm not the only one in some of these streams dying of cancer. So shout out to El Perro, aka Wizard.
Enemies and the haters are saying it's a roller coaster of emotions. Well, isn't that what art and broadcasting is supposed to be on some level? If you take everybody through all stages. So I think that's a success, gentlemen. I'm calling it a success. We didn't have anything out. It was all real. Best reality show ever.
Glad we were able to provide you with that experience, Paul. It was nice to meet you, sir.
Well, I think that, sir, see what he did. He just can't let us. We all shared an experience. We shared space, sir. There was no providing.
We did. We did.
Shared that. So I love you, Chubby, and all the other folks on panel. And I, of course, am beyond Chubby. We know that. So salute to you, Mr. Truth the Cop. Amazing article. You traveled all the way back in time to go to the future to find that. So that is something that is respectable.
You just got to grow this out. That's all.
Well, I might be genetically inferior to you. I might be full of estrogen.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
I might not be able to fill that beard out like that. So we'll work on it.
We'll see.
But for now, salute to the future and past and beyond, sir.
Have a good night, brother.
Rage quit. Talcott.
Rage quit.
Talcott's my spirit animal. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Peace and love.
0.5 Talcott. That's fucking funny.
I miss him already.
Same. Get him on our stream. See, I like a motherfucker that can talk shit and not get triggered. I mean, I got triggered, but
I mean, it could be fun interaction. Now it's a little more.
He did some getting triggered and talking over people though, but he seems to know how to manage it better than yours truly. That's for sure.
Work out, but
we'll bring him up to speed.
What's up, Wizard? You've been silent the whole time, man. How's it going?
Not much. How about yourself, man?
Doing all right.
Yeah, quite the turmoil out there in this quote information/truther shit, huh?
I mean, it's the YouTube streets, man. That's how they be.
Yeah.
People be catching feelings out here in these streets.
Yeah.
Can't be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people get into their feelers really quick. We got a thing with Talcott on those feelings.
Bottom right is Wizard. In the chat, he's in the live chat. He's El Perro, P-E-R-O. He's used to be a consistent regular on Paul's panels, the so-called expert panel, but he seems to have been usurped by this Zetetic warrior, also known as Z, who actually I did not like initially, but he's grown on me over time. Some people, I don't know, maybe Wizard will grow on me now, but for whatever reason. Maybe it's that people seem to be nice to him based on his illness. I'm not a fan of that. Please don't ever be nice to me based on me having an illness. But that might be my own projections there also. See how that works? But he knows his shit. Dude has studied a lot of the stuff that Kim Before the Storm wants to know about. Like, dude has studied and practiced it. Like, I've heard him enough to know he knows his shit.
Emotions are the things that sit up here. F-E-E-L.
Oh, well, when it comes to the legal system, I disagree with him about a lot of his just random spiritual and religious stuff. That's probably why I don't like him.
Your feelings, when you get mad, you get upset, you get sad, you get happy, you get over.
Yeah, and see, I heard all of this, and this is all so bad. It was just like, I think I heard this already, and I was like, no, I'm good. So I think we'll skip to the part where EBT starts triggering him. See all this? This is just nothing. I mean, anyway, if he was going in on the law, I would want to hear that.
You're asking a silly question.
You love God.
And you do it simply to interrupt and disrespect. My apologies, brother.
Do not disrespect.
Oh, this is, right. Okay, this is what we want to see. EBT starts fucking with him.
Your feelings, but what you have here is the word that was written on your heart, and that's F-E-A. Speak with each other. I see the mamas and daddies in all of you. I'm the same as Paul. I read people very quickly by your language. a man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. And my biggest suggestion is first, get back to concise English. Get yourself a concise English handbook. Get yourself a college composition handbook. Get yourself a King James Version of the Bible only, because that's what the courts operate on. That's what the contracts and everything run on, is a general English language. And that's the best concept of being able to convey contract language to the King James Version of the Bible by the word of truth. You start contracts with truth. If you can't start a contract with that word of truth, then it's not a real contract. It's a fraud. The word of our Father which art in heaven, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And God is love. And if we can't love each other...
We love the God. This is right. We love the God. We love the God.
What's the accent about?
We love the God.
I guess I don't understand what you're saying there. We love the God. What's the accent about?
You do not love the God?
No, God is love. Right?
And how do you you do not love the God?
So you love love, right?
Do you or do you not love the God?
Okay, what is the accent about? Why are we playing this game? So
it's very simple. It's very simple. I don't know how we don't understand. Do you or do you not love the God?
Love the God.
See, this is why we have this problem, guys.
You not use very simple English. You not use very simple English. You just said use very simple English, and we ask you, do you love the God?
Love the God. Love the God.
This man love the God.
Love the God. Love the God.
He understand it. Very simple.
Very simple.
Really? So if God is love and love is God, so you love the love?
That's a new system.
Yeah, this shit's hilarious, Drew. I love this.
God.
And if God is love and love is God, then you're asking if you love the love.
Perhaps.
Right?
Love God.
We love God.
Why would you ask if you love the love?
You make it not very simple. You make it not very simple.
Very simple.
Very
If
simple.
love
No,
is
you
God,
make it not
you're
very
asking if
simple.
I love the love.
God.
You're asking a silly question.
You love God.
And you do it simply to interrupt and disrespect. My apologies,
No,
brother.
I do not
I'll tell you
disrespect.
another
I
time.
do not disrespect because I
This is
love
why
the God.
This is
We
why I
love
don't
you, God.
use
We
that
love you, God.
We love you, God.
Wizard, didn't you just say don't get in your feelings like 2 minutes ago? Now you're getting in your
Yeah.
feelings.
Slurpee machine
No,
do
I'm
not
not
work for
getting in
this
my
man.
feelings.
The
If I
slurpee
can't
machine do not
speak-
work for this man.
if I can't
Red
speak,
light.
why would I-
Red light.
why
I'm
would I
taking
wanna
this
stick
man.
around?
Red light for
Why
this
would I
man.
want to stick around if I can't say what I want to say?
Hold on,
See, the
hold
guy
on,
interrupted
give it a
me.
moment,
The
give
guy
it a
interrupted
moment.
me before I finished saying
Okay,
what I had to say.
my friend, I will mute for you. I will mute for you, my friend.
Wizard did wait. He did wait patiently to say what he has to say.
So when you get back to the reality of the simple thing about being a full-grown man is to simply be true with each other.
Mhm.
So when we talk about these little things on the side, about our little differences, they aren't so they're not a barrier or anything to what we're doing together. When we get into this conflict about race, feminism, or masculinity, politics, it's all bullshit. We're not literally even supposed to be writing. As man, we're
Well, but again, it's not bullshit. What I've noticed is people like Wizard don't seem to understand that when we're talking about religion, we're talking about religion. When we're talking about spirituality, we're talking about spirituality. When we're talking about philosophy, we're talking about philosophy. What we're not doing is engaging in a process of problem solving. And what people like Wizard seem, what I observe is they want to then delve into this process of problem solving. But it's like, we're talking about ideas. We're not, the idea of the day is not how to problem solve. That's an entirely separate matter. We're not any, and by the way, who are we even talking about? So, like, who are these people that are going? No, not you. I'm talking about Wizard. Yeah. Who are these people, right, that are now involved in this problem? Like, who is the team? Like at work, if I work for a corporation in an office and like, there's a project manager and I'm on the team. Like, yeah, we have a meeting and we do problem solving. Like, this is a bunch of people. We're chopping it up and pontificating and discussing ideas. More or less, I'm doing it because I like it, right? I'm not doing it to try to achieve any specific goals necessarily. But I think some of these folks, and this is just, again, my opinions based on my observations, they want to then take it from that realm, but now let's go into like specific, like, well, if we just all modify our behavior, then that will solve some of these problems. It's like, but we're not involved in problem solving. And again, I don't even know who I mean when I say we in that context. Like, just the fact that I heard like Truther Cop pointed out earlier, and he ascribed it to me. He said, like, Benton J.A. would say, who is we? Like, I'm hearing we come out of my own mouth, and I'm like, what am I even talking about? Much less this, let me just go down some path where now Wizard's going to, like, break down all this problem solving. It's like, well, wait a minute, where do I go to engage in the problem solving? Like, what are we talking about here? Oh, you like Wizard? Well, Wizard's cool. I mean, it's okay. I just don't like him so far. I might change my mind. Is that who we're talking about, or are you talking about What's Up? See, I don't always know who you're talking about here. yeah, feelings are handicapping humanity. Well, precisely. And it's my assertion that thoughts and emotions actually exist on the same spectrum. So on one pole you have emotion, and on the other way, on the opposite pole, you have thoughts. And that the nature, and actually I guess the spectrum would be rationality. This just occurred to me. And people hate when I say this. This drives my mom nuts, but feelings, the nature of an emotion is irrational. That is its nature. The nature of a thought or an idea is rational. Now, a thought can clearly manifest in an irrational way, just like a feeling can manifest in a so-called rational way. But the emotion is rooted in irrationality. Now, my observations lead me to believe that approximately 85% of the general public, their interface into the present moment is via how they feel about whatever happens to be going on right now. So what I realized about myself is that I am unconcerned and, in fact, don't even really understand what I'm feeling about the present moment. My interface into the present moment is thoughts and ideas. And one is not better than the other, by the way, but those folks, I think, could understand a little bit more about themselves by watching or listening to somebody like me, because I'm here to tell you, most of these bozos out here literally cannot distinguish what they're thinking from what they're feeling. And this is where we get into people actually believe in some cases that their feelings are facts. Like, because they feel it, it's now somehow relevant and should be respected. But my thing is like, yeah, but it's a feeling. Like, we've all got them. I think they're mostly stupid, but that's my opinion, right? But you know, and then when people talk about, well, I think I'll get accused of overthinking or overanalyzing. I'm like, well, would you ever accuse somebody of feeling too much? They say, well, no, of course not. I said, well, how are you going to tell me I think too much then? Isn't it just like two sides of the same coin? If it's not possible for these emotional types, which, by the way, I am very emotional, but is it not possible for some of these people to feel the moment too much? Oh, no, that's not a thing. Well, then how in the hell can I possibly think too much in the moment? That makes no sense. Oh, you're reading too much into it. No, people are annoyed by how many levels deep I can go into some bullshit. Just like I might be annoyed by how deep some of these people can get with how they feel about what's going on. But it's not my business to try to settle their hash and get them out of their feelings necessarily. I would say they're entitled to that experience if that's what they want to do. I just don't happen to think their feelings are very important. That's my opinion, though. Yeah, logic, reason, and critical thinking is non-existent. Yeah, it's effectively non-existent because people are no longer capable of it. And that's, by the way, my experience of mind control. A big part of mind control is that the programming itself necessarily hobbles the person's ability to think for themselves. And that happened to me. And in fact, I taught myself logic and reason, and I probably will enjoy that book, Snicker Pie, but the fact is, for me, I literally taught myself logic and reason in my 30s. So that's probably why I tend to go to these very basic concepts when I see all of these, what I call the smart idiots. Not that they're idiots, but in that moment, that's a dumb thing to do, if you ask me. They race headlong into complication and sophistication, which is fine, except for the part where we've skipped the basics. But because out of necessity, in order to survive and cope as a human being, I taught myself logic and reason, and thankfully I am able to teach myself things. And so I could not do that without starting at a very basic fundamental level and building up from there. Versus, we just assume that we all have this logical foundation for critical thinking and deductive reasoning, and now we can just go headlong into sophistication and complication. Well, that's not really appropriate if one doesn't have the basics. By the way, learn the rules so we can break the rules, right? Learn the rules so we can then later break the rules. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Pretty in the house, by the way. Shout out to Pretty, if I'm saying that right. Good to see you, ma'am. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. Feelings are good sometimes. Passion is a feeling, right? Well, and that's where I think I confuse people, because I cannot come on here and talk without I'm fueled by my emotion. I'm literally always triggered. People don't seem to understand that, and I tell them, it's like, oh, Benton's triggered. Yeah, I'm always triggered. I'm almost never not triggered. So my emotion I have some sort of upheaval. There's like an emotional upheaval, and that's what compels me in a lot of cases to forcefully put the words out of my mouth, but I'm not reasoning through what I'm saying in the moment. Everything I'm saying to you, it's epiphanies are coming out of me based on intuition and then my previous analysis. And I have a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, never-ending series of analysis going on in my brain. And part of my meditation and spiritual practices was to realize, oh, this thing is just going to analyze. Just leave it the fuck alone and let it analyze. And that's where I think the epiphanies come out of. But in fact, I think they come up out of my subconscious into my conscious, but that's a different mind. And then we get into trust, because initially when I started to observe this process, I wanted to write it all down. Oh, I got to capture all these epiphanies. And then eventually I was like, no, if it's important, I can trust that I will remember it when it's appropriate and I will be able to convey it. See? So people get confused sometimes. Oh, he's in his feelings. But yeah, but let's make a transcription of what I'm saying. Let's transcribe the dialogue and the discourse, and let's give it to the university professor and say, hey, what about this? You know, what grade would you give this paper? Oh, well, this gets a B. I give this a B. Okay, well, that guy wrote that in his head and just said it out of his mouth, right? And that's not even visually, and now I'm bragging, but if I sat down and typed it, it'd be a lot different. But see what I'm saying? Like, the fact that I'm experiencing emotions and I'm going through an emotional upheaval and words are coming out of my mouth, the fact that most people can't speak intelligently in that state has nothing to do with me whatsoever. And I feel very strongly about this, so let me calm down. But I'm on one today, and this is I love all these panels, man. I love all these discussions, and you know, I think a lot of good things can come out of this, personally. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and again, my base emotion is an annoyance. I'm annoyed by damn near everything that happens. But so what? Like, I feel some type of way. So what? Yeah. But anyway, it's always cool to see Pretty. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're welcome around these parts anytime, ma'am. Anytime. But let's get back to the stream. I think I've ranted about that.
Just like the angels,
enough.
And all those contracts, those are for persons, and he's a respecter of no persons. So if you want to know about the trust and the real trust, you don't worry about writing it down. You express the trust. And the Cam down here.
Well, real quick, since I know Drew and EBT to some extent, they're allergic to this sort of talk. Like, even if he's right, even if Wizard is correct in what he's saying, just the manner in which he's conveying it and the ideas as expressed, this is anathema to these two guys. And I'm not saying that it should be. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be. That's a true fact. They're not really having this.
On this, I'm interested in you because you speak about this stuff, right? You seem to know a little bit about trust, and I'm going to take your word on it. I'm going to take your word on it. Yes. Now you have a sound mind and a sound body, and you're going to listen to me when I tell you this.
Benton, get up here and set him straight. Sorry, go ahead.
Set me straight?
No, about me. Yeah, no, you just said I had a sound mind. I told Benton to get up in here and represent.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Well,
keep talking, please. Keep talking.
Because
well, and I had literally just woken up and was in no condition to jump on.
Because if you express the trust, you don't need to write it down, do you? There's never any trust law that says the express trust must be written down. It merely says express trust. Now, how good you are at expressing that trust is what gets written down. You don't even have to write it down.
So if I hear you correctly, real trust.
So how'd that work out for you, brother? How'd that work out for you, brother?
Wait, who? What? Me?
No, not you. Either you. Anybody that talks this shit or talks this dumb shit. How'd any of that work out for you? None of it's ever worked out for anybody. It's all just bullshit.
What dumb shit am I talking, EBT?
Yeah. What dumb shit am I talking? I've been proving it for the last 7 years. You want to go see my site? I don't play around with these YouTube channels and stuff. I don't play around with going to court. You want to talk about winning court? I win out of court.
Why am I going to court? Why am I going to court?
I send them private notices, and that's
you're out here doing dumb shit and going to court. Like, that's dumb.
Today's monetary system in
Put your cheeks on the screen, EBT.
This is the same annoying dumb shit you guys always it's just nonsense fucking words and none of it means anything.
You guys are who? You're not even willing to take the time to go look at my site and show you that
I don't give a fuck about your site, dude. It's the same nonsense that everybody talks about. We want to know whether or not you love the God, and you have not said not one single thing about whether or not you love the God.
You love God.
I'll check you out some other time, Truther.
Have a good night, Wizard.
Get out of here. You do not love the God.
He doesn't love the God, does he?
Get out of here.
Rachel, God haters would be red. That button would be red on that serpent.
Sorry, Truther Cop. Sorry to ruin your stream. I just had enough fucking dumb nonsense. These guys just saying fucking things that mean nothing.
whatever. It's all. I don't know what the hell anyone's doing out here, man. I'm trying to understand the balances and intricacies, but whatever. It plays the way it plays.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize, whoever that was. I'm sorry now. Now I'm upset, and now I'm going to be a mama about it and be, I'm sorry, son. I'm sorry. But it's just the truth.
Wizard. He doesn't.
Well, and Drew, I will say this, Drew. The ideas themselves are not mumbo jumbo. He's speaking to real ideas. The way in which he's conveying the ideas represents mumbo jumbo. And Wizard, he's able to speak specifically in specific contexts very intelligently with respect to those concepts. But then when he's just trying to freeform it like that, just kind of in a general way, it's mumbo jumbo. I agree. Could not agree more.
Doesn't love the God though.
He doesn't love the God. You can see he wouldn't answer the question.
Yeah,
he wouldn't answer the question.
If you love God, it was a simple question.
Very simple.
Very simple. Love God.
Who the hell was this Care Bear creature that joined in? Vetty Bear.
It's TBE.
Oh, okay.
Very simple. Simple is right there.
Very, very simple.
Oh,
Very
damn.
simple.
D3 up in here.
Well, if you mean EBT, that's our resident Sam Hyde, so AKA the Aries. So although Musicals of Secrets pointed out he's an Aries, but I mean the Aries on the panel. So it makes a little more sense in that context. Not that that's an excuse for his behavior, obviously, but I've come to understand EBT a little more based on that. And then shout out to Tinfoil's lady, D, who's a lovely lady, by the way.
He got very simple.
Who the hell is that? His wife? What is this?
And smart as fuck, by the way.
Okay, I'm sorry to delay to run it off the rails. That's on topic, right?
Yeah, I was on the screen briefly.
Bring up the next retarded.
Got to go back since.
To run it off the
Okay,
rails.
never mind.
That's on topic, right?
Yes,
sorry
yes,
to derail. Bring up the next retarded.
Yeah.
Okay, bring this retard.
Well, I need a break. The sun's out, and I got to go get some sunlight on me. So it's not quite time to check in with the old with the mechanics yet. So if anybody's interested, I'm going to take a little break, and then we'll be back shortly if anybody wants to continue going through this stuff. And then that's what we'll do. We back. We back. Sun wasn't quite all the way up. I like to get some sunlight in my eyes early in the day, if at all possible. Getting a little bleary-eyed here. Well, us. But yeah, technically that's true. That's funny that you remember that. Yeah. Shout out to Ben Thorpe. Yeah. You know, I might exceed my coffee. I've reached my daily coffee allotment, which would be 80 grams total of you know, I'm a fancy boy, so I grind the whole beans, but I'm not such a fancy boy that I go gourmet, you know, just regular old whole bean coffee. But thanks, Snicker Pie. Good to see you. Yeah, I might go for an extra 40 gram of coffee here shortly. Pour over, of course. And as EBT pointed out, why are you doing a pour over and why not a French press? I said, I live in a truck, partner. That's too much cleanup, buddy. I just take the paper filter and throw it in the trash. Wonderful. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is. See, I still don't know a lot of these channels, but I'm sure it's a good channel. You guys have good taste. And I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Like I say, I was going to break this shit down anyway, but then sometimes the way the streaming pops off, like I still haven't ever broken down. I still haven't went back and watched what did Paul say after he left my channel and went back to his stream that one day. Oh, skydiving? I will never skydive, me personally. But yeah, Snicker Pie seems like a thrill seeker type. Yep, that's a good thing. But no skydiving for yours truly. Let's see if I can figure out. I think I pulled up Drew's stream earlier, so let's go over there. There's EBT's. Oh no, it was EBT's stream. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and this was when. Now, was this when Paul? This was right before Paul went over to EBT's stream, right? I think.
Hold on, they're still talking about me, Dick.
Probably, huh? Yeah, you got. Well, you got. No,
I
you
can't
got to
get
go
enough,
live
Paul.
and hit the edit button.
So this is actually from Paul's channel. Wait a minute. Let's bring the screen up. This is actually from Paul's channel, but this is Paul checking in on, I believe, yeah, this see Paul and Slave's Fat Camp, and then you can see that Paul is actually backstage, or maybe you can't see, but maybe now you can see. Yeah, Paul's actually backstage waiting to go on.
Want to suck my
Next
dick?
to the chat, and then it'll bring you in there, and then you can upload it from there. I think.
Bro, if we got the
Depends if, yeah,
metaversal
Dan can
helmet,
direct-
that metaversal
Yeah, I
helmet
can
where you
never
go in the
bring
world
Dan.
with the
Oh,
bodysuit,
yeah.
they'd suck my dick
I can never
metaversally.
bring Dan.
Finally. Okay, welcome to Paul and Slave's Fat Camp.
Paul feeling
It's
his
my
oats.
dad.
Welcome, Daddy.
It's my
How are
dad.
you? Are you? So is this the Unslaved Fat Camp, as in I run the camp for Chubby up here, or what's the thing? Or is it?
You want to run the camp or what?
Yeah, I want you to fat shame me to fit.
Oh, okay, well, if that's what this is going to be, then I took this all wrong. This guy's onto something. All right, well, where do we start? I'm much like a modern day. I guess it still would be modern day, postmodern Tony Robbins. All
I
right.
thought you were gonna say Richard Simmons.
That was the cover image, damn it.
Let's go, you fat pig! Let's go! Get up off the couch, you fat pig! I want to see you sweat, you filthy slave!
Hold up, yeah.
Fucking fat slave.
Yeah, you know, because Paul always makes his covers are always his face photoshopped on stuff. There was Richard Simmons with his.
Great. I love it.
Damn it,
What's up, man?
I'm an
See
amateur.
how I am with my cultish ways, bro? I already endeared myself to you, and all I did was abuse you. You see how I do with everyone? All I do is abuse you, and somehow we're endeared.
Or who's being manipulated right now, though, in reality?
Oh, this guy. You gotta watch out for this guy, the chubby ones, man. The chubby ones, right? In order to get pussy, they have to become clever. These chubby ones.
That's right. And I did go head first off a 40-foot bluff one time, and that was enough skydiving for me. Believe me, that was one time and one time only. But we used to jump off of stuff feet first a lot. That was a lot of fun at the lake in Arkansas.
So you gotta watch.
My wife's beautiful, gorgeous.
That's what I'm saying, and you didn't get it all for your looks, all right? Just like me. You had to become quick and strategic and clever. I'm on to you, sir.
Sir. Welcome, sir. I'm glad to have you here.
All right, what's the topic?
My fatness was the original. we can change from that if we need to. We're just trying to fill air, I guess, until somebody else starts to stream is what we're doing.
I think we'll go over to EBT's stream, actually, because he probably has a little better angle on this. Let's see if we can figure that out. Bam.
Unslaved.
Yeah, shout out to Paul Unslave. Brought that real man energy and really stuck it to us. And all me and Drew could do is just sit there. That's all we could do. Just sit there.
He said,
he asked you to show your wrist.
A real man says, show your wrist.
I just saw a crybaby the whole time. The whole time. I saw the little kid in there, the crybaby.
I am fat, though. I am fat.
EBT, man. Come on. Time to go to boot camp. Oh, this is at Dark Side Phil.
You getting a little big? I'm getting big too, so I can't talk too much.
That's true.
It's winter.
Yeah.
It's winter.
No, it's not.
That's true.
It's over.
Very true. Very true.
Damn near spring there.
No, I mean, I
partner.
felt for the most part, I just didn't even want to engage. I mean, like, it's kind of just nonsense yelling at each other about nonsense. So, I mean, it's
what the people want.
It is what it is. I mean, I guess I understand and appreciate his entertainment value that he does bring for that kind of.
Well, he's smart as fuck, too, to be fair. I mean, come on.
And then at the end, I think it ended up okay at the end there.
Yeah, it was fine by then. Who is that one guy's name? Is Lou Bass.
Lube ass.
Like his little hype man.
Lube ass.
Yeah, that guy was kind of funny.
He was cringe. Lube ass.
Got him.
Fuck, dude.
Yep, there exactly.
He's got to know.
Paul, EBT will be up on Paul's panel before you know
was
it.
Definitely stroking him off the whole time. Like
he read him a poem. Said, "You are the gorilla in my sheets." That's what he said.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
He was. I don't get where they were calling my shit a Snuggie. It's a motherfucking polo, y'all. I don't.
Well, Snuggie.
I mean, I'll wear a motherfucking Snuggie too. I don't care.
Well, Paul was going to go in on something, so that's what he chose.
Who knows? Out here in these streets, these people be wilding.
Wild and out.
Allowed to wear a Snuggie in these streets in certain neighborhoods.
I thought it was funny.
You can wear a Snuggie to the dollar store, but if you go to Walmart, you got to dress up. That's how that works.
Get this retard out. I can't stand looking at this fucking retard.
All right, where's Paul? And then bam, he just appears. Uh-oh. Come on, internet. You can do it.
Let's go, you fat pig!
It was Richard Simmons with
my cultish ways, bro. I already endeared myself to you, and all I did was abuse you. You see how I do with everyone? All I do is abuse you.
Or who's being manipulated right now, though, in reality?
Oh, this guy. You gotta watch out for this guy. The chubby ones, man. The chubby ones, right? In order to get pussy, they have to become clever. These chubby ones. So
I
you gotta watch them.
My wife's beautiful, gorgeous. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, and you didn't get it off your looks, all right? Just like me. You gotta become
Well,
quick.
he probably did,
Clever.
actually. It's just been a
Come
few
on
years
you,
now.
Sir.
Sir. Welcome, sir. Glad to have you here.
All right, what's the topic?
My fatness was the original topic. we can change from that if we need to. We're just trying to fill air, I guess, until somebody else starts to stream is what we're doing. We're not experts like you. I mean, you go all day, I guess, is what I hear. People be talking about you all the time. We don't really know you. We just know you through digital osmosis. Is what I like to call it.
I love that statement. Oddly enough, few, if anyone, knows me, actually. A lot of folks don't seem to be capable of knowing me. They have a lot of beliefs about who and what I am, but they don't seem to check out. So, yeah, that's a common theme, right? You step out in your power and motherfuckers start telling you how they know you, right? Or what they know of you. Till they get in a room with you, and 9 out of 10 times, it changes, right? As long as you can get out of your own way. As long as we can all get out of our own way. So.
Word.
Yeah, dead silence.
Dead silence. We're not trying to do this. I'm trying to get this damn thumbnail to load. Damn it, it was perfect.
Dick, get over here. Rob Cleveland, let me get my people over here. Let's go, folks. Get over here. They need some content on the stream.
You've been going all day, Paul?
Yeah, it's insanity at this point because we're at winter
Yeah,
season.
Paul already did
I don't have
12
much to
hours
do.
by now.
I have more to do during summer. We plant, we grow stuff, we have land up there. So during the winter months, I started
Good question.
going harder on the streams. Also, too, because I figured there's going to be some folks out there who are listening.
Yeah, Drew knows how to dress. I think it just doesn't always come across on the panel itself.
At work. So I like to create this thing in my mind of I'm working with them. If they're working like I was picking up garbage, then I could create a bond and establish a relationship with them based off an ethic, right? I could put in the time because they put in the time, right? I invest in them, they invest in me. Plus, it gives them something to listen to. So it's just, again, I do these little things in my mind where I see how I can make connections and network just off principles. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm losing my voice. It's over 12.
Is this 1.25? Yeah, wow.
12 hours at this point.
Might go 1.5.
Never do 12 hours. That's just too much for me. I'm pussy.
No, it's not that. I mean, it's probably better off in some ways. I mean,
here come
I'm
the
caught up now 'cause
sex
there's so much
bots.
energy and inspiration.
You got any
and
mods?
change
I guess I got to do this. Huh?
A lot of power in a sense, right? So yeah, there's
Music
just
holds
sort of
a
that
secret.
momentum
Get 'em.
right now, and I'm just kind of riding that momentum, and grinding, seeing where it goes. And I'm holding the numbers, man. To hold 150 for 8 hours, it's pretty decent.
Yeah, that's very decent. Very decent.
Get the porn bots.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, guys? Welcome.
Rob Cleveland.
Cheers.
What's up, Rob?
Hey, what's going on?
There we go. We got. Oh, damn! I'm only limited to 6 people here. Sorry, Truth or Cop, you're left out.
Oh, here, I'll drop down for Super Cop.
Rob likes to watch and giggle. That's all you're gonna get out of him. He's gonna watch and giggle.
Yep.
Here he goes, broadcasting excellence.
Can't hear him.
There it is.
What's up, Truth or Cop?
Truth or Cop back here with no sound and no video.
I'm about to bring Rob back on.
Oh man,
Neckbeard Cop, you need
look
a
at
new
this
mic.
guy. Get it together, bro. Go back into the past. You know what? Go into the future and get no back into the past.
Yeah, fix your audio. Get the fuck out of
You
here.
can't hear me for real?
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Bring back Rob.
Facts.
Don't you silence African American voices, all right? We
I'm
don't do
sorry.
that
I'm
here.
sorry. I did disrespect the community earlier.
Not in
And this-
February, yes.
This is my reparations.
I ain't got
This was all inevitable, wasn't
What's
it?
up, brother Rob? How we doing?
I'm doing great, man. Just enjoying the broadcast.
We out of Cleveland or where we at?
No, I'm on Vegas.
It's all worth the $0 paycheck I'm going to receive
that like?
next Thursday. Although it might be a few hundred.
I mean, for me, it's
But if
just
I wanted to get an
like
actual
any other
paycheck the
normal
week after, I
life.
got to start
I'm
working by
indulged
Sunday
by
or so.
by all the nightlife and all that shit.
Where's my
That's not
sandwich?
for me.
This guy's got one addiction, I'll tell you right now. It's white women. Yeah, I said it.
Is that a
Didn't go out and
euphemism?
gamble, didn't run the streets. It's white women all day, all night.
He's after them pogs.
That's about it.
My man. Well, you're in the right place, I bet. Las Vegas for that.
Hey, Dick, I'm gonna drop you out real quick. I'm gonna bring Truth or Cop in real quick. See what he's
Well,
spurting
you can
about.
get one more, can't you?
Oh, I can. Okay.
Yeah, come on.
Okay, there we go. There we go. I
Yeah.
figured it out.
It's a party.
What's the dick?
Hopefully, all these figure movements
Round
help me
four,
lose some calories tonight.
Yeah. You know, at finger typing, you burn about 10 calories an hour there.
We can hear you now, Truth or Cop.
You can hear me before I was fucking around. I was going like,
Oh. Well, that's what we expect of you. Like, that is, the audio's not going to work, so.
yeah, well.
So we just did 4 hours.
So did you?
Whoa!
So, yeah.
Dick's
Oh,
audio
yeah.
is definitely working.
Hey, just a tip, Dick. What'd I tell you?
I just want to make
No
sure you're all
opinion
awake.
about.
Rest in peace, everyone.
So were you going to drop me then? Because if you would have dropped Rob Cleveland, that would have been like maybe racist or something.
Yeah, it's Black History Month, dude.
Because you don't know either of us. Why'd you choose?
What happened is EBT saw me shout out Rob Cleveland in the chat. Is what happened.
To drop me over Rob, or you just like him better? Got a better first impression?
Well, you know, Paul's been shaming me all night. He shamed me earlier about using a bad word. And,
Use the N word, Rob Cleveland.
Oh yeah, shout out
this was
NJ Jeep
reparations.
Girl.
No, with an ER on the end.
Yeah, EBT's hilarious.
And Daddy didn't
The
have to take
full-blown
it.
ER, Mike
he
Richards.
didn't-
Look,
he
Rob's
didn't
getting a
take
look on his
belt
face. He's getting disgusted.
He didn't take
Okay.
his belt out yet, but you know, I figured
Yeah,
I would pass the olive branch.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that.
He doesn't.
Honestly,
Daddy
I actually
don't.
don't.
Daddy don't
I
like
really
that.
don't.
Daddy don't like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's productive for anyone.
We got to do what Daddy wants, and that's
Right.
what Daddy wants, so we do what Daddy wants.
Well, I applaud you for being shocking, right? It's just Michael Richards, not where you want to go right off the bat. You want to end up there. You don't want to start out.
Well, I'm perhaps not familiar with Chat EBT here, but
Yeah,
What's
this
Chat
is,
what the hell's Chat EBT?
you got the.
it's the more progressive, unrelenting version of Chat GTP.
Yeah,
You know, it
it's
doesn't
the,
have
free,
the
it's the
censorship.
freed man on the land version of Chat GPT.
Okay, so like real people who don't sit in their room all day might be on the street. I don't know. I'm asking questions.
Don't ask him what he calls.
Again, all I was saying, the chubby cherubic fellow in the corner, all I was saying is that you have to watch that, because if you drop an ER and you're in a certain neighborhood at a certain time, might know you from the broadcast and say, yo, you
Well, I mean, I live in Chicago.
play dropping N-words with the ER on the end? Give me your sneakers, chubby.
I think he just said he lives in Chicago.
All right, listen, you're playing a dangerous game. I just heard the redhead stepchild tell me that. You got to humble yourself. Dangerous game. Rob Cleveland got some cousins running around Chicago. You got to watch it.
I mean, I think
Chicago.
I'm all right. I got them 223s and their 308s. No,
There you go.
And the pneumatics. Got the pneumatic weapons too.
The pneumatic.
That's right. That's right.
So hey, is that how you do some of your articles? Is with this Chat GPT?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I do it through the grace of God and His glory.
Yeah,
And He just channels that information to me. You know.
It's a direct stream.
Is Dick Truth or Cop from the future, or what the fuck's going on here?
You have to ask for yeah. I mean, honestly,
Dick is Truth or Cop if he had a life, career,
There's an
his life.
there.
I mean, pick something.
Some sort of a home and establishment.
Right. Some kind of wardrobe that wasn't embarrassing. I could
Perhaps
go
a
on.
family and children.
Hey, I don't.
Any redeemable qualities really at all.
That leather jacket's dope. Is
Sorry,
it
Truth or Cop, I'm going to warm up to you. You didn't do the article deal, so just give me some time, okay? I've been victimized, and I get to decide when I fully heal.
The article broke the ice for everyone.
That was pretty savage. That was pretty savage, Truth or Cop.
Listen, Truth or Cop's one of these LA freaks. He's so sadomasochistic, he fucking loves the abuse. And what's more important, he's going to get views and attention. That's all that matters. Forget about the ego. Forget about the rampant abuse, that all of which might be true and depressing.
I'm
We're
an
gonna
East
get you
Coast
somewhere
man,
here.
Paul. I'm an East Coast man.
All right, same deal.
Don't slander
Just
me,
like
these
me.
West Coast perspectives.
All right, just like me. You're an East Coast sadomasochistic, egoic motherfucker, and you love it. You love the abuse.
I've learned to enjoy it, man.
There
Once you
go.
get attacked, but so much online, you just have to embrace it.
Right.
That's all there is to it. No matter what they throw at you, just take it. And
It's
use
like
it as
gangster
cannon fodder.
rappers. It's like gangster rappers doing beef wars. Everyone's
Pretty
hitting
much,
numbers. You know, I see how you play.
Yeah, basically. Seriously.
He just admitted I got him. He's a fucking gossiper and a contrived.
I'm gonna
Hey, you're nothing but a fucking truth pimp, unabashedly. And I'm coming after you, son.
Okay, so you're
in a truth pimping way.
Okay. Hey, you shut up! I'm your daddy. You don't talk back to me like we're doing a bit now, aren't we?
Stop yelling, Dad. Stop yelling, Dad.
Never support me.
I'm gonna do exercises in the background like Bert.
Is that the Bible you're exercising with?
Yeah, I'm gonna do curls with my Black Laws dictionary here. Why you guys bullshit? This is fat shame to fitness. This is daddy.
Well, guys, I'm gonna get on out of here. Guys, have a good night.
Have a good night, Dick.
He's not trying to get in shape. Rob, not trying to get in shape.
I'm already in shape.
He's doing the
Now
heavy
this-
lifting out there. Shit.
This is the thing. Like once we get past the honeymoon phase, there's no more content. This is why I go around constantly triggering hoes and fighting, arguing, and then getting to this point. So
Oh,
like,
no,
this
no,
happened-
Paul, we'll keep it going, motherfucker. We'll keep it going.
It happened so organically and so quickly.
Well, famously, I have to be at like a certain specific blood alcohol content to where my content is actually good. And we're not there yet, but we're getting there.
It's true.
No,
I think all you guys are drinking. Truth or Cop, I saw you drinking something.
Open spot.
Paul,
Open spot.
something. I don't know. What were you drinking, Paul?
I don't drink alcohol.
No, you don't drink alcohol? I saw
He
you.
legit doesn't.
I believe
Yeah, I'm drinking tea.
I'm drinking whiskey and tea is what I'm drinking right now. It's got sugar in it. That's probably why I'm fat.
Right.
Probably all the alcohol you drink, you probably.
So you guys are all alcoholics?
Pretty much.
I'm high functioning. I'm high functioning.
High functioning alcoholic. All right.
There's a difference. There's a difference.
He's done a lot with what he's been given. He's an overachiever.
That's right.
So Truth or Cop, you've traveled through all time. You know, plethora, a multitude of things.
Jason was serious?
Oh.
I've traveled through all time and what?
That's that Caucasoid beast that's down the chat, I think. I recognize his misshapen head. Bring him back up to work on his tech so I can. I know. Actually, yeah, we're gonna get you some content, right? The slave knew.
Who,
He
this
felt
guy?
it.
This rusty guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's him. He's got a certain head shape that I.
Oh, my bad, bro. Go ahead and rejoin. I accidentally removed it twice.
He had some feedback loop like a motherfucker. But Dick, you were asking me about what? Traveling through all time? No, I just travel through time. Where I please and when I need to. You know? I can't just go anywhere all the time. There's got to be within reason. Let's be real.
Now, do you have to leave your mom's basement to travel through time, or you have some kind of apparatus?
Well, it depends on which day of the week you're talking about.
Well, thank you for asking.
You know, there's a lot of details we can get into as far as that goes.
Right.
You know,
you care to share any with us?
You know, it would put you guys to sleep. It would be the only reason I wouldn't get into the details.
That's all I want to know. You got a DeLorean?
No, if you guys, I am fundraising for a DeLorean. So if you guys want to, donations in the chat.
I'm guessing this guy's got a high on.
He's like, hey, this has been some really good stuff. If you want to kick in there, down there, I'm open to it.
I might donate to buy you a new hat or something.
Bro, no, it's the most expensive hat I ever bought.
I'm sure it is an expensive hat. Those don't
it's
go cheap.
I bought it from a dealer. Like legit, bro.
Hey, let me.
All right, I actually saw all of this, so if anybody's interested, the rest of it's over at Enslaved by Truth, if y'all want to check it out. Motherfucker. Stay. What's happening, EBT? Oh, 3 hours of sleep? I got about 6. I'm feeling refreshed. These streams are making me get kind of bleary-eyed, like just below the third, like right between my actual eyes. I start to get kind of bleary. Oh yeah, you want all chat or live chat, whatever it's called. There you go. Shout out to Andrew. I've started making coffee. I've realized I think I actually want fruit. So may not actually drink this. We'll see. Croco stopped by. That was cool. If anybody wants to call in, they're more than welcome. Hey, Truther Cop. Hey, Truther Cop. Apologies. I pulled a boner earlier and my internet disconnected, and then for some reason I accidentally ended that stream, which actually probably worked out because I was befuddled to the point where it took me a minute to actually get everything set up. Oh, was that you? I thought I did it. No, I'm pretty sure I clicked in stream, so maybe we both did it at the same time. Actually, it worked out for the best anyway. But I just got done breaking down the game tape on the your. I just got done breaking down your actual live stream. Now, I'll tell you what I should be doing. I should be off getting an eye exam is what I should be doing right now. Anyway, I think I'll have this coffee later. Anybody want to come bail me out here? I'm sure I'll find something to rant and rave about in due time. Wonder what time Paul's going live. See if he's already scheduled to stream. Not yet. Although, doesn't Talcott show up eventually on this? Oh yeah, let's go to that. That'll be interesting. Yeah, let's just switch. Let's go over to that part. Yeah, let's do that.
Because we actually these videos Okay, and then what you do is you incorporate a music. Like you'll see on the panel of StreamYard there, you have sound effects you can use over the top of this. So then you get some twisted, bizarre music that you have to download, and then you play it over Talcott at 0.5. I find it to be there's a certain sweet spot you can hit.
Ooh wee. We're gonna
Yeah, you got to turn them up though. You got to turn Talcott all the way up. Because you got to hear the next.
Deep thought there.
Yeah,
I
all the way
woke
up.
up
Yeah, there
this
you go.
morning to a call from the power company. I already knew unless things.
Okay, now you pause it every 3
changed, I
seconds, like
already
me.
knew
You
my
comment how we're all
internet
descending
was
into insanity
scheduled
together.
to be
So
shut.
watch, now pause it. Talcott's there. He said he woke up. He's talking to God. And he says that his cable was still on, his internet's still on. He hadn't paid for any of it yet. And they told him by the 24th, it's all going away. But he's thanking God for still having internet and cable today. I told him today, you better praise Verizon, not God. Okay? You're going to learn who the God of this world is very soon, and it's Verizon. All right?
He kind of has vibes of that QAnon, that little Jew QAnon guy. What's his name?
Whoa, easy, sir, with the J word.
Oh,
There's
he's
three people that we don't insult. And
the Q rabbi.
Q rabbi,
Right.
yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about.
There you go.
gotta find
Small
that
hat. We use the term small hat. Like this guy Cameron before. We don't use the J term. It's the small hatted folks. Zoologists, if you will.
There's the dude named like QAnon rabbi or something. He's like, yeah, Nasir
Yeah,
Jasir.
Kabbalah guru.
Yeah,
Kabbalah
that's his name, Kabbalah guru. So he's convinced Nasir Jasir has any day, so he doesn't pay any of his bills or anything like that.
Right.
2 more weeks.
Right. Any
The
day, storm
Jehovah's
coming,
did that
trust
in
the
the
way.
70s.
Right. All right, now back to Talcott. See,
For
then you
some
find the
reason they
flow.
thought 75
I'm learning.
Off by
was when it was
tomorrow.
going down.
Then I got a call from the power company. I knew I
Like
was
you see,
behind
now Dick's
there.
staying. He loves it. No, don't keep
I
it.
just want to say this. This is what it must be to live without fear. This
Right.
is some serious care, encouragement, and inspiration coming through this screen right now.
All right, now bring the chubby
Oh,
fellow. You can hold on.
want to shut
Hold
off.
on. Okay.
Hold on. Bring what's
Back
his
to
name?
fat. Back to
All
fat.
right, I know this is fat camp, so I'm trying to instill
Back to fat shaming. Okay. Shame me for my fatness again.
All right. What's your name again? EBT.
EBT. Yeah.
Is there an action? Is that your given name, sir? Your mother named you EBT. What's the last name? X.
Yes.
Mr. X. Okay, so EBT.
EBT. I figured you were familiar with EBT, given your situation.
Right. Got it. Because I'm a lowly homeless.
Anyways, back to Calcott.
Anyway, so can you go up there now? Hold on. You gotta. Now,
hold on.
you'll see now up there's a live counter, and it's obscuring the man's cherubic face. So if you can drag him, right, click on his face and then drag him and bring him down, like, and replace him with Truth or Top, because no one wants to look at it. So it's fine if he.
Paul, he is in control of the stream. You're talking to the man in control of the stream.
I do think fat shames, please.
Oh, the Truth or Top's in control of this?
No, EBT.
Oh no, that's okay. He loves it. He loves it too. He started a fat camp. Come on, begging for it.
Oh no.
I'm just letting you.
Yeah, no. You got to click on the actual video. Like, see the little box of the video of our little square.
I'm gonna put you where you are, Daddy.
See how
Daddy's
you,
right. There we go. Daddy's on top. Daddy's on top.
No. You know what you want to do with me is make sure I'm right in the middle so everyone can see and hear me, and then because you're there. You go. No, Dick now below me.
Dick,
we're losing the audience. We're down to 19.
Put the dick behind Daddy.
Right. That's where I like it. Him. So.
Oh, when was this? No more Susan?
We're moving Cotty. No,
I did not know about that.
Okay.
There you go.
Wajitsky
No, that's
going?
him. Bring him up. That's
his audio is still.
I know.
Rusty, is this the dude with like the T-bone steak head you said?
No, maybe that's not him. Rusty, that's not you, the Caucasoid beast.
Oh, they had an actual internet outage recently.
Oh, yeah.
There was a bunch of it was
No, it was me. I came.
Amazon whatever AWS whatever that is. Yeah, there was an internet outage. It affected a bunch of stuff. I mean, that was the official fiction anyway. Shout out to the small hats, white hats, all of the hats. That's right.
Came in for a second. You said I had a fucked up head, and you're right. You know, it is.
No. I was just
What the fuck is Rusty?
But is that the guy? You the guy from the chat who was typing before and hates me?
Yeah, own it.
Answer that question.
Thank you, sir. He's unresponsive.
No, I don't hate you. I think I have a bunch of lag.
Oh.
The answer is no.
Oh,
I'm not.
All right, might be someone else. All right, back to the live action Talcott.
Back to the live act. Back to Talcott. There we go. Let's go. Get it here. We'll press play.
And sale, the foreclosure of my home is more weeks away.
I mean, why hasn't he pawned that chain yet? Is what I'm.
He can get like $3 for that. Put it toward the Verizon.
I know I've been given advice, position, and there's.
Hey, Dick, we're gonna have to recruit the chubby fella because he's got something.
Pay your bills. Those who
He's the NPC expert.
are not allowed to speak.
Nope.
I don't think people earned in Veterans for Peace is
You know the best part about Talcott is when he closes his eyes. Like you can he's just absorbing the ether to be able to produce these things that are going to come out of his mouth.
I only suppose
the guy's in a constant state of transcendental meditation all the time.
I always picture Talcott at some school somewhere learning when to pause and how to look as if he's tapping into nether realms. Because see, he's on a tick. He gets it. Right? He looks at Talcott. He says, "Wait, anyone's buying into this shit? No one out there is buying into this shit."
Anyway,
he has 2
back to Talcott. Shut up, Daddy.
All right, yes, sir.
But
Real Daddy's talking now.
Wait till he does his holy shit here.
This is an interesting life we're living.
Very interesting. You're right, sir.
It is our once and an only lifetime. To be ourselves.
Wow. Okay. Can we unpack? Can we unpack that? I think we need to unpack that.
Yeah. I'm a Talcottian now for sure.
So one of the things, right? It's like it's part of a spiritual practice. While you're watching the Talcott 0.5, you start to develop a space inside of you where you come to peace. First, you want to fight it, right? Don't fight it. It's gonna be your best feature. Go ahead.
I can feel it opening up.
He's in the chat. All right. See, now here's what it does. Okay, now I'm teaching you. Don't please humble yourself because you're gonna learn a lot from me. When you summon the Talcott, it always appears. Doesn't matter what time. So now you put the link out and you bring him up. And then what you do is Talcott on Talcott. So you put Talcott up on the big screen live. Then you put him in the small screen next to his face as him 0.5. And then you watch his reaction to him. It's fucking glorious.
Get him on here, man. Drop the link.
The link's pinned in the chat.
Okay, come on it. Talcott.
It's never ending.
Okay.
Wow.
Everyone
Because
has,
wow.
has
All right, sir, stop it 1
their-
second. You're now getting the feeling. You thought that I thought I was so great? This is what my life's become, sir. You're getting a peek, okay?
Benton says that's fake cot.
Yeah, somebody said it's someone wearing a Talcott mask with like a voice synthesizer.
Damn. This is the Talcottanati.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Look at he's crying in the chat.
No. I'm an expert at Talcott, okay, and his phraseology. That is him because he's pissed off right now because he's been mocked and ridiculed on every panel tonight, and now he's doing what he always does late night, which is like this hard to get. It's hard to get Talcott, right? So trust me, I know for a fact that's him.
I will give this man the floor. He can review his own video in 0.5 speed.
Talcott, all right, Talcott,
Okay,
I promise.
Cotty Bear, you're out. Cotty Bear, you're out. Welcome to the stream. The myth, the man, the legend.
Talcott
himself.
I told you he was there.
All right.
Paul, I wasn't going to, but Paul was calling me out. He was describing me. Yeah, I was pissed off.
Put us on the bottom layout now.
Remove the
EBT.
comment.
You see that little bottom layout where it the other one? It puts us right along the bottom of the screen. It looks like a little, there you go.
Remove that
What's up, Jack? How are you?
Hey, good evening.
Hey, we're duplicating, emulating, and replicating for broadcast success. The only problem is you're the content.
Well, see, this is kind of my concern is you've had a lot of influence.
Hey, Talcott, get out of your ego, man.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Believing that I could trust them to be in my life.
This is gold.
let's break this. Let's unpack this a little bit. Jack, can we unpack this real quick? What's happening right now? Are you trying to tell Daddy how to live, or what's going on here?
I don't remember the exact.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it a little bit then, real quick, and we'll refresh our memories.
This kid's learning quick, man.
Wow,
EBT's on the ball.
Look at the complex look on this man's face.
Well, this is Talcott has a phrase. He goes, "When I come out of my confusion," he goes, he says,
Daddy, we're playing a clip real quick.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm a star guest right now. Don't forget your position.
Go ahead.
All right.
Floor is
I'm
yours,
bringing the viewers now. Cut it out.
Sir, yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Talcott has a phrase for all you out there. He came out of his confusion. Everyone else went in. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And that's why I said, that again, we're here now. I could do the whole I told you so. We started this back months ago. I'm not gonna do that.
He's not gonna do that. Is what I'm hearing. Daddy's not gonna do that. Is what I'm getting out of it. Jack, do you want to provide any commentary on this? Or should we go ahead and just continue? We'll go ahead and just continue.
We're here now.
We are here now. This is now. Is what
is this real?
All right, Jackson. Here's
like you say, we're in the now.
We're in the now.
So I know what you want and need.
No, you don't.
On many levels.
Shout out Austin and A Yurt with Books, the content creator formerly known as In A Yurt with Books.
Zach, you want to elaborate on that? You want to elaborate on that moment there?
Well, Paul thinks he knows what I need, but he's wrong. I've been telling he's wrong since day friggin' one. The dude won't listen.
Day friggin' one. Wow.
Yep. When the cult becomes
Okay,
you.
let's go ahead and go back to the footage then.
It'd be more so than
No. Jack is hand waving the whole thing, Paul.
It's not happening.
That's right. Thank you, Snicker Pie. I need to be reminded.
It's not true.
Excellent.
Brother,
I like it.
Here comes. Break that down.
It's not true, Paul.
Okay.
See, now the numbers are dropping, but it's going to go back up now. We're going to hit like 25,
Lay
30.
it out, Jack. Preach, brother.
I've asked for
If
nothing
it's
more
not true, why am I not entitled to just have that perspective and it be not true?
Why not, Jack? Why not,
Why
Jack?
does
Yeah,
it
this
have
shit is
to be
gold.
a feeling and
Why
a
should I let him
reaction?
keep being wrong?
I'm sorry, Jack. Do you have something to say about that?
And then you go back to full
I'm
screen.
going to use that, leave that one up. If that gets in the thumbnail,
There you go.
if that
let's
gets in the
just
thumbnail,
unpack what we just
we need
done
Paul,
there
though,
for
where
the
we
first
can.
2 minutes.
I need to be in
More
his
prominent
ear, like
on
the
the
director,
screen.
so he can hear me. I'm his producer.
Paul, you do have a gift and a talent, man. You do. You fucking make. You have.
I gotta tell you, man. With you, the material almost writes itself. Seems.
Well, this is what I mean. We could do a lot, but quit treating me like the friggin' joke, dude.
Well, Jack, it's a cosmic joke at this point. It's not just me.
Hey, that's what I said. God's playing a trick on us. I'm just here to reveal the message. Hey guys, life's a joke. It's only real to you. It is. Life is only real to us. So what the fuck are we doing?
Oh my God.
Excuse me.
Good stuff, Jack.
Pardon
Jack,
me.
this is for you, sir. This is for you. But mostly, it's for me. So that
I know.
No, not him, me. No, not me. Damn it. I fucked it up.
Fucked it up, man. You fucked it up, bro.
Okay. Mostly it's so that I can feel better about being fat is what this is about. But mostly this is about you. Mostly this is about you.
I appreciate that first endeavor, by the way.
I love all you guys, honestly.
Anyways, back to the beautiful bean footage real quick.
Because I know
We were getting somewhere.
You gotta share the screen again.
I'm tired
my
for
God.
My whole fucking
This shit's a lot of work, man. Constant
all
movement.
People have been telling me I'm wrong.
I
My
know that,
story-
but those are liars, deceivers, and defalcators. And demons.
Talking
That's
about you, Paul.
Hold on, put us in the bottom. I need to look at Jack. I need to see Jack.
Hold on.
I need Jack now. I have to be able to see him.
Sir. Sir.
Gotta remove the comment.
Sir. Oh, this is so much work. Come on now.
I'm telling you, bro. Broadcasting ain't for
Okay,
everybody.
there we go. See, you know that this man is really understanding this material when he closes his eyes.
And does the finger point.
And does the finger point.
I go within to receive what I
Within, man. It's within.
Oh,
man.
Jesus.
Dude,
Not
that's
without.
what I can do.
Not without, man.
Right. You're getting it.
Absolutely, man.
I've gone within so much they're about to take my couch
Wow,
away.
man. I'm like, I'm all
I've
in,
gone within
man.
so much, my home is about to disappear.
I don't even know where Out's at anymore, man.
I know that.
He's gonna know when they put him out, when they put his belongings out on the curb.
But I'm telling
Sir, are you licensed for that finger, sir? Come on now. Let's go back.
you, there's fact.
Paul's not having this shit. Paul is not having this shit.
You've not considered yet. Okay.
Okay. I hope y'all understand that.
You're one of the people like my friends, my union, my son.
So it's everyone but you.
You're
Tyler.
like those
Yes,
people who formed opinions of me.
No, not Jack. I'm nothing like those.
Jack, I've known this man for tonight, and that's not even close to remotely true. You're making shit up, Jack.
You have to
What did I
really
make
stop
up?
right now and look.
Wait,
at
what did I make up?
Am I really anything like those people?
Is he anything like those people, Jack?
Yeah, like I'm still in his life. They've all ran away and blocked him on every device.
Well,
I'm
that
nothing
is
like
what I
Oh, there he
pointed
is.
out. Here,
Austin, what's happening, brother?
What's up, man? And I really do just have.
Do it. Get in and get out. You
Yeah,
got the
but I'm
floor.
just. Oh, hold up. Sorry. I'm feeding back. I'm just so excited about what is developed. Oh my god! I'm fucking up. Hold on. Damn it. Where am I?
We hear you. You're live.
No,
Can
I
you hear me?
know. I'm echoing here.
Yeah, we've had some problems with the echo, but that's probably on my end. So.
Can you still hear me?
Oh, yeah, you're good, man. Yeah, you're live.
Okay, well, I'm echoing a little bit, so I'll make it quick. Oh, that's awful. Oh my god. The echo's on your end, dude?
I don't know. I think maybe. Do you have your YouTube going still?
No, I shut it all down.
I don't know, man. There's no telling.
We're just
You're solo on the screen. It's just you.
Oh god. Well, I'm just really excited about this echo. First of all, oh, no echo now, but I can't hear you. Can you hear me still?
It's me. I muted and it went away, so I'm gonna have to fix that on my end.
Okay, I'm just really excited about this this matchup, this pairing up here of these communities. I think we're all about to go to the next level here, and I'm excited about it. I'm excited EBT and everyone is joined the Paul and Slave cult, that we're all such good friends. This is dude, really, man. Like I'm joking a little bit, but I'm also very serious.
Well, I'm not joining the cult, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh, you're going?
Nope.
Give it a little time, Benton.
Not gonna happen.
I think. Come on.
By the way, I'm the biggest fan. I've been watching the shit out of his live streams.
Yeah.
For real.
I mean, he's a complicated character, but he's got a lot of the power of truth behind him in a lot of ways, right? And and I'm obviously tongue in cheek on the cult stuff, right? I'm not.
Oh yeah.
I'm not into the group think at all.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I was in an actual cult, so I have to be very specific and
No,
yeah. That was just for my own purposes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fiery when he came into the room last night. I was so excited. I was about to come up and bust Moose's ass for a minute for sticking his nose in other people's business and not doing it very well. And then I was handling other things, so I couldn't get around to it. By the time I came back, here was old Polly boy up in the house, you know, like a bull in a china shop. And those boys did good, though, man. And it was kind of the same rap, you know, where it's a half an hour of shitstorm. And then suddenly everyone realizes that you're among equals and among people that basically think the same. And then it crossed over. But am I seeing that they linked back up later in the evening for an extra little bit of fun?
Yeah, over at EBT's channel. Yep.
That's so cool. But, you know, and this is something I think I'm going to be discussing later is, and it's not a delusions of grandeur or whatever, but these energies, they come together. They're can be a powerful thing, right? The audiences build, the ideas build. And though it may seem convoluted, these different groups are actually pushing in the same direction against a thing. And that thing is not going to be that stoked about this energy working together towards it. The bullshit conspiracy stuff, the bullshit sort of sewing circles that don't really get any traction, sort of that whole thing, right? Who knows? And then I saw this morning that Tartarian Truth had a channel that had gotten taken down copyright. So it's like, you know.
Yeah, that was for his archaics, going in on archaics, I'm pretty sure. You know, that Jason Brashears.
Yeah.
Sorry about the echo, man. It's my fault. It's the way I got my
you're
stuff
good.
set
I got to
up.
roll anyways because I got to do it. But I'm glad you're reviewing it. I'm going to be listening. And I'm so glad all my friends, they were fighting, and now they're all acting friendly together. And it's just the best day. It's the best Friday ever. I'm so excited.
Awesome. Yeah, and real quick before you go, this is maybe it'll become something I've been envisioning, like, you know, we don't all have to be on Paul's panel. You know, that could be like the main broadcast, and then, you know, it's like, oh, Benton said something on his stream. Let's just play like that 5-minute segment. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like on the main broadcast. Like, so I could still do my thing over here. You could still do your thing over there. You got Chalk Body. But then I've kind of had this vision of like a form like Voltron, like everybody come together type of thing. But it doesn't have to be like all in the same place. It could be, you know, through the curation of the content.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It doesn't even need to be orchestrated. This will occur organically. That's what I'm realizing is like just like how this occurred. No one had to get those people together or whatever. And that's what, you know, I don't necessarily like the sort of warpath that Paul is on. But I realize I check myself and don't criticize him for that or try to add my 2 cents, whatever. And not that it would matter because he's a wild man anyways. But you start realizing the method to his madness a little bit, right? That, you know, if you come in there and you just play patty cake with everyone, you don't really get your message across. You don't really get to do the thing. But by coming in there and tossing it all up, you know, it allows it all to settle in another place. And I'm sure it'll turn into a shit show again. And we still haven't figured out what the Talcottian delusion is about. That man's still floating around, taking up all the time. It's just good stuff. But thank you for letting me up. And I'll be chatting with you this weekend. And
yeah, I wasn't meaning to tune you out. I was just I'm hotspotting off of these phones, and I'm having internet issues. So. Yeah, thanks for popping in, man.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
I'll be listening though, dude.
Right on. And if you rewind, I actually covered most of it already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the breakdown.
Cool. All right,
right
have
on,
a
bro.
good day, man.
Yep. We'll see you next time. Come back anytime, sir.
I will.
All right, there goes Yurt. I'm always glad when he comes by. That sucks about the echo, man. I got to fix that. That's on my end. That's the way I think it's the way my audio equipment is set up, unfortunately. But I will figure that out at some point. But and my point may have been a little convoluted, but what I'm getting at is, is like he's saying, yeah, it doesn't have to be orchestrated. It's more of like, if somebody in the live chat is like, hey, Benton covered whatever, and just throw in a time code, and then they can just go to my stream, right? Like I don't necessarily wouldn't even need to come. And part of this is I really don't want to even go on his panel, at least not for now. But then I'm replaying some of his content, and then he's coming over here some of the time, and kind of taking over, and I think it's great, man. It's a lot of fun. It's a blast. Yeah, for sure. Oh no, I appreciate it. I want to hear that. I want to hear the opinions. I want to hear the perspectives. To me, that's most of the fun, really. But yeah, Austin's points were well taken, though. I just have to be very clear. I know he's tongue-in-cheek talking about a cult. I just have to be very clear. It's like, no, I'm not joining. But yeah, I understand what he's saying. I'm certainly open to working together, in whatever capacity, that may or may not, unfold for sure. And even if it's just me in his live chat, I can tell he likes my comments over there. So, I like just the live chat aspect also in certain instances. But yeah, that's important. A tolerance, and I would like to think I'm able to foster that. Although I am critical at times of people, I tend to be a little more critical, just like playing back. Like that Berserker Bear, or I've been critical. Well, and then me and Kim Before the Storm have gone at it a few times, but we're getting. See, they're wanting me to work already. Well, you can't see it, but. All right. You probably can't read that. One moment, please. But the way the pay periods work, there's really no point in me even going back to work until Sunday. I need to be rolling by Monday, so Sunday. That's right. What's up? Yeah. That's right. Yeah, it's great. And Truth or Cop, we don't necessarily need you right now, but you're always welcome to get in where you fit in. That's up to you, brother. I don't try not to push it too much. Yeah. Other than last night a little bit. But I'm kind of glad that stream ended because otherwise I was just going to sit on the phone all night. This is way better being on the laptop in this scenario. I thought EBT did pretty good. Let's get back to this.
Wait.
Let me present the case. I can explain my words.
Let's do it.
Oh, I'm sure he can.
Let's unpack that. See, that's showbiz lingo right there. This kid's on it. He's got moxie.
EBT, Drew, you guys don't know me. Okay? I've shared my story elsewhere in many times in many different forums, but there's something interesting going on in my life. I'm an honest man. I explain me and what I know the best that I can. And for whatever reason, it's been about 5 years. My son and everyone started disappearing from my life.
And if anybody heard what he said here, he seems to believe that just everything was more or less fine in his life, and then like seemingly in concert all at the same time, like literally everyone in his personal life just started refusing to have anything to do with him. And this is something I've noticed in people like my dad, where me and him were communicating years ago, and then it just got to where we really couldn't even talk anymore, and we just stopped. And it was, through like a text chat over the internet. But then, many years went by until we reconnected, and that had to do with my health issues. But initially, but he just acts like he doesn't know what happened that caused us to stop talking. But I really don't think he knows. Like, in his mind, it's just like, I don't know what happened. My son just didn't talk to me for 5 years. And I see some of that in Jack here, where I think he is genuinely confused as to what's going on. Oh, yeah, you're good, man. Cool, man. Yeah, anytime. Please do. Apparently, I have an echo, though, I need to fix, so I might need you to, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Apparently, I might have to get on my phone just to. Oh, yeah, if you're here, you can probably take over playing the clips, and then I can just jump on my phone.
They were raptured, Jack?
No. Paul, as I said, I started studying self-development. At the same time, my life completely transformed. I lost my...
Yeah, but so what's his motivation for studying self-development, I think is the question. Like, what happened to him, to bring him to this point where he's like, okay, I got to, like, go into these spiritual realms and I got to learn all this information, and, like, he really thinks that he's undergone some sort of transformation via, like, spiritual practices. And in fact, I'm the one who went on his website, although I don't know about what Paul had going on. I wasn't watching him at the time, but, I'm the one who actually went on to Talcott's website, and at some point I made a video about it, and I'm not sure where I even did that stream. Maybe I can go back and find it. I know it's not on my StreamYard. It might have gotten deleted off the StreamYard. It should be on my YouTube somewhere, that I had actually gone in and, like, I broke down me going off on Talcott on In a Yurt with Books, the old actual In a Yurt with Books channel. And I went and brought up, like, his website, and I was reading from his website about how he says that he's, like, he more or less says that he's an ascended master, like, without using that terminology. He says that, like, I have full control of my thoughts and emotions. I'm in a meditative state all day, is what he said. And I will say, the one thing about all these panels and live streams, this is like the opposite of a meditative state, by the way. Because I do maintain a meditative state for much of the day, although obviously not all of it, but not when it comes to doing all these streams and everything. It's almost like the opposite of meditation in a lot of ways. Yeah, well, when we just had Yurt up here, Truther Cop, and he said he was getting a feedback. He was getting an echo, and when I muted, it went away. So, man, it's a long story, dude. I got to get new equipment. And then now, we get to, am I really going to keep truck driving? But I don't even want to go back into that right now. But, and this is the nature of the business. Like, they're already fucking texting me, like, wanting me to get back to work. And then, my dispatcher's like, oh, they told me that you put your truck in the shop. And I'm like, no, it's not in the shop yet. I'm going to go over there and talk to him. But, yeah, it's definitely not in the shop. Oh, this is the wrong case. No wonder. Put my phone in the wrong case. Okay, we'll deal with that later. All right, well, anyway, we'll roll with that. Truth or Cop. Yeah, man, you're welcome, yeah. NC, shout out to North Carolina, by the way. I do like North Carolina. I've been all over North Carolina, backpacking and hitchhiking and whatnot. Almost got my ass kicked in Lincolnton, by the way. Yeah, almost got my ass kicked. That's probably the closest I got to actually getting my ass kicked in my travels, was Lincolnton. Yeah. I was really feeling my oats back then. Yes, sir. I thought I was something else, man.
Job.
They let me live, though. They let me live. I was on one at the time, though, not in drugs. I'm talking about that natural high.
Family, I lost everything I cared about. I went within, and I set out, and I spent time learning.
Now you're about to go without a house.
Well,
yeah, but this is drinking, right? Isn't this what he's talking about? Because he used to be a drunk, right? And this what? And you guys have seen him on his channel. What he used to look relatively healthy. The dude has aged considerably in like a short period of time.
That's a potential, but I'm still a man of faith. My faith has been tested for a long time, but it continues to strengthen. See, what people have forgotten is God is with me, God is with you. So we each have the opportunity to share blessings or curses with each other.
What I'm trying to tell you is, Jack, is that
Well, yeah, and Jack, and you were such a curse to the people in your life that they had to get the fuck away from you. You know, Jack Kerouac was one of my favorite. Jack Kerouac is one of my favorite authors, and he was such an asshole to his family. Some of them literally changed the spelling of their last name. Like, that's not even bullshit, man. And by the way, a fucking drunk drank himself to death by, I think, 45 or so. But anyway, what I know of Jack is none of this will ever penetrate that thick fucking skull of his. So it's really just, you know, I'm just more or less analyzing just because I like to analyze. It's never going to help him. You know, that none of this can get in there. That's and you know who suffers more, by the way? He suffers the most. Yeah, his family suffers. But ultimately, you know, if he is what we think he is, he suffers the most. And I do, and I don't have pity for him, but it is a basis for sympathy and compassion. You know, if I put myself in his shoes, just imagine how fucking horrible that must be. I mean, it's got to be god awful, right?
try
Sucks.
to
This is a
write
human
check
being,
to the
after all.
bank, using God's name, and it bounced.
Oh, we already did that one.
So oddly enough, if you want to keep that house and that internet service to keep broadcasting, something's got to be done.
What's up? Exactly. What's up with Jack?
Imagination is one place to live, and you can stay in the land of opinions and ego all day, every day.
All right, so
Or
let me. How about? You want to stay on the?
Jack, you can't talk about humility. You can't speak. I'm sorry, you cannot speak. In my opinion, it's not possible to speak intelligently about ego unless you can speak about humility. It's two sides of the same coin, man. And at least in the way we use ego. I mean, it has a specific meaning in psychology, which isn't exactly how we're using it here. And then there's like different. It's a whole thing, but I'd have to brush up. But you know, this is a man who's most likely going to go live in a tent, and he's going to be in line accessing homeless services. But is he going to be humbled by that experience? You know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he is. And I don't think he will even. He won't even do any of this until he has to. And see, I see this again. I see a lot of parallels between Talcott and my father. You know, my father is on a fixed income, and you know, I at least made it known to him, hey, you know, I wrote down this list of all these food banks and, you know, how to contact them. But I understood he probably wasn't actually going to take the initiative to do this, you know. But in his world, he would probably want me to go and get the food for him. But I wasn't going to do that, you know. But for my dad, I think he would have to literally be fucking hungry before he would go do that. And my thing to him was like, well, obviously, if you have limited money, and these organizations want to give you food boxes, then, you know, some of the things you're currently spending your money on food-wise, you can get from a charitable organization that exists to distribute the food to you. It's not like, oh, you're this lowly, wretched creature. But then we get into actual narcissism, you know, and he's just not able to humble himself in that way for whatever reason.
6 panel, because if you go full screen on Jack, it gets very depressing. Sucks all the energy out of him. You got to see the reaction. There you go.
Well, you know, actually, when I'm not being mocked and ridiculed, when I'm actually, you know, one of the guys and allowed to be myself, I got a hell of a sense of humor. I'm a lot of fun to be around, but this bullshit monkey nonsense.
Sir, if you're gonna vacuum, could you wait for after the broadcast? Thank you.
Jack, you are a meme, and the internet runs on memes. You should embrace that and lean into it. It's gonna
I'd love
lead you
to.
to great success.
Well, that's what I
Good
would
advice. Can I just say one, or ask you one question? It seems to me, maybe I have this wrong, because like you said, I don't know you. Are you kind of saying like you're stuck more in like the spiritual mindset rather than like the material, and you're not caring about the material anymore? Is that, or am I way off base there?
Dude, if you look at my reality from the real world, I'm fucked. Going to get a job isn't going to work. I had hopes. I mean, there is a way. I mean, there is.
Yeah, but we live in the real world, Jack. I mean, most of us do. I mean, you're fucked.
Is overnight successes online, and I thought maybe there was a slim chance of something like that.
You're getting there.
But
Dead serious.
The reality is, in my physical realm, if I can convince my fucking neighbors or my old friends to speak to me again, I've been subjected to some real injustice.
I mean, did you hear what he just said? I mean, it's fucking hilarious. How in the world, like, my dad didn't convince me to talk to him again. Like, time passed and I grew and changed enough that I could be around him, without it being toxic. And, I had become aware of how serious my health issues were, and I felt like I should meet with him in person and let him know what was up. But then he took it from there, right, and showed that he could at least behave at some, minimum standard level of interaction. But what does he even listen to this? This is crazy.
Getting there. No,
But
dead serious.
the reality is, in my physical realm, if I can convince my fucking neighbors or my old friends to speak to me again, I've been subjected to some.
I mean, how the fuck would that happen, man? What would that look like? Convince? What are you talking about? That's a fucking non-starter, most likely. And, as a homeless person who's still homeless, by the way, even though I do live in a big rig, one of the first things that most homeless people learn when they become homeless, your family's not going to help you, Jack. In fact, they won't even talk to you, it seems. But then what struck me last night or this morning, what was my morning, y'all's night, but, well, maybe it was last night, I don't remember. But Jack, this live without fear, well, how else could one inhabit such a delusional state they would have to be living without fear, right? Because wouldn't some small amount of fear preclude one from entering this level of delusion? I mean, it seems to me like it would.
Real injustice.
He really is living without fear, not in a good way,
I'd
though.
like to have conversations with people about.
I'm not quite sure what that means, but it's funny.
This illustrates how fear is healthy, because if you would have been fearful about being homeless, your ass would have went and, started marking off your checklist of shit you needed to do to ensure you were not in that situation.
I've been through this scenario.
Yeah, he went further into delusion.
I've been to the point where I was at such uncertainty. I drove to the courthouse the morning my home was supposed to be auctioned. Because of the governmental responses to everything in the news, the auction of my home was canceled. So I credit God for my continuing to, for whatever way, for somehow, some way, I've managed to find a way to live ethically, morally, on minimal income for a long time, and I'm at my limits.
Jack, why not just join the Illuminati today like that person down there says? I mean, clearly anyone who has any kind of success in the world must be some kind of Illuminati plant, no?
I'd love to speak to people who have some wealth or authority so we can see what we can do. I think we need to get a movement going and start making some changes in this world.
Right. There's a slave in the chat telling me about all the great opportunities I have that he doesn't, that he thinks I'm wasting because he doesn't know me and what I'm doing. What a surprise. It's called a visionary. You folks wouldn't know a visionary until it was too late. That's how it always happens. Oh, Webster was a dumbass, right? We all go to Webster's dictionary.
If you're grinding all day, that's how can they say you're passing up an opportunity?
Because that's the thing. They don't see, with a failure loser mind, you see all the negatives in every situation. A mind that's built for success sees nothing but opportunities, doesn't even focus on the negative unless it's to improve. Shut up, Jack. You're agreeing with me, but don't apply any of the information that I'm saying.
You don't pay attention to the words that come out of your mouth.
You do a broadcast and ramble insanely. I create content that changes people's lives and entertains them.
I share the truth in the world of the confused. My words cause confusion because I'm talking about things they don't think about. These are things I didn't think about a few years ago.
Jack, I told you, Jack. You're riding around on your donkey like Nostradine.
Jack, if your words actually really do cause confusion, that's known as the enemy. That's who does that. The enemy causes confusion.
Looking for the donkey. You are the donkey. Or you're on it, rather.
Actually, there's something to be said about
Riding
God
around
design.
with the donkey, not your team, looking for the donkey. There you go. Truth or cop, broadcasting excellence once again.
There's interesting synchronicities to the people who interrupt. They cause distractions and deflections from what is being discussed.
All right. So don't you want to end? Don't you want to end the B system and currency and all of it?
Yes.
Okay. So why are you still living on the B system and currency? You take government money every month.
How about a better question for a man who claims
charity starts in the home, right? If you want to end the B
why
system,
are you such an arrogant prick to other people?
Oh,
who want the same
sorry.
And shout out to Jock Body Outline. He said guru in his own mind. No, we were listening to him yesterday. It literally got down to that. He was talking like that Mike Myers movie, like the trailer for the Mike Myers movie. At one point, you could boil down to what he was saying was it was literally GURU, like not even kidding. It was nuts.
Sorry, brother. You're being mean now. I was trying to help you stop being part of the B system and sucking Satan's cock.
I'm just trying to help you see the truth, Paul.
No, I can't see the truth from someone who says they want to end money while they live on money that they get.
I'm just trying to help you see the truth, Paul.
No, I can't see the truth from someone who says they want to end money while they live on money that they get while they want to end it. That's a loop of insanity.
Paul, I've been trying to communicate with you for a long time, but
you can't communicate with anyone for a long time.
Is there anyone willing to try and help me communicate with Paul and Slade?
Yeah,
I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to. Talcott, again, I'm in Woodstock, New York. It's a very small town. I'm doxing myself every time I say this to you.
This is one of the patterns of.
You say you sound like you were born and raised in this area.
Can you guys turn the speed up on this bullshit real quick?
Yeah, you can't do that live. You can't do that live. That's what I mean. You gotta learn the inner peace thing. It's a very Buddhist.
I would like if you guys would just slow down and appreciate the moment, please. Talcott.
He said speed it up though.
Yeah, I didn't.
He wants it sped up, not slowed down. You slowed down. He wants it sped up.
Let's go.
Yeah, I said I'd appreciate it if we slow down.
See,
All right,
Truth or
that's
Cop and Paul are both.
You're out, Truth or Cop.
Yeah,
that was insufferable.
Go bring it back.
It's his personality. That's the thing. It's not even the whatever. Hey, what's going on? Insane person number 2.
Show me arigato, Mr. Tarato.
Damn, that was dope. That was dope. Anyway.
All right, you're out. Back in.
Is that Moose?
Fuck, that's a small pool to choose from, huh? Truth or Cop or that guy?
Yeah, this is what I got. This is what I'm working with, Paul. Okay.
Put the link down rapidly. That's
I'm not a broadcasting professional. Like
no, just rapidly put the link down and just pray. Whatever God you believe in.
I want to ask you what I asked you last time, but I don't think I asked the question the right way. So I see people that get so into like the spiritual thing and they completely divorce themselves from the material. Do you think that happened to you?
No.
No, man.
What do you think is the reason then that you're in the situation that you're in? What's your responsibility in it?
Dude, I'm doing my absolute best.
Jack, how the hell are you typing in my chat room when I haven't seen you look down or type anything?
I'm not. You have imposters. Paul, remember you blocked me a long time ago, dude.
You blocked him.
There's imposters.
But that's you. That's the way you talk.
No, that's what the imposters are doing a decent job by the looks of it. I agree with some of the things they say. The impersonators are doing all right.
Sorry, that was my mistake. It was such an accurately true statement you could never make that I just realized what he was saying. Sorry. He said you have to foreclose on your soul before you're home. That's the true way.
No, guys,
I thought it was some guru shit and I had to reread it.
For whatever reason, I do believe my purpose is to find one human to understand me. And Paul, you and I are the same. I wish you'd get past your opinions to discover the similarities.
Hey, Paul, what Jack is saying is he sees himself inside of you.
Right.
Deep inside of you.
Right.
Yeah, you guys have a striking resemblance. I got to say, Jack, you guys look exactly the same, and
all right, go ahead, Jack. I'll
the
entertain
message
this.
is the same. There's really no difference between you and Paul.
I'll entertain this, Jack. Fill me with inspiration right now.
Fill
How about I
him
give
right
you some
now,
honest
please.
feedback,
Thank
because
you.
Paul, you spend your day in an echo chamber, dude. People telling you what you want to hear, or else bowing to what you say. And I'd like to offer you honest feedback, man to man, because that previous comment about
all right, let's get back to the video. Hey, you got the video up there? Can we get back to it?
I
Yeah,
told
put us
you,
down bottom again.
you're
Down bottom.
sabotaging yourself, and you're doing a disservice to the people. Because that previous comment about
all right, let's get back to the video. Hey, you got the video up there? Can we get back to it?
I
Yeah,
told
put us
you,
down bottom
you're
again. Down bottom.
sabotaging yourself, and you're doing a disservice to the people you could be helping. The difference
and
is
Paul,
you have allowed
Jack could be reverberating inside
us
of you.
to talk.
Jack, here's a simulation of
You've
me. You talk
allowed
to like
more
Jack.
totally love me.
Love me.
Whoa, you love. Okay.
Jack.
This is what's crazy.
It's crazy, man.
crazy.
Am I anything like anyone you?
There you go.
I'm gonna do that running thing or whatever you call it.
Jack, don't go.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Jack,
Have fun, boys.
Jack,
No,
please
Jack,
don't
come on.
go. We
Oh.
lost every night with that.
Here we go.
Damn.
Welcome. We are Talcott.
It's fucking fine Neil's goofy ass.
Damn.
Paul, Jack could have been reverberating inside of your loins, man.
Yeah,
Why
I
would
look
you?
forward to that. I look forward to that day. Like Martin King had a dream. That's my nightmare speech. Like Martin King's dream speech.
My humility is to that which is. And
I'm
that
not
which
asking
is,
you where you succeeded. I'm asking you where you.
No, Jack can take. He's not able to take any ownership of his plight or his station in life. So necessarily, it has to be somebody's fault, and it cannot. Excuse me. It cannot be his fault. So it must be the fault of literally everyone else. And he truly believes that if people would just like unite and come together and listen to him, I mean, he's got a big time Messiah thing going on, or it functions that way anyway. And he seems to actually believe that if we could have some meeting of the minds, so called, and that people would hear his ideas, because I've been listening to him for quite a while, and a lot of this is based on him thinking if only he could get in front of the right people. And then he's always wanting to have these one-on-one conversations. Like, even this snafu truth yo bozo, was going off last night, and Talcott got all enamored. It might be on this stream. I don't even know. It's hard to keep track. But Talcott got all enamored with Snafu's personality and was like, I'd like to talk to you offline and all this. It's just weird, man. Like, he really, and since I'm on a roll here, I've said it before, but see, and this is going to sound horrible, but I think this is the actual how this functions psychologically. So if he's a true classical narcissist, which I believe he is, and I say classical because narcissist is beginning to lose its meaning. But the reality is that if this is true with respect to Talcott, that means his emotions never advanced past a very infantile stage. And you can see he has very, as much as he wants to claim all of this spiritual attainment, he becomes very angry. He lashes out and he rages. And that, that infantilism, he's never going to be able to resolve that, unfortunately. And it seems to me like, these people won't go to therapy. He's talked about how he was forced to go to a psychiatrist, and, he's not able to go through any kind of therapy. And again, that's back to like my basis of compassion for somebody like this. It's like, that must be horrible to be just so, emotionally, to have powerfully strong emotions in that way, but they're basically he's as emotionally immature as a human being could be. It seems like that's how these things manifest. So, and I forgot my larger point for a second, but I bought myself some time. So how this manifests is that I believe he's experiencing an existential crisis, because his whole life he's had people in his daily life who've interacted with him and they've interfaced with his personality. And so now that that's gone away, what we saw is that around Christmas time, he invited literal Spokane, Washington meth heads, drug addicts, homeless street drug addicts into his home. Now, why did he do that? Well, it was because, presumably he wasn't fully enmeshed in this online world. His social circles and his family had been removed, but he still has to have somebody to talk to. And based on the existential crisis, because I believe that he, at his infantile level of emotion, he truly feels like if people don't interact with him, that he will literally cease to exist, which is an actual existential crisis. And I think that's why, no matter how he's treated by Paul, who I think Paul does deal with him fairly, but Paul gives him the truth, right? Paul will blast him with the truth, and Talcott, he puts up with it as long as he can. Eventually the rage overtakes him. They have some sort of dust up, and then where am I at on here? They have some kind of dust up, then he rage quits and runs, Talcott does. Then this represents a reset for him, and I've noticed this in my father. So then later he just comes back like it never happened. And he's just sitting there preaching his normal bullshit and just acting like it never happened. And then Paul's like, well, here you are. You're back again like nothing ever happened. And I firmly believe it's rooted in that infantile emotionalism and an actual literal existential crisis, because he no longer has what would be referred to as narcissistic supply, although that's also becoming less than helpful. That's starting to lose its meaning in some ways, but I mean, this is real shit, you know. So what's happening, Ginger Ridge? So, oh, and by the way, real quick, I see somebody talking about Snafu. Snafu has his smoke detector batteries low, and it keeps chirping. And when that happens over a long period of time, that's a sign of literal mental illness. So now I know Snafu's literally mentally ill based on his smoke alarm chirping. And I even pointed it out to him, and he's like, "Yeah, I need to change that." But I bet you he doesn't get a yeah, Talcott is. Well, I'll have to think about that. In some ways, that's probably true. Definitely like a whipping boy. But see, that's the thing is Talcott has to have it. He has no choice but to come around for the abuse. What's happening, Drew?
What's up, man? Yeah, this Talcott motherfucker.
He's what?
Talcott's nuts.
Yeah, he's literally he's in a delusional state.
Am I echoing?
I'm having audio problems.
Yeah, I don't know this guy at all. But what I was trying to get across is I feel like these people get into the spiritualism and then they go 100% full. Everything is spiritual. I don't think I was saying it right. And then they deny the physical or material at all. And it's 50-50 in my opinion. But since in the West we're taught the spiritualism, or it's like zero basically, it seems like a big obstacle to overcome to kind of incorporate that into you. But now he's completely left the realm of the material plane and only operating on the spiritual level. But it's a 50-50 balance. If you're not taking care of your material body, your place, and then basically like tending over the things that God has given you, then you're doing a disservice to your spirit and God. You're muted.
Sorry. If he actually becomes houseless, you know, as a person who JG likes to point out, I'm still homeless. Well, I lived in the streets for years. That's a part-time job, just going and accessing services and staying somewhat clean and presentable, right? Like right now he's in his comfortable home on the fucking internet all day. Like this is about to be an actual rude awakening as far as there's going to be a lot of busyness involved in going out there and accessing what he has to access. Now, apparently he has some sort of income from the government or whatever. So we'll see, man. It's going to be interesting. We should send a film crew out there and just fucking IRL record his ass.
Yeah, he's a pretty good meme. I think that's what I was trying to tell him too. Like he needs to just lean into the meme. He gets, instead of getting butthurt about it, just own it and just go overboard with it. Start the church of the Church of Talcott and call your followers Talcottians and maybe dress crazy and just make these the same crazy.
Yeah, if somebody knew how to manage that for him, that would work. But I just don't think he can do that because of whatever his mental problems are. And this live without fear. To me, that's a way for him to, he can become even more delusional because some minimum level of fear would presumably keep somebody from being able to basically he's always in this very delusional state. It's not like he even goes back and forth. He just seems to always be there.
And do you think that's from what you were saying, like the classic narcissist?
I think so, but man, a lot of this is extrapolations from observing my dad, who his manifests differently, but I think he's got the same thing, man. And that the actual real narcissism is strong in the boomers to some extent, especially the boomer males, but the females to some extent also. But it's pop psychology, man. Let's be honest. Like I talk a lot of pop psychology because I find it fascinating. It's certainly just my opinion, and I have no qualifications, and I certainly couldn't diagnose him over the internet. But I would bet money that I'm right if there was any way to substantiate those claims.
Yeah, don't know. I never really looked into that until I knew this girl or whatever, and first I'd made this meme called the Jezebel Demon years ago, and then I talked to this girl for a while, and just the way it ended was so weird to me. I was kind of left like scratching my head, like, what the fuck was that? That shit was weird. And then someone commented on this meme I had made years ago, and they said the Jezebel Demon. And that's just and then it made sense to me when I looked into it with the narcissistic supply and everything like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm having to mute because that kills your echo, I think, when I mute. So I don't know. I got to have to revamp my audio setup here. Something's going wrong at some point.
It's okay, man. I'm just getting home. I ran to the grocery store. I'll hang up and listen now.
All right, man. Appreciate you rolling by. Have a good day. That was Drew Barrymore. Glad he joined us. A little miffed about my audio issues here, but we'll deal with that and keep it moving. I'm waiting for my dispatcher to call. I owe her an apology, so we'll be doing that here shortly. And then, this fucking shop, man. I guess I got to walk over there at some point. So the stream's probably going to end at some point in the near future. Let's go back to the clips, but we're at damn near 6 hours, so I don't know how much longer this thing's going to go. But, who knows? We'll see.
You're falling short, and that's your problem. You want to keep proving to me and
Oh,
yourself.
dude, I fall short every day.
Wow. That's a big moment right there. Big moment. There's a lot to unpack just in that.
Yeah, let me check that Truth or Cop. I don't know. You might be right. Let's go check it out. That would be, yep, that's what it is, Cop. You're an excellent producer in spite of what Paulie likes to say to the contrary. I don't know why I unchecked that. I've been doing some things lately that just really don't make a lot of sense. When I was talking to the operations manager, I was like, oh, yeah, by the way, I need, they emailed me my tractor registration, but I need y'all to print me out a copy. I couldn't remember my fucking truck number. I was just like, he was like, yeah, what's your truck number? I was like, oh, fuck. I had to fucking look it up. It's my truck number. That's like the most basic thing there is, man. So something's going on in old Benton's brain, but we'll keep it moving. We'll adapt and overcome.
Turning point.
Okay, so let's get the weakness to a place where it's
look at this man's face. Look at this man's face.
Strength or a neutral, so you stop becoming.
Look at the
face when you're like.
Well, yeah, and real quick, what's up? Talking about the cluster B, and I'm certainly no expert. And like I say, I'm actually, a lot of the deductions I've made with Talcott is just I'm seeing a lot of parallels in, because out of necessity, I really, and look, I've psychoanalyzed myself. Like, I'm fairly skilled at it. And obviously I can't be his therapist, but although, by the way, he's tried to have me play that role for him. And I said, look, man, I could be your therapist, except I'm your son. And except I charge $100 an hour, like, which I don't, but hypothetically it's like, yeah, maybe I'm qualified on some level, but it's like, you're gonna have to pay me. Number two, well, they wouldn't let me, even if I had a license, I wouldn't be able to, since you're my father. Like, that's not appropriate. But there's something to these personality disorders. And again, I'm no expert, but I picked up enough of it over time. I mean, I think but then you see so much in, the society in general has become more narcissistic. And then there's all these, the internet, all these channels that revolve around narcissism, and then, the narcissist this, and all these strategies for dealing with the narcissist, and, all that nonsense. Although some of that has been good. There was a Little Shaman or something. I used to watch her channel. She had some pretty good insights, but, ultimately I think it's up to people to protect themselves. But yeah, cluster B, is that like borderline and stuff, I guess? Like I say, I'm not really I'm a lay expert. Let's leave it that way. So I don't always know the terminology. Hey, good to see you, Mr. Miyagi. Welcome, brother.
Good job.
Oh, and at some point after Paul leaves, I come on here because I got triggered because EBT was like, it's not hell because of this reason and that reason. And I came on here briefly, but I think Paul was gone by then.
High school kid has when it talked from his dad.
Desire and hope don't pay the fucking bills.
It's very obvious for Mr. Talcott on that. That is a fact, sir.
Again, a similar reaction that a high school child would have to his dad telling him, "You have to get in the real world, son. You got to get in the real
If
world."
it did, we all wouldn't be having the problems that we have in a lot of different areas.
Oh, you're right. Let me share this. I shared this with a friend who's that pastor friend I mentioned.
Was that some Ovaltine, Paul? What you sipping on?
I think it was coffee at the time.
And I don't know if you remember. Or
Actually,
what
that his
you
last
heard
two
me
sentences
say.
were, Paul, you're.
There's a local guy.
He says, I screw up
met
every day,
at
and Paul, you're
church
right.
here. Hey, he may have done this with you too. I don't know. You know what? With me, he took a little bit of relationship.
Everything wrong. That's causing a lot of people to wake up. Yes, it is, Jack Talcott.
Yes, it is, Jack Talcott. Yes, it is, sir.
See, because next he goes into the victim loop, and then Paul's the reason for all his problems.
You guys already done this. This is a review of the review of the review at this point.
You're the yin to my yang.
I am actually.
Yeah.
I think. And there's a little bit of each of us in the middle of the other.
Little bit.
There's like,
Just a little bit.
Just a tip.
Just the tip. Yep, that's right, Dick. Just the tip.
Hey,
man.
That comes back to faith, brother.
See,
I have to give
You only
myself
stick the tip
You see a
inside of
Paul's
it.
face.
care, encouragement, inspiration every day.
It
And
has to be
renew my
founded in
faith.
truth, bro. I give you that every day, but I found it in truth, and I don't pad the bullshit. That's a weakness.
Okay, but-
That'll undo you.
But what if everything is perfect and it perfectly revealed where we are today?
Paul, do you want to respond to that? What if
Yeah, it's
everything is
like
perfect?
the angel and the devil on each shoulder, right? Come on, Jack, you got to do better. Yeah, but what if everything's perfect? You just stay here and get carried out of the path by the sheriff.
What an argument. What a response.
Yeah, you're perfectly
Everything's
where you
perfect.
need to be to realize that you don't have it all understood and in control, and you need to get better. That's why it's perfectly where you're at, because as you start to lose more, you start to realize more.
Wow. Man, super profound stuff.
This is a late night.
Look how mad he is. Damn, he was mad.
Let me skip a little bit here. We don't want to keep this broadcasting superstar here too long.
Right,
Who's this
eventually
Illuminati guy
did.
joining in now? Illuminati?
We are so alike yet so different.
Oh wow, big.
He's doing the same loop there that he was just doing up here. We're exactly the same. Me and you, Paul. That's
You
the loop
are
he's in
so
there.
close yet so far.
Wow.
So close.
Wow, look
so
at
far away.
look at him receive that information.
And yet we are here
Pull up
and
his chat
now,
right
and
now.
we're both quite the same. Paul, something I did forget earlier. In my
Okay. Lord
He's
have
in the
mercy.
chat, dude, crying some more right now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, pull it up.
I'm going to bed, man.
Yeah, me too, bro. It's 3 a.m. where I'm at.
No, I was doing Talcott.
Oh.
Talcott said he's going to bed and went to the chat to complain more.
Yeah, that's true.
He does this
I'm
every
going
night.
to bed.
Jack, please come back up. All right, but we love you, Jack. Please come back up. It doesn't have to be this way.
I don't think he is. I don't think he's gonna come back.
He'll come back up. Just put the link for him. He knows we love him.
Link's pinned. I'll put it in there again for you, Jack. That way you don't forget. But it's right there for you, brother.
Someone says I pull off a good retard. I've been working on it for a while.
past presentation, my energy wasn't right.
Your energy was not right, sir. You are correct. You are correct, sir. So this goes on for a long time, huh?
Yeah, it's pure insanity.
Fuck me. Okay, wow. I guess we're just to save that for another time or something. But
It's either that or review the latest Taylor Swift album. So
No,
take your pick.
we are not going to do that. Okay, that's a great pause there. Look at Paul. Look at this king right here, sir.
He was
Hold on.
gangs.
Hey, before you go, will you fat shame me some more real quick?
Yeah, you're a disgusting, slovenly, morbidly obese, horrifying creature, much like myself. But there's hope for you. You got moxie, kid.
Thank you, sir.
To talk that one's on.
I don't know. I'm done. I'm done with these people. Right?
No, just out in the chat, please.
I need somebody else to start a stream. I'm tired of clicking all the
I think Ben did.
Benton!
No, he did.
Dangerous game, this metaverse.
He has one set up already.
All right, I'm gonna remove all these other losers. Bye,
All right,
Crocco.
EBT,
Bye,
thanks.
Supercock. Bye, Dick. Daddy, thank you for joining tonight. Much respect. We'll see you.
Absolutely,
around.
sir. See you around.
Thank you.
Well, that was fucking dope, I must say. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Snicker Pie. I needed to go outside and put some of that sunshine into my eyeballs. I used to do a lot of sun gazing, and kind of gotten away from that. So as much as I remember to, I go outside and take my glasses off. Now that's one thing that I don't know that it certainly didn't cause any of my health issues, but like my glasses in the past, they were talking about when I bought my glasses, they were like something about a UV coating. I was like, no, I don't want any UV coating. I want that sunlight. But then I decided I wanted the coating because of it minimizes the scratches and the glare and all of that. And it works fucking great. Like I've had these glasses for a long ass time, and I just wipe them down with those whatever those wipes are they sell at Walmart, the Zeiss brand. And dude, these glasses are not even scratched at all hardly. But oh, here's JG. But then we get into I don't think that UV coating is good. It's blocking out the sunlight. A little bit of you talking about to Talcott? Yeah, I was outside. I didn't even listen to it.
Yeah, if you're constantly wearing glasses, UV's gonna affect your eyesight.
Yeah, exactly. So I as much as I'm able to, I make a point to take my glasses off and get some sunlight into my eyeballs. I'm convinced it's good for our eyes to look at the sun. At least some of the time. I never wear sunglasses, like ever.
I had to, man. I had to start wearing them because my eyes were getting sensitive.
Oh yeah, that's right. You wear them, yeah. Well, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Obviously.
Getting outdoors, my eyes are kind of fucked up now.
Your audio's a little low. Maybe eventually I'll figure out how to be able to turn your audio up and down. I don't really know how to do that yet. Baby steps.
Your Jehovah buddies just showed up.
Oh no. Are they trying to recruit
I'm
you?
just sitting here and they just pulled up and just lurking. That's all they do is lurk. Nobody talks to them. You ever notice that?
Yeah, well, in the old days, when I was doing it, when they made me do it, I used to have to go talk to people. Now they just let them set up those signs, and it's kind of chicken shit now. I mean, it's good they're not bothering people, I guess, but now they get to just stand around.
Well, there's always two of them, right? They stand there, they have conversations with themselves. When you walk by,
Yeah.
they're like staring you down, like trying to ask you questions.
Yeah, and they get credit for that time. Like the Watchtower organization keeps files, and like they file a card. It's like they're what's known as a publisher. Like it's all fucking sick and twisted. But they, some of them are like a certain level, so they have to go out and it's called field service, and they have to do like a certain number of hours. But when I was doing it, we had to go talk to people and knock on doors and shit. Now they just stand around and they get credit. That's kind of bullshit because I got a file somewhere. Not that I really care, but whatever total number of hours I spent in field service, probably thousands of hours. These bozos get the same credit and they're just standing around. That's bullshit.
They get credit for what exactly?
For the number of hours they spend in so-called field service, but it doesn't benefit them in any way, really. It's a cult, man.
Gotcha.
I don't really care. I mean, I'm kind of being facetious, but I am aware of this phenomenon.
Well, it's like a status, I guess. People are like, oh, look at this.
Kind of, sort of. They're viewed in a certain way. I know they have something called I forget what it's called, but it's like I forget the term for it, but it's like more or less like doing it for a full-time job. They're sort of, but it's just, they're just viewed as if they're doing something. I don't think there's really any benefit to it. Shout out to D-Rex, by the way. And you missed it, man. If you weren't around last night, the shit got pretty wild on some of these other streams. We've just been going over that and rehashing for the fine folks here.
I go to bed at 10:30. I'm not staying.
Oh, okay. I was actually talking to D-Rex, but I hear you. No, you're a good man going to bed early. That's obviously very important. And then you miss all the craziness, overnight, obviously. They're criminals and such. Mm-hmm. What do you think of old Paul Unslaved showing up in all these streams? Or do you think
sure you're hyped. I don't give a shit. I don't care at all, but I'm sure you're hyped.
Yeah. Well, I may be not as hyped as you may think I would be, but yeah, basically what me and Yurt talked about is pretty much where I'm at, I would say. He's probably a little more hyped than I am, but yeah, it's I like to do shit, so, and then more and more, it's in the virtual form, so I don't think it's going to amount to a hill of beans in the real world, but you never know as far as the online portion of it.
Why was he? Why was Paul crying? What happened there?
Oh, that was the night, right? I'm not exactly sure on that, honestly. I never really figured that one out. Yeah, my dispatcher's supposed to call me. I guess she got busy. Well, I can't think of anything else. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else I need to cover before I end the stream here. I don't want to have a stream end remorse. So, but yeah, you can check out the stream if you want. D-Rex, check out I don't know that it answers your question that you're asking here, but you can check it out. But yeah, the numbers are dropping off, and I don't think I have the energy in me to pump them back up. So, well, I know. Well, yeah, I know that's what you think. I'm not here to change your mind. So, all right, man. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a good day. And I'm going to end it here. Y'all have a good day. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.